Well, hello everyone. Happy Saturday. So a member of my locals community, Alex, has been joking that I need to start calling Saturdays Sassy Saturdays because that's when I do my drama streams, apparently. Now you guys know I usually don't do anything work related on Saturdays. It is like my only day off of the week. I try to recover, I try to knit, I watch crappy TV. Um Last night, oh, and Alex is here. It's time for drama. It's time for drama. No, I mean this is actually, well, it is dramatic, but it's actually very simple at the same time. So I get asked. The reason I wanted to do this stream is I get asked all the time why I'm no longer on Crigler's show, all the fucking time, and I haven't talked about it since September, which is the last time that I was on Adam's show. There's a lot of reasons I haven't talked about it. I have very complex emotions around this whole thing. But tonight I'm going to show you precisely why I no longer go on Adam's show. And just so we're all clear, that was a decision that I made. That was not a decision he made. He might think that he made it, but I made it. And so I'm going to explain to you precisely what happened, and we are going to watch a video that shows Adam clearly throwing me under the bus. And at the time, I wasn't sure that he knew he was throwing me under the bus. I have since concluded that he knew exactly what he was doing. And so a couple things at the top. Number one, I'm going to I'm going to tell the too long didn't watch version of the video first, okay? So if all you want are the Cliff Notes version, it's cool, man. Stick around. I'm going to give you the Cliff Notes version at the top, and then we're going to go into greater depth and detail. And if you don't want to understand the greater depths and detail, you don't have to, because I'm going to give you the too long didn't read at the top. But before we even get into that, I just want to say, and this is my policy anytime I have issues with any content creators on YouTube. This is my standard policy. I am not telling you who to watch. I am not telling you who to support. If you like Adam, if Adam gives you value, if you enjoy watching his show, you should absolutely, without question, continue to do all of those things. I will not tell you guys who to watch and who not to watch. It is none of my business. And there may be perfectly valid reasons that you enjoy people that I know don't make a point not to interact with, and that's perfectly fine. And we can still be friends and we can still hang out and all that good stuff. So, why this is coming up now is not just that I get asked about this on a weekly basis. It's that Adam got asked about it this week, or Adam tweeted about it this week, tweeted about the general subject. So this started when I was on Adam's show the very last time, when he brought me on to have a discussion about why I will not use the term anti-white in relation to critical race theory. You guys know that this is my policy. I will not use the term anti-white. We're going to use it in this episode just because there's no way of avoiding using it in this episode, but I will also explain to you why I don't use it. So Adam tweeted this week. I told Karlyn this would happen when CRT made white people the enemy. She stubbornly refused to agree because of YouTube supremacists were using it for recruiting. Don't you think this is worse? She blocked me, so I can't even tag her. Yeah, I did block him. I did. Because he threw me under the bus a couple other times after I decided not to go on his show anymore, and I got sick of dealing with it. But Adam is correct that I will not call critical race theory anti-white, and I will not say that critical race theory makes white people the enemy, because it doesn't. Anyone who has watched happy hours on my channels knows that the enemy of critical race theory is not white people, it's capitalism. Anyone who has watched my channel for any brief period of time knows how racist critical race theory is towards Black people. And unlike Adam, apparently, I don't actually think that one form of racism is worse than any other form of racism. I think that racism against Black people is just as bad as racism against white people. All racism is racism, and we shouldn't be delineating things based on immutable characteristics, because that's what the left does, and I don't want to be anything about that. So I had agreed to come on to Adam's show, and I'll show you the episode, and we're gonna watch this episode. We're gonna watch the whole thing. I had agreed to come on Adam's show. The one I'm talking about was the September 2nd show, in which Adam asked me to come on and explain why I didn't want to say that critical race theory was anti-white. And I didn't want to come on and do it. I didn't want to do it. And the reason I did it was because Adam asked me and we'd had a good relationship and I thought, well, maybe this is a chance to explain it. So going back to, and regular watchers of my channel know this, but some of you are probably not regular watchers of my channel. Back in June of 2021, I experienced the worst cancellation that I have ever experienced. And it was because I posted a video on my YouTube channel called Stop Calling Critical Race Theory Anti-White, in which I was very emotional and I told people to stop calling it anti-white because Fox News was calling it anti-white a lot. And I had kind of sussed out that this was not like the people who were using this term regularly were not good people. Um, I hadn't gone in depth into it at that point though. Now, after I posted that video, it got posted on all sorts of like legitimate white identitarian, like in the deep bowels of the internet. And I ended up getting attacked. I mean, really, 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 really severely by legitimate white identitarians, legitimate neo Nazis. I'm going to show you proof of that in a second. I ended up getting attacked by them for the better part of 3 weeks. They brigaded my channel. They followed me around to every single channel that I did a live stream on, and they brigaded those channels. They posted all sorts of neo-Nazi shit all over my channel. I had to delete over 4,000 comments on my channel because of these people. I had to, I mean, it was a never ending night. They doxed me. They doxed me severely. I woke up one morning and found that my home address had been left in comments all over my YouTube channel. It was really bad. It was really, really, really bad, and it was deeply traumatic for me. It really was, and I had no idea who these people were, and I had no idea what was happening, but I started like, in the course of this, I started kind of learning their language and seeing who they were, and I started talking about how the people who were using this anti-white term that all of conservative media were using, they were the people that they were the really bad people. They were the legitimate racists. And I started talking about what I was seeing, and what I had started understanding was that these people who are part of the white well-being, white positivity movement were overtly trying to get the term anti-white into our common language, into the zeitgeist, and they were specifically going after like conservative influencers to try to get the term anti-white onto like national mainstream media, and they were successful. And this is something we're going to talk about this tonight. This is something that I've proven since then that I was 100% right with everything I said. But at the time that I did this show with Adam, I hadn't proven it yet. I had figured out what was going on, but what I hadn't done is broken it down very clearly so that other people could understand it. Now that's my fault. It is my fault that when I was talking about this in June, when I was saying that this is what's going on, it was my fault that I didn't provide the correct evidence to prove emphatically beyond a shadow of a doubt that what I was saying was correct, but it all was correct. It all was. And I later provided that evidence. But we're jumping around a little bit here. Let me just show you. I later provided the evidence that everything that I said was 100% correct. And now I can't find my screen because, of course, why would I be able to find my screen when I need it? Why? Oh, there it is. Okay. So coming back to this one, I later proved that everything that I said was happening. And you can read that Substack article right now. I will put it in the chat, at least on YouTube. It is on my Substack. The backlash to critical race theory is here, and they're trying to co-opt the anti-CRT movement. Now, you notice the date from this. This was posted on September 22nd. I went on Adam's show on September 2nd. So I went on Adam's show 3 weeks before we posted this article. And essentially the reason that this are and guys, just so you know, every single person who says who says something like this, if you use the term anti-white unironically in the chat like this, you will be immediately blocked on this channel. I'm going to give you, EL, a timeout, but if you come and you use the anti-white language on my channel, you will be blocked. And there will be, yep, so people like this, guys, these people are going to get blocked because these are not good people. They're not good people. And I'm going to prove that. And mods, please feel free to liberally take out anyone using that language. Now, if you're using it to ask a question, that's acceptable. If you are using it to declare critical race theory is anti-white, you are not, I do not want you on my channel. I do not want you anywhere near me. So the impetus for doing the research for this article, it started with me being on Adam's show. And oh, see, we're gonna get lots of stuff like this. This is gonna be a fun stream. We're gonna get lots of stuff like this. I don't know who this person is, but he will be getting blocked. These are trolls. This is what happens every single time. Every single time I talk about this topic. Every single time. Every single time without fail. Anyway, we're gonna manage our way through this because I'm going to say what I want to say. So Adam asked me to come on his show to talk about why I will not use the term anti-white when it comes to these trolls. When it comes to critical race, excuse me, why I will not use the term anti-white when it comes to critical race theory. And I agreed to because I had a good relationship with Adam. I had no reason to believe that Adam was throwing me under the bus on this particular occasion. And, you know, I mean, listen, like, I am not unaware that Adam was absolutely using me on his show to get a dig in at Tim Pool. I'm not unaware of that. But I always, in like between Adam and Tim, I always identified more with Adam. To be honest, I always liked Adam's I liked watching his growth and evolution. I was bummed when that breakup happened. I thought it was a really good team. And I always just identify more with Adam. After Adam got kicked off of Tim's show, I got Adam to speak at a walkaway rally in Philadelphia. We became friends. I was the first person ever on his show. And you know, there was no, I didn't think of anything when he said, "Oh, Karlyn, do you want to come on my show regularly?" I said, "Fine." I liked the conversations I was having with Adam, so like, why not? And I never had any reason to believe that he was throwing me under the bus on this show. Dragonwater says, "Mount the like button and best wishes, Karlyn." Thank you. But he was. He was. And in the course of his show, he, first of all, he hid the chat from me. And he really, and I can't, Adam had never hidden the chat from me before like he did on this show. Like, I couldn't see it show up in StreamYard. And and of course, like, you could say, well, you can pull it up in a different browser. Well, that's true. But Adam asked me not to. He said, "Karlyn, let's just have a conversation about this." He asked me not to pull up the chat. Well, the chat attacked me for 3.5 hours. For 3.5 hours. In ways that were probably more vicious, or not maybe more vicious, but just as vicious as I had been attacked by the white identitarians in June. But I didn't know that during the show because I wasn't watching the chat. I was just having a conversation with someone who I thought was my friend, but Adam was watching the chat. And Adam would get combative and he would get militant in the course of this conversation when I didn't understand what was happening. But what was happening was Adam was watching the chat attack me and he was taking their side. And listen, you might say, well, Karlyn, you know, people are going to have comments about you. Well, first of all, I'm going to argue that you probably don't understand how bad the chat was. But the other thing is that just because, like, I'm a fucking human being. Okay. I'm a human being. Getting canceled by these groups of people was a deeply traumatic experience for me. It is an experience that still haunts me to this day. And I was right in 100% of the things that I said. I was right about everything I said. And I didn't deserve that. And so to be put in a position of being on someone's show for 3.5 hours, and we're gonna watch the show, I've got the link, to be put in that position where I was attacked, and I didn't see. So we did the whole show. I thought I was just having a chat with someone I considered a friend. And, and then I watched and then I talked to the person that I wrote this article with originally, whose name isn't on it anymore, and we're gonna talk about him in a sec. But we were speaking at that time. We call him the Queen from England. And I said to him after I got done the show, I said, "How did it go?" And he said, "It was so bad I had to stop watching." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "They attacked you, like, really badly. Like, really badly." And I said, "What?" And because I had no idea, I didn't watch the chat, but I did that night. I watched back the entire 3.5 hour show that night, and I saw what the chat said, and I went to sleep crying. And I thought, "These are not people that I wanna be around. These are not people that I wanna be exposed to." And, and Adam did nothing to defend me. But I kinda like I said, I didn't actually think that Adam did it on purpose. I didn't think he did it on purpose. And so I hadn't at that point, like, I wasn't judging him as a person. I was in my head just going, "I never wanna be put in that situation again. Like, F this." Because I'm the type of person that I really will if I'm not wanted in a situation, I'll just leave. Because I think there are a lot of different situations in the world, and like that would be like there's lots of different crowds and lots of different people, and if people don't want me in one group, guess what, I can go to another group and I can make friends and I can, build relationships there. I don't particularly have a desire to spend time around people who obviously don't want me there. And it was extremely clear to me from watching this chat attack me for 3.5 hours over something that I ended up being 100% correct on. It was blatantly clear to me that I was not wanted. I was not wanted. All right, we're gonna do a couple super chats, and I'm gonna finish this story, and then we're gonna watch what happened live. Mandatory Carry says, "Don't worry about it. Alfred Wegender died before he was proven right. Neither was Luke Howard. Keep fighting." Well, I'm gonna be proven right tonight. I'm gonna be proven right tonight because, like I said, 3 weeks after I went on Adam's show, I posted this article that proved that everything that I said was correct. Medic Knight says Karlyn, why is the left pushing CRT so hard? It seems like they don't care if it costs them congressional seats. They don't think it will. I wish the right was pushing anti-CRT stuff harder. They don't. The left thinks this is winning. They do. They think they're going to win from this. Incognito says, "I'm loyal to a fault and I despise betrayers." Me too. So interesting thing. So I had gone on Adam's show. I was feeling really betrayed. And then the Queen from England and I started researching this article. And the reason that I was working on this with the Queen from England is that he had infiltrated a lot of these groups. This is how we actually started talking. Is he had infiltrated a lot of these extremist groups. He had their literature. He knew who they were. He knew that I wasn't crazy. He knew that I wasn't making it up. And so we worked together. I mean, many hours a day for 3 straight weeks, to put this article together. This is an extensive article, and we're probably gonna refer back to it a couple times. This is an extensive article about who these people are that attacked me, who these people are that use the anti-white language, that proves that they're really bad people. There's a lot to it. We're not gonna look at all of it. We're not gonna read the whole thing. I've already done that on this channel. I show video clips where I prove they're doing the things that I said that they did, and I'm sure we're gonna watch some of them on this channel, but this was an extensive, extensive, extensive project. The link to it, it's on my Substack, guys. I will put it in the chat again. It's on karlyn.substack.com. The backlash to critical race theory is here, but I'll put it in the chat again on YouTube, but you can find it on my Substack. And I'm sure we're gonna come back to some of these videos. And they started attacking me again. By the way, look, this is a video right here of this white identitarian white well-being jackass attacking me again. I'm literally in this video. So they came after me again. But I got the better of them this time. Anyway, This article is all about how these people are using the anti-CRT groups on Facebook to try to recruit more people to their white well-being movement, and they very successfully got conservative influencers to parrot this language through actively campaigning to them for that purpose. That was what I said happened on Adam's show. I was correct about that, and I was attacked gratuitously because of it. Um, so yeah, exactly. Exactly. So this is why you've seen their podcast, right? They're racist. Exactly. This is why we don't use the term anti-white. So before you come on my channel again and talk about how I block everyone who doesn't agree with me, perhaps you should listen first, because these are the people that I'm talking about. These are the people that I don't want to deal with at all in every way. So let me see. Where am I? So I went on Adam's show. I felt really attacked. I wrote this article. Oh, while I was writing this article, before we even released it to anyone, I would show Adam clips that we were finding. I would DM Adam sneak previews of this article because it was very clear to me when I was on his show that he didn't believe what I was saying. It was extremely clear to me. And so I was like, okay, you know what? That's on me. That's on me. I didn't do a good job of proving what I said. That was on me, okay? But once I started showing Adam that I was correct with everything that I said on his show, that his audience attacked me for 3.5 hours, he didn't give a fuck. He didn't care. He refused to even look at what I was sending him. I literally, and we can look at this if we need to, I literally have a direct message from him on Twitter saying, I don't care. He didn't care that I was completely right. He didn't care that his audience and him had attacked me for 3.5 hours for telling the truth, because I was telling the truth. He didn't care about any of it. He made, I mean, a gratuitous amount of money in super chats that night. Gratuitous amount of money. He made a gratuitous amount of money allowing people to attack me for 3.5 hours. And then when I was proven right, he didn't give a fuck. And that is why I decided to never go on his show again. It was not because of Mike Harlow. It was not because he is I think that Adam is trying to grift for content at this point. I do. I don't think it started that way. I think it's turned into that, which is sad. It's not because of any of that. It's because I felt betrayed by someone that I considered a friend. That's why I stopped going on his show. That's why. I want to note, because we are going to watch the video. We are going to watch the full show. I've got it queued up. And if Adam happens to take down the show in the middle of this stream, which he could conceivably do because we're going to watch it on his channel, my greatest hope is that Adam allows us to watch the full show in the full chat, and that he's sleeping wherever he is right now and doesn't know that we're doing this. But I do actually have a backup version of the show in case he does that. We wouldn't be able to watch the chat, but we are going to be able to watch it. But what I want to note too before we dig into this is, so Adam tweeted this. Oh, sorry. Adam tweeted this out this week. And again, he's wrong. Again, Adam has now had plenty of time to review the materials. He has had months and months and months and months and months to review the materials and to listen to anything I've said about critical race theory. And he's still talking like critical race theory's number one enemy is white people. And it is not true. It is not true. Adam is misinformed. And at this point, I can only say that Adam is either willfully misinformed because he wants to pander to a certain type of audience. But the Queen from England, the person that I wrote the article with, because he is a garbage human being that has no integrity at all and doxes people on the internet as some sick, twisted form of revenge. I just want to make something really clear, because I'm sure the Queen from England is going to have something to say about this too. He responded to Adam's tweet this week, and And he says, I've spent 2 years looking into this. The term white identitarian is woefully ignorant. CRT is anti-white. However, it is not the whole story. It is multifaceted. White supremacy is an incorrect defining term, as this is the birth of neo-counterculture. And I just want to be clear, because we're gonna head this little objection off at the pass. The Queen from England, when we were writing this article, completely agreed with everything in this article. He's gonna pretend he doesn't now, and people on in that little toxic tribe on Twitter are going to say, well, that is not what no, that is what the Queen from England said. And I'm going to show you what he said at the time. These are messages between me. Now, the vast majority of the communication between me and the Queen from England took place on Zoom, so I don't have documentation of that, but I can show you this. He linked the people. This is him saying that he has linked the people in the article that we wrote about to neo-Nazis. This is the Queen from England talking about how they use their language. And I've got a whole Twitter thread if you want to look at this. I don't want to read all those tweets, but he's talking about how he understands the use of the term anti-white. Here he said in his tweet earlier that the term white identitarian is woefully ignorant, but in this tweet he literally says, or excuse me, this message, he literally says, when we talk about white identitarians and others, we make a point of saying that this movement shares many of the same tones of those movements. That way he can't make the point that we're making a statement of fact. So he is literally saying there that this movement that we wrote about in this article, that we're pushing this anti-white terminology, they share many of the same tones as white identitarians. He was using weasel words because he was worried we were going to get sued. And then he says here, 60, yes. So I said, but I'm saying the fact that many of the people on his channel know what it means and they're not just average Joes. Yeah, 60% of them are under white identitarian groups and 40% of them are just confused idiots, in my opinion, at least. So just to head off anything at the past that the Queen from England might want to say now about these aren't really white identitarians, he's literally saying in these messages, you can see this is from September 19th. This one's from September 19th. This is right before we published the article when we were going back and forth on language. Okay. So I just wanted to get that objection right out of the way because I know it's going to come up. All right. So that's what happened. That's our high level overview. That is our high level overview. But we're going to go into greater depth now, and I'm going to show you how this played out live. And not only are we going to watch the show, we're also going to watch the chat. Let me see. Is this the one I want? Yes. This is the one I want right here. So I'm purposefully displaying this so we can watch the show and we can watch the chat at the same time, because the show is part of the problem, and I'm actually kind of curious, to be honest. Now that I haven't watched this show since we released since, I'm just going to say because the Queen from England wanted his name taken off the article because he's a grifter. I have not watched this show since we did all the work researching the article. And so I'm actually very, very curious to see what how much I was right about, and we can go back and forth between the show and the article so that I can actually prove now the points that I was making on this show. And I'm more than happy to do that. Guys, this is going to be a very long stream. This is why I did the too long didn't watch version at the top, so people could get their quick fix about what happened, and why, again, I made the decision to never go on his show again. And now we're moving into the more in-depth section of, we're going to watch how this show played out, and I'm going to explain, like, this was not a fun experience to go through. And again, I'm going to say this, just because I do this YouTube stuff, I am actually a human being, and although when you get attacked by a mob of people for 3.5 hours, that's going to impact anyone. And this was already playing off the fact that this was a deeply traumatic experience for me. And it was one of those moments where it became plainly clear to me what most content creators on this platform care about, and that's grifting to an audience for likes and clicks. And like I said, if I'm not wanted someplace, then I will remove myself from that situation and I will go someplace where I am wanted. And it was extraordinarily clear to me that not only did Adam not want me on his show, but his audience sure as hell didn't want me on it anymore. And that's okay. That's okay. I don't need to appeal to the same people that Adam does. There are billions of people in the world. Why would I stick around trying to win over an audience who will never be the type of person that my content is made for? Why would I go out of my way to try to win over people who I can't win over when in fact I could just be finding people that are just a much better fit? That's my philosophy about all of this. So we're gonna watch the show. Incognito, my day off, and we'll be here to support my friends. I appreciate it, Incognito. And guys, again, I anticipate we're going to have a lot of trolls in the chat tonight. A lot of trolls. We may have White Identitarian trolls. We may have Adam fan trolls. And again, I'm going to say this if you didn't hear it at the top. I am not going to tell anyone who to like and support. If you like Adam's content and you support him, then fine. I don't really care. Continue to do your thing, man. It is none of my business. My only concern is taking care of myself. And if I'm having to convince a horde of people who obviously I'm not on the same wavelength with that of these issues, like I just don't view that as my job. My job is to tell the truth. And I went on this show and I told the truth. And I was attacked for it. So we're going to watch it play out, but before we do that, I'm going to get a beer. This is like my people are going to start to talk about how much I've been drinking beer on the channel lately, but it's Saturday night. It's like 6:30 and I went to the craft beer store earlier and I re-upped my selection. Now, we did have this, hang on. We'll go big screen for the beer. The beer unveil. So I had this jamberry berry cheesecake sour ale yesterday and it was so good. I never do this. I went back and I got 2 more from the beer store today. And so I'm at least going to have one of those. I never buy beer again. No matter like I like trying new beers and there's so many new beers in the world. But that's how good that berry cheesecake beer is that I bought another set of them. I also got this blueberry crumb. This is a blueberry, what does it say? Blueberry crumb cake pastry stout with cinnamon, vanilla, and nutmeg. That sounds fabulous. And then I got this one. I don't even know what this one is, but I liked the can. Let me see. I think it's a stout of some sort. It is an imperial stout with coconut, cocoa nips, and vanilla. So what should we do, guys? Should we do cheesecake? Should we do blueberry? Or should we do coconut? Cheesecake, blueberry, or coconut? Lock in your votes in the chat. Lock in your votes. Dragon Water says, I choose a milkshake and deep fried mac and cheese bites. I think that's an excellent selection, Dragon Water. What kind of milkshake you having? For another normal beer, no. They aren't, well, I mean, like, I love, beer is good, man. Crap beer. Oh, it looks like we got a couple votes for cheesecake. We got some votes for blueberry. Blueberry, coconut, cheesecake, coconut. Oh, God. Oh, God. Getting some more for the coconut. It's got some more for the blueberry. Oh my God. It looks like a tie. They all sound great. I'm going to go with the blueberry though. I'm going to go with the blueberry because I really want to try the blueberry, if I'm honest. I really want to try the blueberry. But I'm going to have a cheesecake next. And then we've got this other one holding up through it because it's going to be a long stream, man. I might get through as many as 3 beers on this stream. And then I won't be able to walk and I will pass out. No, I wouldn't probably pass out. But let's open this blueberry crumb stout and let's see what's what. And then we're gonna get into it. It looks very stouty. It looks very stouty. Let's see what is the alcohol content on this beer? Probably should have looked at this before I poured. 8.5%. No big deal. No big deal. It's not it's a stout, so it's going to be really dark. I definitely taste some coffee. Hey, AD, it's good to see you. I definitely taste some coffee. All right, guys. So now that I have my beer, and I'm going to let the beer settle for a second because it's doing its thing, we are going to get started watching. And again, if you just joined and you're wondering what happened, I already gave the too long didn't watch version. And now we're going to see what happened play out before our very eyes. So if you guys can mount that like button for me, we are going to have to counteract some haters on this one. Mount that like button and yeah, let's get it started.
Boys and girls, welcome to the main event.
Let me know how the sound is, guys.
Tonight, we have
It's very loud for me.
Dr. Karlyn Borysenko versus Adam Crigler. No doctor. What a shame. That's all right. We'll see how he does.
I want to say, so Adam billed this as a debate between me and him. I told Adam from the very beginning that I was not going to debate him. Like, I don't debate ever because I don't perceive it to be my job to convince anyone. But I told Adam that I was not going to debate him, and then he billed it as a debate for his chat. Sam says, I think time has proven you correct on this issue. It has proven me correct, Sam, but now I will prove myself correct one more. Okay, you say it's pretty loud. It is pretty loud on my end too, honestly. I'll turn down the volume a little bit. Okay.
Tonight on the Crigler Show. Hey everybody, how's it going?
Nice intro, Adam. I appreciated that.
I wanted to like almost like pull up a video of, you know, like that song where, you know, let's get ready to rumble, and I just like bam,
does that sound better for everyone?
No, I wasn't
Is
gonna
that better?
go that crazy, but all right, so welcome to the show, everybody. So obviously, because you know the title, this is going to be not a normal show. Normally, I have some segments that we talk about, but this is going to be fully devoted to critical race theory. All right, I know that I've spoken about this multiple times. Karlyn, you've been on my show. We've actually been chatting about all the insane things that have been going down because of critical race theory. Or yeah, wrong song. I don't remember the song. Whatever. I can hear it in my head, but you know. Anyway, so today we're going to be discussing whether or not critical race theory is anti-white. Now, before we get into it, I want to talk about the heat that you've been getting because you've come out very strongly against the fact that it's anti-white, and you've been getting attacked by it. I've seen it. I've seen the stuff, the things
really badly.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how much people, when they get their worldview challenged, they get triggered. I mean, and it's a self-defense mechanism that is rooted in like our instincts. Like, you know, people, it's very difficult for most people to have a grasp on that because literally everyone has this problem. You know, until you learn to master that, until you recognize like, okay, this is like fight or flight. Like I'm getting that defense mechanism triggering. Why am I getting triggered? Oh, because these things that I know for a fact.
Now, there are already people in the chat that are talking about how I block everyone that disagrees with me. No, I block everyone that seriously says critical race theory is anti-white. That is not an element that I want around me. It is not an element I want to interact with. And I have given people numerous warnings and explanations for why I do that. And if people still want to use that language to me just to prove that they can, they're welcome to use that language, but I am also welcome to block the shit out of them so I never have to see it. So that's what we are going to hear a lot of people. She blocks everyone who says this. Well, yeah, there's a reason for it.
Are being challenged can be difficult to face. Now, I personally believe that it is anti-white. I think that they have created white people as the boogeyman, as the bad guy in the situation. And you believe that it is just simply racist towards everyone, correct?
Yes, I do.
Yep. And now here's the dilemma, right? I agree with you, right? I agree. I do think that it is demeaning and towards, you know, if they're claiming white people are superior, but then like the minorities are less than, like I mean, that is just a demeaning thing to hear for anybody. Like, if I was
Exactly.
not a white man, which I am, obviously a white man, whatever,
Mhm.
I would be offended. I'd be like, well, I'm not less than anyone. Like, and I don't, as a white person, a white man, I don't treat anyone as if they're lower than me, because that's just insulting.
All right, we're going to pause and we're going to play this little game. You are obviously not a regular watcher on my channel, so if you're asking why it's not anti-white, what I'm going to recommend you do is you come back and you watch every other video on my channel where I have talked about this extensively. You can watch the extensive video that I've done on the article that I showed you earlier. You can watch Happy Hour every single Friday afternoon where we illustrate this repeatedly every single week. And that's going to be the answer. I'm not going to rehash it all right now because I have created hundreds of hours of content already explaining it that is available to you for free that you are welcome to avail yourself of. So let's just get that little objection out of the way.
Like, that's just not in my
That's
character.
racist.
Exactly, that's racist. But
Yeah.
then me saying that, I've seen this where if they say a white man like me says I'm not racist, and that just, I don't think the way that they are claiming that I do, I'm doesn't matter. I'm racist. I am
Well,
inherently racist.
Well, first off, I want to say, and I do want to just back up and give a little bit of history to this in a
Sure, yeah.
second. But I
Oh yeah,
want to start off.
I kind of went off on a
Yeah,
tangent. Please go
no,
ahead.
no, it's okay, it's okay. I want to start off by saying, like, I think the first mistake you're making is
Mhm.
accepting the premise of their arguments. I do not fundamentally believe
Mm,
that we have any obligation to accept the premise of their arguments. Listen, I've got a big old dictionary, like a print dictionary from the 1990s, sitting on my floor that
okay.
has the definition of racism, and
Can
it
you get
looks,
that?
yeah,
Read it out for us. Let's see what the definition of racism in
big ol'
1990s. Classic.
print
Look at that thing. You know,
dictionary.
someone actually sent me one of those, an older
Yeah.
Webster's dictionary from the past that's like, you know,
Yeah, so I just want to pause. Reagan said in the chat, I thought this was going to be a good faith conversation the day it happened, and I was disappointed with how things went down and how Adam handled it. I thought it was going to be a good faith conversation too, because Adam had never given me any reason to think that it wasn't going to be a good faith conversation, and I feel the same way. I felt betrayed. I felt stabbed in the back. I felt used when I realized what exactly had happened. And listen, I'm pretty sure he knew what he was doing, but I still go back and forth because I like Adam and I don't want to feel like I was thrown under the bus by him, but I really do think I was thrown under the bus by him. I do. One of my
before they're gonna
supporters
start changing words.
one of my
Orwellian.
one of my supporters sent me this a couple weeks ago, and shout out to Ken. I appreciate Ken. And because I talked about wanting a big old like dictionary that I could look up old definitions in. Hang on, I'm trying to find racism.
Take your time.
Um
It's all good.
yeah, but I think that, we don't like the first mistake I think people make in this subject is that we accept the premise of the arguments that we're making. We are under no obligation to accept the premise of the arguments that they're making. In fact, every single time we do accept the premise of the arguments that they're making, we
Mhm.
hand them a win. And I think, really high level, I think what people need to understand is there are a lot of people talking about critical race theory right now. There
Okay.
are a lot of people making a lot of money talking about critical race theory right now.
An $8 billion a year industry.
Yeah, and so like
$8 billion.
but I started looking into this stuff and trying to understand this stuff 2 years ago when like my knitting world got turned upside down by social justice, and I wanted to
Right.
understand what it was, and I had started seeing it because I work in the HR space. I had started seeing it like really come into the big HR conferences and stuff like that, and I was trying to like understand it. So I've been doing this for 2 years. And I think what people need to understand for like really high level is that my motivation is not to be a pundit talking about critical race theory forever. My
Okay.
motivation is to defeat critical race theory. That is the goal. I want to be able to defeat critical race theory so I can go back and do my old job. Like I'm really good at my old job, but I
Yeah.
can't do it right now because I'm existing in this environment of insanity where it's infected everything. And
Yeah.
so that's my goal. Everything that I have worked towards for the past 2 years, and especially in the last year or so, is working towards this goal of doing whatever I can to defeat critical race theory. So, just to lay a baseline for anyone that might be confused about whether or not I support critical race theory or I oppose it, I absolutely oppose it. Anyone who said I have supported it in any way is a liar and doesn't know what they're talking about.
Why would anyone say that? I mean, if they listen to anything you talk about, it's very obvious that you're very much against critical race theory.
Well, I think that's a very good question, and I think that's a question for all the people who have made videos of me with a clown face and talking about how I don't even know what critical race theory is when they have to look it up in the Encyclopedia Britannica. But okay, so the definition of hang on. I found race. Racism. Racism, according to this dictionary, is a doctrine or teaching without scientific support that claims to find racial differences in character, intelligence, etc., that asserts the superiority of one race over another or others, and that seeks to maintain the supposed purity of a race or races. And then the second definition is any program or practice of racial discrimination, segregation, etc., based on such beliefs.
Okay.
That's the definition I'm working with.
So on that definition, though, right? So in it, it says choosing, like saying that one race is superior than another, right?
Yes.
Does critical race theory not choose white people as that race?
Well,
doesn't it say that that's the ones that are the ones? So
I'm going to address this question now. Gray Talon says, whatever happened to that huge shawl you spent many, many weeks making for Adam? That huge Technicolor Dreamcoat is still sitting unfinished on my coffee table downstairs. Because I was so taken aback by this entire experience that I never finished it. I was almost done the Technicolor Dreamcoat when we did this episode. I have not knitted another stitch on it since because it was really depressing. Now I do anticipate finishing it at some point. It's a beautiful sweater and I'm going to sell it. And Adam will not get it and he can go fuck himself. And yeah, that's what happened with the Technicolor Dreamcoat. I could not bring myself to work on it because of this experience. And because knitting is like, it's a personal thing, man. It is. It's an art. And so if I'm feeling bad about something, I'm not going to want to spend hours working on something because it just doesn't make me feel good.
And they're like, we have to acknowledge that, like that is the problem. So that definition, right, it's saying that white people are the problem.
Yes, it's saying that white people are inherently superior or believe that they are superior or the norm to every other race, but that doesn't make it anti-white. That makes it anti everyone else. Right? And here's the thing is
but it's making them the bad guy though. That's really how I see it. I mean,
if you had to choose between being the most powerful person or being the weakest person, which would you choose?
But you're looking at it from just one direction though. You're saying that you're saying that it's saying that they're the superior race, right? But from a different perspective, it could be seen as they're the problem. They're the reason we're here. It's their fault. The blame is them. But you made a good point actually just a minute ago. By me saying this, I'm giving justification to their arguments, right?
Yeah.
So I'm basically saying, well, I'm even acknowledging you, where instead I should be like, you're everything about what you're saying is wrong. Peace out. Get out of my face,
Yeah. So I'm gonna paraphrase something that James Lindsay said at his critical race theory workshop in Tampa, Florida. And this is, by the way, something I have discussed with both James Lindsay and Chris Rufo, and they're on my side. But what James Lindsay said, and again, I'm paraphrasing this. This is not an exact.
You just had to slip that they're on your side. That's fine. They're not here right now.
That's all right. They're the big guns. We all know it. They're the kings.
Yeah, well, they're not here right now. It's you and me right now.
So hang on. So my mouse workshop in Tampa is that my mouse sucks. I can't drag it across the thing. So I just want you to note how he just completely dismissed James Lindsay and Chris Rufo, and I don't think anyone is in any position to dismiss James Lindsay and Chris Rufo. So that's it. That while there are absolutely anti-white components to critical race theory, it's actually like the least interesting part of it. And if you're focusing on those components, you are missing a much bigger picture of what is going on with critical race theory or why critical race theory is dangerous. Now, let me ask you this, Adam. Do you say Black Lives Matter or All Lives Matter?
I say both. I mean, when someone says Black Lives Matter, I said, of course they do.
Yes.
And then they're like, do all lives matter? Of course they do. Like all lives matter. So it's like, when you hear Black Lives Matter, it's like, well, yeah, of course. Like, duh. So I say both.
Right. That's exactly right.
Okay.
So if by that logic, then you would have to say critical race theory is racist. It's just racist
It
because
is racist.
white is included
I
in that.
agree. I agree
White
that
is
it's
included in
racist,
that,
though.
black is included in that, Hispanic is included in that, Asian is included in that, because critical
I
race theory
never
is racist against
disagreed with that
everyone.
side of it, though. I
Well, then
agree. I
why is
know it is.
everyone so pissed that I'm saying critical race theory is racist instead of
Because
critical race theory is anti-white? Because
the
in my
because the
world,
Mhm.
that's just like saying all lives matter as opposed to just Black Lives Matter. Because yes, of course I believe that Black Lives matter, but I believe that they don't matter any more or less than anyone else. And every single time we put the anti-white aspects of this at the
Mhm.
forefront, and again, if you're focusing on the anti-white aspects, you are missing a much bigger and much broader picture
Not
that is
focusing
much
on it.
more troublesome. But when
That's
when
not
you're
what I'm
focusing,
focusing on.
no, I don't think you are, but I'm trying to explain.
Mhm.
If you're putting all the emphasis on those attributes, you are fundamentally saying that every other way in which critical race theory is racist is of lesser importance. And I don't believe that's true. And in fact, I think that's a pretty racist perspective.
Okay. Well, I 100% agree with you that critical race theory is a division. It's terrible for
Mhm.
everybody, and it's pitting us all.
See, now we're starting to see the chat heat up because they're really, really pissed that I say that critical race theory is racist instead of critical race theory is anti-white. I've had conversations with James Lindsay about this. James Lindsay doesn't want to fight the language battles with you guys. That's why he says it. He doesn't want to fight the language battles. I've had conversations about this with both of them. Um, let me see. Just scrolling through the chat. Yeah. So just to be really clear, my position is that critical race theory is racist. It is racist against everyone, regardless of whether you're white, black, Asian, Latino, whatever, and that all racism is bad. You're going to start seeing the chat heat up because they don't like hearing that some forms of racism are not worse than some other forms of racism, because there's this weird thing um among the right. Not everyone on the right, but among like the Groyper crowd, or if we're getting into like legitimate alt-right people, and these are the people that I think Adam is trying to appeal to, and I think that's a mistake, but it's his life, it's his business, he can do what he wants. Um Among there are some crowds on the right that really, 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 really take offense to being told that critical race theory is just as racist to black people as it is against white people. They do not like hearing that racism against white people is worse than racism against black people. In fact, Jack Murphy, when I said to him on Twitter, when I said to Jack Murphy on Twitter that racism against white people is not worse than racism against black people, he blocked me. There are a lot of people on the right who do not like hearing that, and that is a problem. That makes the right seem incredibly racist. And it really, I mean, it was this whole experience leading up to the article that I did. It made me completely view the right differently. Now I know that this is not representative of everyone on the right, and I want to acknowledge that. But there is a good segment of people who do not like hearing that racism against white people is not any worse than racism against black people. Racism is racism is racism is racism. Yep, that's why he blocked me, Alexandra. That's why he blocked me.
Against each other. But I mean, this is something you broke. You broke the Coca-Cola story
Yeah,
because someone came to you. They didn't say try to be less black, try to be less Hispanic. They said try to be less white.
yeah.
So like, how do we do that? Like, how does that
And
not make? I mean, I see what you're saying,
well,
but I think you're missing the point that I was making earlier. It's like we are the
mhm.
boogeyman. I'm the boogeyman to these people. Like people that aren't white that succumb to critical race theory look at me now and say that's the problem. It's this person.
Well, yeah,
White silence is both violence and also
and you just
we're not
accepted their
we're not
premise.
we're not allowed to speak.
Well,
But
yeah,
this
I mean,
premise is
but
being
I also
taught
think
in school.
I also think so. My other argument in this that I think we all need to come and be on the same page on is that when the left says something, I don't think we should immediately accept the premise of what they're saying. I don't think if the left says all white people are racist, why are you agreeing with them? And Adam's premise is, well, they're teaching this in schools. Well, yes, but that doesn't mean we are under any obligation to accept the premise. I do not accept the premise that all white people are racist. I do not accept the premise that anyone who disagrees with the left's ideology is a white supremacist. I simply don't. And I would encourage all of you not to accept that premise either. But Adam is starting from the fundamental base of he is accepting the premise that the left gives them. He's saying, well, if the left says this, and if the left is teaching this in schools, then it must be true, and it's not. And so, why are we giving them that win? I do not understand that attitude, unless you want to make the argument that critical race theory is anti-white. That is the only reason to accept that premise. And so, nope. I don't accept it, and I will not. Oh, this is gonna get you blocked real quick. Lady, you went cray, and that's why, Adam, dude, you couldn't even finish your sentence before you chatted that in. Congratulations, you won't have any opportunity to complete that sentence because you're gonna get blocked. I love blocking trolls. I totally get off on blocking trolls. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Yeah, well, yes, well, it's not being taught in school in the way that you think, though. Like, I think you're missing my premise that it's not as though there are no anti-white components to it. It's that those aren't even the most interesting things. And Adam, you still haven't answered the question. If you have to choose between being the most powerful person or the least powerful person, which are you going to choose?
I mean, it's
he's trying to get around out of answering the question. Exactly.
Right? I mean,
according to critical race
theory, want to be powerful.
According to critical race theory, this is not my definition, this is their definition. According to critical race theory, white people are the most powerful people in all of society, and no one who is non-white can succeed unless the white people get out of the way and deal with their inherent racism and let them succeed. I think that's incredibly racist. I think it is incredibly racist to teach children, like young black 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old children, that they cannot succeed in life unless white people allow them to. I think that's incredibly racist. And the fact of the matter is that critical race theory actually loves white people who agree with it. They love white people. Who is the queen bee of critical race theory?
Robin DiAngelo.
Robin DiAngelo. What race is Robin DiAngelo?
White woman.
Very, very white. They love white people who agree with it.
Critical she said some crazy racist stuff too.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I've heard her say the craziest things. Like,
they have made her a multi-millionaire. They love her so much they have put millions of dollars in her pocket because she agrees with the ideology. At the end of the day, critical race theory is actually anti anyone who disagrees with it the most. That's who it hates the most. And
I agree with that.
We can look at this article from like the Washington Post back in January. It talked about multiracial whiteness. So you're gonna see right now in the chat we've got people saying that I'm a grifter. Bet she's a Jew. The people who attack me for saying that the primary people that come after me every time I say critical race theory is not anti-white, you know what their primary insult is? They call me a Jew. Why are they using their primary insult as calling me a Jew? If I post on Gab on any given day, I will have people calling me a Jew as an insult because of this stuff. So we're seeing that. We're seeing people talk about critical race like is anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism is part of the language that those white identitarians are trying to push on everyone. We're already seeing it start to heat up in the chat. Or the LA Times article last week about Larry Elder being a white supremacist.
The blackface of white supremacy. It's wow.
And I actually got into a little debate on your Twitter feed with someone who was saying, well, this is a clear example of it being anti-white. Well, no, I'm sorry. Telling a strong, powerful black man that he is a white supremacist because he doesn't act. Yeah, please make sure you got to watch the live chat on Adam's stream because this chat is part of the problem. And Adam was watching this chat. Remember, Adam hid the chat from me. I didn't see the chat until I watched the replay back later that night and then cried myself to sleep with how badly I got attacked. So that's part of why we're watching it like this, so we can also see the chat. Like you think a black man should act? That's incredibly racist, and that's not anti-white racism. That's anti-black racism. I'm sorry.
I mean, you kept saying to me though that I keep adhering to or whatever, giving it credence, like saying, if I say that these things, they're like, well, you're giving into their arguments. Couldn't you be doing the same thing though, in the same sense?
No, I think I think people need the background to this that a lot of people weren't getting. And so we need to rewind a couple
Okay.
of months, because I've talked about it on your show before. Like, I was
Yeah.
working on the anti-CRT bill in New Hampshire. I was traveling around. I was doing a lot of offline work. Like, people think that like all they see on Twitter is like all people are doing. No, like, you do stuff in the real world too. And so I was going to all these meetings, talking to people about critical race theory, making sure they understood critical race theory and all this stuff. And I was like, it was just like weeks and weeks and weeks of this. Now, an interesting thing happened. I want to say it was in May of this year, where I started hearing this language pop up that's like critical race theory is anti-white. And I was hearing this in person. Now, I normally see trends online before I see them in person. But this was weird because I was going to these in-person meetings hearing critical race theory is anti-white. And like, when I say it came on suddenly, it came on like that. I
Hmm.
don't know what happened or what memo went out exactly. I have an idea, which I'm going to explain. But like, all of a sudden, this was all people wanted to talk about. And it was also when people were advancing this argument or asking these questions, they were also getting very, very angry and very, very agitated, much more than I had seen before. And again, it seemed like it was like overnight to me, where it wasn't happening one day and then it was. And again, I've been studying this for a really long time, and I had not seen that language used in that extent. Now, I pay very close attention to language, just as like, I think it's just a form of habit, because when I was working in organization, I want to make mention, we're only 15 minutes into this 3.5 hour stream. There were absolutely people that were in the chat on this stream that are part of the white positivity movement, that are part of that no white guilt like cult thing that he's got going on. I actually went back and I compared the chat later with people who show up later on no white guilt chat, and there were absolutely plants in this chat that were pushing the attacks on me and that were pushing the anti-white language in the chat. Now, Adam's watching the chat too, but again, like, I didn't see this happen at the time, but I saw it afterwards. More as an organizational psychologist, like, I had to pay attention to language to be able to help them. So just naturally, when I'm in these conversations, I'm like, oh, people are saying that more. That's interesting. What's going on there? So I started
I
noticing.
don't think it was such a quick snap.
It really was, though. Like, and
But
again, like, I
Karlyn,
was out there a
imagine if
lot.
you will, you're just going
So
about your day, you're hearing about this critical.
Adam is now seeing that they're starting to attack me in the chat, and now he starts to attack me. Now, Adam has not done the type of boots on the ground work that I have about this stuff. I actually talk to people in person about this. I don't actually, like, I talk to people on the internet about it too, but I talk to people in person. And so what I described there and seeing this stuff show up in person, it absolutely did happen that quickly, and it happened because Fox News was pushing this language. That's why it happened. Adam was wrong. Patently wrong.
Race theory things, right?
Oh, Michael, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. It's all racial essentialism. There's context in which the anti-white elements require emphasis, various other racist elements and others. It's all about context. None is better, none is worse. Yeah, but what you guys need to understand is that the term anti-white is specific. I'm going to beg everyone watching this right now to stop using that specific term. Stop using it. Say racist against white people, that is fine. Say, anything other than that specific term, because that specific term is being pushed into the cultural zeitgeist by very, 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 very bad people who are using it to recruit. They're in their manifesto. They talk about pushing their specific language. They have a whole glossary of terms. And again, this is something that I wrote about in the article that I've already referenced. And if you want to see the proof for that, then you can go back and find it. But it is that specific term, anti-white, that is the problem.
And you're looking at different things. You're hearing Coca saying be less white. You're seeing that
Yeah. Well,
ridiculous.
I
Almost everything I see, you're being taught that you're the bad guy. Most
well,
average white people,
no.
because they're the ones who are getting angry and saying it's anti-white. Well, can I just speak? You're
You
just
can
saying no. You don't even
you
know
can
where
go.
I'm going with.
But okay, you can go.
No, it's
And then I'm
you
going
know
to explain. You can speak. Go.
it's funny. It's so these people are hearing it over and over again that all white people are racist,
Yeah.
white supremacy, this and this. And to
Mhm.
my point earlier, it's like they're being treated like the boogeymans. They're being treated like they're doing something wrong when they're not, right? And like you said, it's like, okay, well, you're basically giving their
argument. I've got a super chat. I don't recognize this person, so it is what it is. You can't combat the ideology by basing your argument on the ideology's framework. Anti-white. Oh, sorry. I made that a voice. I didn't read the super chat. I'm going to read it much nicer, Jordan. I appreciate it. You can't combat this ideology. See, I am so triggered by this shit. I will flatly admit that I'm triggered by it because getting canceled by these people and then having this happen again, it was actually a deeply traumatic experience for me. So I'm sorry if I get triggered sometimes, but I cannot even begin to express how bad it was. I can't even begin. You can't combat this ideology by basing your argument in the ideology's framework. Anti-white is doing just that. It's bad for any race to hear they are determined by the color, by their color in any way. I completely agree with you, Jordan. Thank you.
Argument, if you believe their argument, like the things that they're saying are true, that's why people are getting upset. But they're teaching these things as if they're true, and saying if you don't agree with it, then you're definitely the problem.
Right, so but I'm talking about
vilified.
Yeah, but I'm going to stand by my assessment, which is this language was not being used in the discussion, and then almost overnight it started to be used and started showing up not just on Twitter, not just online, in the real world. And so that was significant for me when I started noticing this, and I started noticing a pattern of that. So where was I? Sorry, I've had 3 hours of sleep. So I was doing all these. I had noticed that this was starting to pop up, and I was paying attention to it. And so then at some point, so I had. I was starting to get really frustrated by this language because when I would go to speak to people in person, I would try to explain, well, yeah, there are these components, but there are also all these anti-black components. Ultimately, critical race theory is not even about race, it's about power. That's a whole kind of other tangent. Like I'm in this stuff all the time and I think about it so much that oftentimes I understand that I'm way ahead in my. I'm going to address Granny Panties in the chat. And guys, if you want me to address you in the chat, you are welcome to send in a super chat. If you are insistent that I address you, I will address all super chats. But if you're not sending in a super chat, then I will address chats at my discretion. So don't complain if I'm not addressing your chat when you're not sending in a super chat. Granny Panty says, I feel like this isn't the hill to die on in our overall fight against race Marxism. I disagree. I absolutely disagree. I do not want to build a society in which we only care about racism against white people. That is not why I am in this game at all. Absolutely not. So no, if I see a group of people that I'm aligning with that are getting overtly triggered by the fact that I say that racism against white people is not worse than racism against black people, those are people I do not want to align with. So I disagree, but you are welcome to go and fight this battle elsewhere that has nothing to do with me. Robert, thank you for the super sticker. It's a woman making a muscle. And I agree I like that. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. My knowledge of it than a lot of the people that I'm talking to. That's a function of spending 12 to 16 hours a day, almost every day for the past 2 years trying to understand this. So I was trying to explain to these people, like, it's, might have these components, but it's not just that. And I got to tell you too, I do sorry, I got to keep pausing for the super chats because like I said, I will acknowledge every super chat because they support the channel and I greatly appreciate the support. Okay, I think Adam is getting triggered here. This is something men have been suffering from because of feminism for decades. That's why he keeps going to the boogeyman. And I can understand that. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to just because you're triggered by the fact that I will not say that critical race, and I'm not talking to you, Dragon Water, I'm saying generally, just because someone might be triggered by the fact that I will not say that critical race theory is anti-white because I do not believe that racism against white people is any worse than racism against black people, that's not my problem. Not my problem. Sorry. And there are absolutely reasons why I will not say that. I think that the Coke Be Less White story had a lot to do with this. And I have had, I mean, to be really human for a minute, I have had a lot of guilt about that and a lot of guilt that I was the person that put that out there. And I'm going to explain why in a second, because what I discovered when I was, kind of trying to figure out where this anti-white language was coming from is I accidentally kicked the hornet's nest of actual white identitarians. I'm not talking fake white supremacists. I'm talking some of the darkest, coldest, meanest people that you've ever met in your life. And that started happening when I started kind of like just I was not aware of what I was doing when I was putting like some of the stuff like saying, you know, I don't believe the critical race theory is anti-white for reason X, Y, B, and Z. I actually kicked this hornet's nest, and I had a big group of them, of thousands of them, come at me and started attacking me. Now there were a lot. I've gotten heat from a lot of people. There are several different groups I've gotten heat from. I've gotten heat from the actual white identitarians. Again, I'm not saying I'm not using this as like an SJW. I'm not just throwing this term out there. What I mean by white identity, yes, I'm absolutely, and I can provide proof of this. These are people who want a white ethno state. These are people who came onto. A lot of them exist.
Okay.
A lot of them.
Well, where's that proof? How do you know what's a lot? What are you talking about? I have
clips on my channel, and I was attacked by at least 4,000 of them. That was.
How do you know it's 4,000?
Because I was keeping track
of each individual person that was
I was trying, and you know, we can add in that they probably had some multiple accounts and doing all this stuff, fine, whatever. But there
Karlyn, you have to recognize though that this anti. Okay, I won't say anti-white.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause here. And what I want to do is I want to go over to the article that I wrote about this so that you guys can actually just see just one of the videos. I want to show you one of the videos that outlines the proof I have. Oh gosh, where is it? Lost it again. Okay. Hang on. There it is. Okay. I want to show you guys one of the videos. Hang on. I had it and then I lost it again. Where the heck is it? Oh, because I don't have it in Chrome. Hang on. But I want to play the sound on one of these videos so that you guys can actually hear what is said. And you can hear who these people are. You can hear who these people are for yourself. Okay. Let's see. Share screen. Chrome tab. Critical race theory. There we go. There's the article. All right. I'm going to scroll down to... Let's see. Which video should we watch? Which video should we watch? I want to introduce you to Jason. Jason is the guy who sent his mob to attack me. He gets introduced a little bit later in the article, though. So we got to go down a little ways. You know, I want to go down to here. This is where Jason, who is the leader of the white well-being and white positivity movement, this is where Jason admits that they are going into the anti-CRT groups, and he's responding to me. And so this might be a good place for us to start. Let's listen. That they were really bad people. That he is not aligned with the conservative movement or the Republicans. This is what I was talking about on our stream. On the left or the right.
Okay, she's right there. We're not in their false spectrum. We're outside of their story.
They're a third thing.
I'm going to try to speed her up a little bit. I'm not speeding her up to make her sound bad, but because we don't have all night.
And what they're doing is they're trying to infiltrate the anti-CRT movement.
All right, we're not. She is viewing this from the position that she is the center of the universe. What a surprise. So that's why she sees it as an infiltration of the, Rory, we can have you call. How long are you going to be able to be up? Let me know. But she views it as an infiltration of the CRT movement because she thinks that she's the center of the universe. And she's not. Big surprise. Although she probably does have a lot of gravitational pull. But she views it that way. The reality is that we are combating anti-whiteism wherever it exists. So we are going to be talking about, and the great champions and the outreach teams and all of us working independently together, whatever it might be, are going to be speaking about all of this endeavor to manipulate white people into having.
He's talking about outreach teams. That's exactly who I was talking about on the stream with Adam just then. Those are the people. These are the exact. This is no assumption here. These are the people I was talking about that canceled me extremely badly.
Sex with non-white people and guilting white people into having sex with non-white people, because
he's talking about how white people shouldn't have sex with non-white people.
They don't want to be sexual racist or whatever it might be. So we're going to be talking about that as well. So I'm sure the people over there who are white Republicans or conservatives, or Karlyn is not white, I understand. But
that means he thinks I'm Jewish.
Whoever they might be sitting in a gate,
that was a Jewish insult
when they see our people show up and we start teaching all of these whites who are Westmen, men and women, who are pinned up in these great big pins by Republicans, conservatives, and standing at the gates. When we show up and we begin telling them about the truth of anti-whiteism, they're going to freak out and they're going to say, oh, they're trying to infiltrate they just came into existence because we are the center of the universe. And so these folks just came into existence and now they're going to try to take over what we're doing. I mean, it really shows this solipsistic, myopic, and she does wear glasses, neuropathy. I mean, she's like neurotic. She's to view herself and this little endeavor of hers as the center of the universe, very childish.
In order to basically like recruit people to their movement. But what they're doing is they're going into anti-CRT groups on Facebook, and I have all the evidence of this. We're going to be publishing it next week.
He's admitting I'm right.
Yes. Target people.
He's admitting I'm right.
They're afraid and
No, this verbiage right here, targeting people when they're afraid and confused. This, of course, is to mislead. This, of course, is to misrepresent. You misrepresent for some obvious reasons. So if she wanted to be legitimate, which she won't, she would be telling people what we actually say, because what we actually say she hates, but she knows that what we actually say is not enough to turn people against us, or at least to turn enough. I mean, maybe the really crazy, ass sniffing of, every poodle or boxer dog that walks down the street kind of a person, maybe that person she'll be able to turn against us, but based on what we say. But the average, even anti-white, are not going to be able to, all right, thanks, Rory, are not going to be able to, I don't know, we might not make 30 minutes. Keep an eye on it, brother. But if not, then you're first next week. Might not be able to run them off unless she chucks in that, oh, they're targeting people who are scared and confused. And then they come in and manipulate them. So what a crock of, in other words, what we do is we show up in forums, we show up
anti-CRT groups on Facebook,
and we share the truth. We tell people what's going. We give people our opinion. Here she says, and again, putting the lie to her position, that she's for free speech. She'll say this all the time. People can say whatever they want, except silence these ones. So we show up and we share our opinions in these different places. The digital town square of the 21st century. We show up there and we share our opinion. We share with the water cooler. She even talks about somewhere about hearing it in person. That's where she was hearing it at first. We're sharing our views because we're tired of being victimized. You got it?
That's who I was talking about on the stream with Adam. Those are the people who attacked me. Those are the people who canceled me. Linked to David Duke. There he is on a stream with David Duke right there. Let me just show you guys one more thing. Let me show you. Well, let me just we'll play this this video. This is because this is important. I really guys, like, I emphasize the point that the term anti-white is the problem. This is why I will not say that term unless we're doing a stream like this. The term anti-white is the problem. Let's listen to this guy tell you about why he wants everyone using his language.
Every time you see the lexicon and dialectics being used by people, ordinary Westmen, men, women, and children of our race, everywhere you see that being used by them, the vagues out there, everywhere you see it being used in the regime's media, everywhere you see it being used in alternative media, whether it be alternative media that is somewhat friendly to those who care about white well-being, to somewhat white sympathetic, all the way to radically anti-white media online, alternative media online. Every time you see that, it is because of us. And I cannot tell you the surreal environment that I live in on a daily basis after pushing something for far more than 2 decades now, I'm not going to give away my real age, but for far more than 2 decades, I have been pushing anti-white, anti-whiteism, Western kind, white well-being. And we have continued to reach new levels of the usage around planet Earth. And all of you now who have been with us either for weeks or months or years or a decade, however long you've been with us, pushing the same thing because you had the foresight to see this is what will change the world we live in. Because if you can change the societal conversation, you change that milieu, you change that matrix in which everything has to take place. Every conversation by every water cooler, every conversation by every lathe, every conversation by every front loader, every conversation in every board meeting, every conversation in every hall of government then has to take place through that medium. And then also, what can come out of that? The culture of us as heroes, the culture of us in our own story, the culture of us using our lexicon and our dialectics to revivify our people, to create a people out of a deracinated race. That, my friends, is the success that we see on a daily basis. It is a living dream come true.
So that is the leader of the white well-being movement talking about how he has been pushing the term anti-white, anti-whiteism, and all of his other language into the cultural zeitgeist for decades. In the previous video, we saw him talk about how he has amassed whole outreach teams that do this. These are the people I was talking about on Adam's stream when I said thousands of them came to cancel me because I put a video online that said CRT is not anti-white. It was these people. It was his followers, and his followers were in Adam's chat that night. Now, I had not done, I had not done this particular article yet. This article came about because of the stream that I was on Adam's channel, because I wanted to prove exactly what I was saying was correct. Lisa K says, okay, sorry. My mom insisted I super chat this to you. Adam is clearly high and too busy reading the chat to actually hear or understand what you're saying to him. I don't know that I think he was high. I do think that he was absolutely reading the chat. So, yeah, these are the people that I was talking about. And I saw someone too ask, if Adam, has Adam seen this or something like that? Hang on, I'll find it. Let me see. I definitely saw someone say it. So Adam knew about this. He didn't know about it on the stream, but I was sending him these clips. I was sending Adam these clips before I published this article. And what Adam told me, here it is. While admitting to what Borysenko accused him of, does Adam know this? Adam saw these clips before anyone else did. And Adam told me he didn't care. He told me flat out he didn't care. And he didn't even want to look at it. So, yeah, he did know. And that's when I started to believe that Adam purposefully threw me under the bus on this stream. And we can watch some of the other clips too, but we're going to go back to the other stream now. Jenny's getting inky with it. Says, that term is little different from alt-left grooming. It's about normalizing an idea, getting you to dip your toe in the water and acclimate to the idea. That is, Jenny, that is exactly and precisely correct. That is exactly and precisely correct. The component to Robin DiAngelo's book has come to pass. Sadly, white identity groups exist and their guilt turned to anger and they found allies. And they are recruiting from the anti-CRT movement. They 100% are. I proved it in that article. You guys can go back and watch the whole thing. And we'll probably watch some more in the course of this stream too. But guys, just so you know, if you insult me for doing a stream on my channel about exactly what I want to talk about, you're going to get blocked. That is definitely a blockable offense. Go fuck yourself. Goodbye. I've definitely developed a quicker blocking finger since all of this. I'll tell you that. I just don't have patience for this stuff. I don't. All right, let me go back to this and we can continue on with this stream. And again, watch the chat because the chat is going to go off. We're only 20 minutes into this. This happened for 3 hours. Can I finish where I'm going with this?
Sure.
Because there is actually a point to this.
Okay, I'd like to hear it.
So what happened when I kicked this hornet's nest and this big horde of them came after me. And again, there are clips on my channel. People can go back and watch this. Is that I started to kind of go down the rabbit hole and investigate. And I have found like more than a little bit of evidence that this is language that is specifically being pushed from this community, and it's not.
And we just saw them admit it.
Doing it for a really long time.
We just saw them admit it.
That's because
we just saw them admit it.
Coca-Cola.
And Adam's not listening.
Okay.
These two things can be true at once. Two things can be true at once. And the fact that and the fact of the matter is
I'm gonna remember you said that exact thing, because that is my entire point.
Well, and if you're saying critical race theory is racist, that includes white people. That includes white people, unless you are buying into the definition that the SJW
white people that are racist. I mean,
let's address this objection. The conversation is between you and Adam. Chat is always filled with morons. Adam prevented me from seeing the chat. He was the only one that was watching the chat. I had no idea what was happening. Adam did. Adam could have handled this in a million better ways than to allow his chat to attack me for 3.5 hours.
If they're saying all people are racist,
what happened?
Go on, finish it.
Is I came across enough evidence, and I worked with journalists on this to ascertain that this is language that that these people, these really, really bad, evil people, have been trying to insert into this entire discussion. I've actually got them on video admitting it, Adam. I have them on video admitting it. The language came from us. We've been pushing it. And
Who's
so
us?
when
from them. You're quoting them.
Actual people that want the white ethno state. And so like when people are using this language, what they don't understand is that it is coming from a really, really, really dark place of people.
100% of it, though. 100%. All of this. I'm
going to finish this story, please, because I'm going to tell you exactly how it inserted and got into the mainstream.
Okay.
So it came from them. They've been trying to get people to pick it up, and then guess what happened?
Some of it came from them.
All of it came from them. All of it came from them.
Alt-right, conservative, like I'm not okay. Those are two different groups. Alt-right influencers and conservative influencers started using the anti-white language. It came from that.
When?
This was in May or June.
This year.
This year.
No, this started in 2012.
Now I was wrong.
2013.
I was wrong there when I said this started this year. This did not start this year. I didn't realize how long. What I meant there was I started picking up on the anti-white language in May or June. I started picking up on the fact that like real people were using it in the real world. But just to note, like we just saw that guy admit it. He's been pushing this language for decades. This has been a concerted, organized effort for decades to get people in conservative media to use the term anti-white because it helps them to recruit for their movement. Sam says, notice Adam's dismissive body language. Yeah. Yep.
13, when the Smith-Mundt Act was enacted with the NDAA.
What I'm talking about is
propaganda American citizens.
Fine, Adam, but what I am talking about, you and I are talking about two different things.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm talking about racism spiking in conversations on the internet.
I'm not talking about that.
All of this stuff started then, and it got worse and worse and snowballed into where we're at now.
Yes, but I'm not talking about that, Adam. I'm not suggesting that talk about racism started this year. I am suggesting that the amount of people who were using this anti-white language substantially increased, and not just online, but in person. And that was where it was. Those were the people who were trying to push this language, and they succeeded. They were successful. They got exactly what they wanted. And the fact of the matter is that I want to show you guys this. I think you even see someone in the chat. You see someone in the chat saying it. Mr. Reborn says, "Yeah, it's called marketing." They had people in the chat that night. They had a whole swarm of people in the chat that night that was pushing his entire chat to attack me. Savrit says, the greater the polarization, the greater the new cemented mentalities will be after the social cataclysm. If you can deviate from this video for 9 minutes. I can't deviate right now, Sabrits, but I really agree. Trigger warning. It's actually not that confusing. Don't use the term anti-white. Don't use it. You can say racist against white people. I don't really care if you say that. Do not use the term anti-white. That's about as clear as it can be. That's about as clear as it can be. It is grossly irresponsible of people to use this language. Number one, because they're pushing the agenda of really, 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 really bad people. People.
So
that
is
you
Robin
do not
DiAngelo a white supremacist?
Of course she is.
But
not this people.
Group?
But not the same as these people. These are two
Is
different
it?
things.
Are you saying that 100% of it is coming from them, or they just nudged it? They pushed the ball. Give me your percentage. What are you saying?
I have no idea what percent, Adam, but I can tell you that
you
they
seem awfully
have
confident that they're the reason.
I am
they're
100%
like the
confident. Yes.
the cabal of the white anti-white.
I am 100. So Adam just said you seem awfully confident that they are the cabal of anti-white. Yes, I was, and yes, I proved it. And we've already watched the video. Actually, you know what? Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's watch again. Let's watch something else. I want to show you another video that we did in which I proved this. Because I'm going to make this point clear while we still have people that are hanging on. We're going to watch the whole thing, but I want to make this point really clear. Let's watch another video. This is where let me see, which one do I want to watch? This is where Jason again specifically talks about how his community, his outreach teams are going into online forums to push this language, and they've been doing it for decades. They've been doing it for decades. Adam just questioned, how could I possibly know this was true? Let's see.
We have done this. We are the ones responsible for this change. We are the ones responsible for normal, ordinary white people around planet Earth taking up a dialogue in their own defense because it has the moral backbone. It has the moral structure. We are the ones who did this. Who else is responsible for this? You know who else? Yiz is. Take a look at this. Yiz writes to me, another great success in cluster I've been influencing. In a Discord chat about movies and video games, a discussion about racial ethnic displacement of white people, characters started. And one of the people who has been paying attention to me engaged to speak the truth about anti-whiteism. He even used the terms erasure and anti-whiteism correctly. This person is not, all caps, repeat, not, all caps, someone I have personally coached. This is a guy I barely know, but who has been listening to me and other content creators I have been influencing. Get a raucous round of emojis for Yiz and everybody like Yiz out there. Punch the air. Celebrate today. Set off fireworks. These are people taking up verbiage that enables white people to defend themselves everywhere they are without ever reading any of our so-called white sympathetic philosophers or political thinkers or any of that nonsense.
So there you go. Basically, he's said that he's responsible for it. He said that and I believe it because I spent a lot of time looking into it. Tom J says half the people in these groups are probably feds. Maybe. It's not something that I've dismissed the possibility of, but I have no evidence that that's the case. I have no evidence that that's the case. That guy has been involved with what they call the white sympathetic sphere for decades. Probably since he was in his early teens. He wrote a whole book about how he got involved in this in his early teens. So maybe he is. I don't think so. Savrit says, this is vital intel, please view. I can't share links on any social media and I have it unlisted so it doesn't get flagged. You won't regret it. I appreciate that, Savrit. I can't watch it right now, but I promise that if you send me the link, I will be happy to. All right, let's go back. Now that we've totally just, I've shown you, I just showed you direct evidence that proves what Adam is saying is wrong. And Adam saw that evidence. He saw it. And after this, he didn't know that evidence on this chat, but I did show it to him afterwards, and he did not care. He told me he didn't care. 100% confident. I have mountains of evidence. I have tried to get journalists to write about it, and all of them are too effing scared because these are dangerous people. These are dangerous, bad people.
Okay.
They're not people you want to be aligned with. But then it got pushed into the mainstream by flipping conservative influencers, and then everyone started using it. And there's
I have an article from
hang
2017.
on. I really need to finish this point without being interrupted.
Please do.
Because the point that I'm making, to go back to where I started at the beginning, my goal is actually to defeat critical race theory. My goal is to actually put an end to this problem. It is not to perpetuate it in perpetuity. It is not to make money being a pundit. Every single time people use this language, not only are they using language that came from a really bad place of people who actually have an agenda that aligns with critical race theory, they are also undercutting the good work of people who are actually out there fighting this to win. They're undercutting James Lindsay. They're undercutting Chris Rufo. They're undercutting me. I basically I've stopped for months because of this stuff, because I can't do it. It put me way too in danger. Like, I cannot do it in the way that I was before.
Look at the
it
chat.
wasn't just me. It was
Watch
undermining
the chat.
Jody Shaw. It was undermining Aaron Kinesvatter. It was undermining every single whistleblower who has put themselves out there, because this is exactly what the left wants you to do. It is, and this is why I get frustrated about.
All right, Brittany, is the term anti-white the problem, or the idea? The term. It is the specific term. They are proactively trying to get, and have been very successful. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's watch another video. It is the specific term that is the problem. If you want to say racist against white people, I do not care. It is the specific term. Let me show you this guy that we're about to watch. This guy was featured on all level of conservative media because he wrote an article. Is this the first one? Hang on. I got to find the right video. No. Hang on. So this guy is, does anyone remember this guy? His name was Daniel Kincannon. He was on Tucker Carlson. He was on Laura Ingraham, because he basically wrote a letter of resignation in the Manchester School District. By the way, this guy doesn't actually live that far away from me. He wrote a letter of resignation in which he said anti-white, 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 anti-white over and over and over again, and it got flagged on conservative media. And this guy did the rounds on conservative media. He was all effing over it. But I just want to find the video where he actually says that he was proud of going on this show and proud of what he did. Let me see. Hang on. Here it is. I think this is it.
We need to be in every lane. We need to be in every lane possible of this. Political, cultural, arts, even just verb. I'm working with what I have. Like, I set out to take the word anti-white and put it into as many ears and in front of as many eyes as I can. I'll go anywhere I can to run my mouth and tell the truth. Like, this is the instrument I got on me right now.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm working with.
Right.
And I'll yell and scream from the rooftops. We'll tap into American history, and I'll ride around like Paul Revere screaming about the anti-whites that are coming, because they're coming, and it's scary for people that refuse to see it. But yeah, no.
Oh, that wasn't actually the one I wanted, but that pretty much like sums it up. Let me see. They hate. Oh, here's the one I was looking for. This is where Daniel is actually talking. And again, Daniel was featured all over conservative media, and he was deeply proud at putting the term anti-white in front of so many people. And here's him actually talking to that white well-being asshole.
Well, Daniel, I know it's a lot to condense, but if you could just give us the overview, a couple of minutes of what it was like to publish your resignation and have the attention of big mainstream media. Just catch people up on that, and then I know we'll have some questions from the chat in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so end of June, school year wrapped up, and I officially published my letter of resignation, calling out what it was, mocking these losers for what they did, mocking the entire situation, telling them in direct terms, F you. I wanted to set a tone. I wanted to set an example that it's not about being reasonable with people that hate you. It's about fighting back. It's about standing your ground. It's about pushing back against these people. So I sent that out. I attached a bunch of materials to it. I kind of attached just to give context to everything, because I knew, maybe there'd be some media buzz about it. I didn't know how far it would go or how fast. And it went far and it went fast. In very short order, there was, major cable news reaching out and contacting me. I ended up on a couple of news cycles, a couple of appearances on the cable networks. A lot of national press, very significant level press, publications, a lot of, local stuff, New Hampshire-based stuff. It put pressure, fortunately, and that's part of what I set out to do, was to raise awareness about what's going on. The fact that this is in Manchester School District where I worked. A lot of people didn't know about it. Heck, I didn't know about it until they foisted it upon me. But it's there, it's everywhere. So yeah, it went big, it went fast, it got a lot of eyes on it, and it went, I couldn't help, it exceeded what I hoped. And I almost thought with the resignation letter that I crafted that it may be self-limiting because of the mockery and kind of the sardonic nature of it. But fortunately, that proved to really not be true. People grabbed it. It spun out. The verbiage of anti-white, which is the most important thing, the language war and what we need to call this, and making anti-white be ubiquitous. I forget critical race theory, forget any of it. Just call it all what it is, call it anti-white. But I was deeply pleased. I'm proud to have gotten those words in front of so many eyeballs and into so many people's ears.
He was deeply proud and pleased to get the term anti-white into so many people's ears, because that is the mission of these people. I cannot emphasize this enough. That is their mission, is to get that specific term. And that's what I'm talking about with Adam. And Adam, instead of listening to what I'm saying, is watching his chat attack me overtly and gratuitously, and is doing nothing about it. And we are 26 minutes into a 3-hour live stream in which he's watching this happen. About this, because I have sacrificed so much to fight this fight and to try to defeat this thing. There are so many people out there that have sacrificed so much. There are people that come forward every single day sacrificing to be able to be in this fight. And every single time you guys screw around with the
Thank you,
every
Dragon
single
Water.
time
Yeah, that guy did
our
sound like a
goal is to
leftist.
win.
He did.
I don't
Right.
know what the goal of the people is who are saying anti-white,
I know, but you said that you were bringing it up for...
I did. Every
Mhm.
single time people use this language, they are handing the left a win. They are making it harder for us to actually win. And I know that this is true because when they started going after me, they also started going after James Lindsay, and they also started going after Chris Rufo. And they started going after Chris Rufo because
Who's
he
they?
is not...
Who are you talking about now?
Okay, so there's several different groups. There were two that were primarily doing it. They were the actual white identitarians, and they were the groypers. Now, the groypers act like white identitarians, but they're not. They're kids that are trolling and screwing around. But they were going after Chris Rufo because he's not married to a white lady. They were flat going after him because of that. So they weren't just coming after me. They were coming after a lot of people. You guys want to see proof that they're going after Chris Rufo? They came after all of us at the same time. Let's watch proof that exactly what I just said to Adam was 100% correct. Hang on. Stand by. I will show you absolute proof that they were, in fact, going after Chris Rufo. Because here they are going after Chris Rufo.
So anyway, we're gonna look at a clip which really demonstrates this kind of sick mentality of denying one's race, for whites to deny their race. So this was on the Mark Lamont show. It's on Twitter here. We're going to have a quick look at this.
Christopher, what do you like about being white?
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to redo that because I got to get this audio on here. But while I'm doing that, Daniel, what were your thoughts about this clip? Maybe you can set it up. Just your laugh sets it up, you know.
Yeah, if you're ready to go, maybe it would be best to to run the clip and then we can dive into it.
All right. Let me get the audio here and then we'll be ready to roll here. So now Mark Lamont Hill, his show is openly and aggressively anti-white. It's insanely anti-white in the most open sense of the word. So you have to kind of see him having Christopher Rufo on. I think he knew that Rufo was going to deny his whiteness in some sort of way. So let's take a listen to this.
I don't know.
Back up.
And if I were to say to you right now, Christopher, what do you like about being white? What would you say? I don't know. Again, it's such an amorphous term. It's like a census term or
can you indulge me? Indulge me. We're running out of time. Indulge me for a minute. I understand you see it as all these things, but you surely recognize that the world sees you as white. You know the world reads you as white. And if you were to ask me some things I like about being black, I could talk about cultural norms. I could talk about tradition. I could talk about kind of commonalities. I feel.
Oh, good, Patrice. Enjoy your dinner.
Particularly if you're saying whiteness is a thing that is being constructed as negative and shouldn't be, name something positive that you like about being white.
Well, sure. I'll answer with a thing. There's a lot of documents that are floating around public schools that say things like timeliness, showing up on time, is a white supremacist value or a white dominant value. Things like rationality, things like the Enlightenment, things like objectivity, and these are very strange things to be ascribed to a racial identity. My view is that these are actually should be ascribed to every individual human being. Every individual human being, regardless of whatever racial category we impose on them.
That doesn't answer the question, though. You're telling me you're making straw men about things that are ascribed to whiteness that you think are wrongfully ascribed to whiteness. I'm saying if whiteness isn't a negative thing, and there's something that whiteness actually shouldn't be constructed as all negative, name something positive about that you believe is positive about being white.
Again, I don't buy into the framework that the world can be reduced into these metaphysical categories of whiteness and blackness. I think that's wrong. I think we should look at people as individuals. I think we should celebrate different people's accomplishments. And again, I think the idea, you mentioned Ignatieff. Ignatieff says the goal is to, quote, abolish the white race. In any other context, this would be interpreted as a near genocidal slur. I don't buy into it. The reason I'm not going to answer your question is I reject that categorization. I think of myself as an individual human being with my own capabilities. And I would hope that we could both judge each other as individuals and come to common values on that basis.
Fair enough.
I would argue
though that the
ability to
hang on. I want to fast. Okay. Now, what I wanted to do was not necessarily watch Chris Rufo, although he's brilliant as always. What I want to show you is their reaction to him to prove that what I just said to Adam was true, that he dismissed and didn't even consider. They were attacking Chris Rufo at the same time. Let's hear what they have to say about Chris Rufo.
It's just so amorphous.
Hang on.
It's just so amorphous.
Yeah.
Oh, if you've never seen an adult male's testicles ascend back up inside of himself, you just watched it when Christopher Rufo was posed a simple question. Now, he could have chosen 100 different avenues to answer that. Instead, he chose self-emasculation like I've never seen publicly displayed before. Personally, my answer would have been Western effing civilization.
Mm-hmm.
Western civilization means white.
Me,
that's how they use it. That means
even
white.
Piggyback on what Marcus Lamont Hill say. He says himself, I like the culture, I like the camaraderie. Rufo couldn't even say, well, I agree with that.
So I don't want to watch the rest of this clip. Again, you're welcome to watch the article on it. My point is that exactly what I just said to Adam on this show that he dismissed was correct. That these people were also going after Chris Rufo at exactly the same time that they were going after me. And we just saw a clip of those people attacking Chris Rufo at the same time that this was all happening to me. Savret says the polarities for this final social cataclysm will continue to get worse. The one world conspirators have created the situational gravity for a specific eventuality. They're counting on the backlash. Savrets, I 100% agree with you. I think that this is a created backlash. I really, really do. And I agree with your philosophy. I wish we could spend more time on it tonight, but I do agree with you. Steven says, so CRT is racist in general. Yes. Whites are emphasized targeting current culture. No. It's not. It is. Whites are not the target. Like, I don't know. Like, the enemy of critical race theory are not white people. It's capitalism. Capitalism is the target. The system is the target. Whites are not the target. This is just the thing they're using to create division. So no, it is not correct to say whites are emphasized as targets in the current culture. No. Capitalism is the target. And if you come to happy hours that we do on Fridays on my second channel, youtube.com/activelyunwoke, we will watch these woke presentations. And in every single one of them, there is an attack on capitalism. There is a very distinct correlation between people who say they are anti-racist and people who say they are anti-capitalist. So no, critical race theory is not about race. It is about power, and it is about destabilizing the system, our capitalist system. That's what it is. Adam thinks it's about white people, and Adam is wrong. Adam today still thinks that it's about white people, and he is wrong. Let's continue. And my bigger thing, again, is that every single time this language comes up, it hurts the fight against critical race theory. It doesn't help it. It hands the left exactly what they want because they want to be able to say, look at all these people. All they care about is the anti-white aspects of it. That's all they care about. See, we told you that they were racist. Maddie asked, do these creepy anti-white people know that capitalism is the target? These creepy anti-white people love critical race theory. They don't care about critical race theory. They love critical race theory. They don't care about any of this stuff. They only care about using this to help them recruit. They're not, the people that we're watching on those other videos are not anti-CRT. They are pro-CRT. They agree with it. They just do it on the other side. They also don't support capitalism, by the way. They're collectivists. Do you guys want to see a video? Hang on. I'll show you a video. Since we're on the topic. Do you guys want to see a video of Jason admitting that he's a collectivist? I'll show you the video. They're not opposed to this. But here is Jason. Here is Jason flatly admitting that he does not believe in individualism. These are the anti-white people. They are exactly the same as the woke left, just on the other side. Here, listen.
And we will ask, and we will answer. Johnny Reb, $5 financial gift. Thank you, brother. Anti-whites have no fear of the abstractionists and individualism of conservatives. Absolutely,
they're not conservatives
correct.
Either. They don't consider themselves to be
That's
conservative.
a fantastic point, Johnny Reb. I want you to think about that. If you consider yourself a conservative, you're hearing us for the first time. Anti-whites. Now, these are the anti-whites who call themselves Marxists, Democrats, etc. They have no fear of abstractions and the radical individualism of conservatives. Whites were steadily more victimized during the 35 years Rush Limbaugh preached individualism and abstractions. Precisely. Radical individualism, folks, is suicide in a world of collectivism. I want you all to replay that 10,000 times, what I just said. If you're a conservative, say it to yourself 10,000 times, and it will finally land that, oh my God, what I've been told intentionally undermined me and everything that I care about.
They're collectivists. They don't care. They don't care about critical race theory. They're not conservatives. They rag on conservatives all the time. They are no different than the woke left, except they're a white ethno-woke left. Exactly the same, though. Exactly the same in terms of ideology. Let's go back to Adam, who is willfully ignorant of all of this because he didn't listen to a damn word that I said. Didn't listen to a damn word that I said. Every single time, it makes my job harder, makes Chris Rufo's job harder, makes James Lindsay's job harder. And it's like, I don't think people understand how much goes into fighting this and how it's infuriating to me that people can't be responsible with this. They are losing nothing by saying critical race theory is racist. In fact, you come out looking like the good guys. You come out looking like the ones that actually care about stopping racism. I did not get into this just to fight racism against white people. I don't think any form of racism is good, whether it be against white, black, brown, whatever.
I mean,
I'm not
going to
fight this fight
Hey,
about
Karlyn,
just like making the white people feel
take a
good.
breath, please. Take a breath.
Jeez.
Take a breath. Look, I know, I've already know all this, right? I know
Look
that
at
you've
the
been
chat.
attacked.
Watch the
But you
chat.
saying that now
It's not
suddenly,
about the attacks. It's about
hold on.
winning the
No.
fight.
You spoke.
Like-
It's my turn now. You need to let
But
me
don't
speak a little
mischaracterize
bit,
what
please.
I said.
Oh my goodness. You said that you started getting attacked and all this stuff suddenly came this
Watch
year.
the chat.
I mean,
and then I did a long diatribe about how it's about winning the broader fight.
I get that part of it though, and I'm equally against critical race theory because it's racist towards everyone, but it is there is an underlying thing that isn't new. It's not new. I mean, I have an article right here from
The
2017.
language in the scale that it was being used and
I'm
how
sorry.
it was being used was
I have
new.
to show you this article. I mean, it's
Fine.
Watch
Just
it
now.
how
Watch
is-
Adam show something completely unrelated. Anything
It's
to
not
me, to be honest.
anti-white.
That
Court
doesn't say
declares
it.
F
Completely
white
unrelated
people
to
is
anything
neither
I've said.
racist
He
nor
just
hate
showed
speech.
something
I mean, this was
completely unrelated to
normalized.
anything that I
This
ever
was
said.
a normal thing. Basically, when Trump became president, because they wanted, they needed to make, add to the
Okay. That
white
doesn't
people are
dispute
bad
anything
narrative.
I've said. That doesn't dispute anything I've said. And I called him out.
Neither does it dispute anything that I've said, though, and that's where we're.
You're right.
I get it.
You're
It is
absolutely right.
racist.
People can use the anti-white language if you want. I happen to think it is grossly irresponsible to do so, and because I was attacked by white supremacists,
your opinion.
Yes, it is an opinion, and I'm allowed to hold an opinion.
Right.
I am allowed to hold the
Thank you.
opinion that if adults actually care about winning, then they should behave like responsible adults and not hand the enemy win after win after win after win.
No, I'm not giving them a win. Me talking about this stuff,
He
me
was.
saying, "Hey, it's anti-white
still
because
is.
this,
He
and this."
still is.
So that part of it is wrong,
He
and also
still
it's
is. Okay.
anti-black. It's demeaning towards these minorities because of this, and this. I
Why
talk
do-
about that stuff just as equally
Look
as I
at the
talk
chat.
about this stuff.
Why do Look you at lose the chat. anything by They're saying all, it's just racist? All coming at me. All
It-
coming
it
at
is
me.
racist.
And he's
Yeah,
doing
so why
nothing.
can't you just say
He's
it's
watching the
racist?
chat attack me right now. This article about F white people.
3 more hours of
That's
this.
racist.
It's making
Why can't
white
we-
people
why-
pissed off because it's making them the bad. It's their fault.
Well, why aren't those same
they're
white
the
people?
reason
Why aren't those?
hold on. They're the people that are being blamed for all of this.
So
it's
what?
my fault because I'm white, because of all this stuff. So people are being
what?
pissed off.
Children, young black children are being raised to believe that they can't do anything in the world because
And
they're
that it's
black.
my fault. So when they see me, I'm the reason that if they are to succumb
I'm
to this.
sorry. I am not going to prioritize any hurt feelings that you have as being labeled the all-powerful white man over the fact that 8-year-old black kids are being taught that they can't be successful in the world in a
It's
time
teaching
when
them
they have...
to hate. It's not about me.
I'm sorry, like Adam,
It's
I'm sorry.
teaching
I'm
them
sorry.
to hate.
Your feelings do not take priority for me over teaching children that they
I'm
cannot
not
be successful in the world.
treating anyone
These
any
two
different.
things
It's
are
not my
equally
feelings
bad.
about it.
They are equally bad.
I
All
agree.
racism
But
is
they're
bad.
also true.
Racism against white people is not more important than racism against black people. It is not. And when you are saying
Good.
it's
You got a good point.
anti-right instead of racist, which racist encompasses everyone. If you've ever said all lives matter, you say critical race theory is racist. Otherwise, you're
Yep.
being a hypocrite. Like
Okay.
it's racist. It encompasses everyone. That includes white people. That includes black people. That includes brown people. And
You're
it
right.
also takes back the language so that we can frame ourselves as the people against racism. Instead of
Okay.
being so, like, I don't want to be framed as the person against anti-white racism. I am
Look at the
against
chat.
all racism. I am
Watch
against
the
all
chat.
racism equally as I believe everyone should be.
Yeah.
Watch the chat.
You know
They're
what?
calling me.
And you're right. And maybe the
There are people calling me Jews in the chat. There are people saying anti-white, 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 anti-white over and over and over again in the chat. Karlyn is terrible when she's not scripted. I've never worked off a script in my life. P.S. She's a doctor. Shut up for 1 second. She has no point. Jew. I mean, these are all. Adam is trying to appeal to some really bad fucking people. And I don't know that he understood that. I don't think he understood that then. I do think he understands it now, and he's still doing it. And that's his choice. However, I don't want to be around any of those people. I don't want any of that anywhere near me.
Term anti-white isn't correct. But the fact remains is they're pitting white people as the boogeyman. And I think that's
Lefty grifter,
where people
Semitic
are,
antics. They're calling me a Jew.
Because there's no denying it. You're right. It is racism, clear as day. When you say it's anti-white, like I get it. I get your point. I'm not disputing it. And I agree with you 100%.
And my personal preference about what language I want to use is mine. It is mine. I am allowed to use whatever language I want to use. I don't have to use any language I do not want to use. And I had thousands of people in all over the place demanding that I use this language. I don't think it's responsible. I'm sorry. I don't think it's responsible on several different levels.
So
not the least of which is that it So what did I just say there? What did I just say? I had thousands of people demanding that I use the term anti-white, which is exactly what happened to me. I was attacked by thousands of people that were demanding that I use that specific term. And that is why I do not allow that term on my channel. And that is why I will block anyone who tries to demand I use that term. Because as I have already proven in the course of this live stream, that term comes from extremely bad people that I do not want to be associated with at all in any way. Rob Lee was wondering about this. Well, now you know it. Now you have your answer about what happened. Now you have the answer about what happened. Extremely bad people.
So when you see stuff like this, you remember this? The aspects.
Yeah, that's pretty racist. That's pretty racist. People calling me a Jew in the chat. Also racist against non-white people, by the way, because it says that non-white people can't tell time or work hard or keep a schedule. That's pretty racist against non-white people. Adam needs new friends. She needs to get over herself. You're right. Yeah, against everyone. Watch the chat.
And I think, I get it.
Karlyn
it's
doesn't
almost
listen.
like
No, Adam was the one who wasn't listening on this one.
Like I hope the people that have been mad at Karlyn are getting her point here, right?
Calling me a Jew again.
I agree, it is racist. I don't like being pit as the bad guy. I don't
me a leftist.
Someone yelling at me because I have biracial nieces and nephews that I love dearly because
and
they're
Adam
my
was
family,
watching all this happen and he did
someone
nothing.
was being mocked online because he was in the exact same situation as me, and they were like, how dare you? And it's like, you're a white guy. And I'm like, what the hell does that have anything to do with it? Because I love my nieces and nephews, all of them. Some of them are biracial, some of them aren't. It makes absolutely no difference to me, but suddenly I'm supposed to feel guilt or like some underlying white guilt for this. I think people are upset because they're being the boogeyman, the bad guys, the ones that they're the blame. Like I don't want it like this picture, like this one was floating around. All white people are racist. And it's like that's racist.
That's really racist.
But it's convincing everyone that it's white people's fault. It's white people's problems. Like they're the reason that
No, Metastep, I wasn't being stubborn. I was 100% correct.
Ability to be
I was
successful
100%
in the
correct.
is substantially dependent on whether or not they believe they can be successful, whether or not they believe success is possible, right?
I agree.
So that's we agree that is a core component to any single person being successful. In this scenario, and I'm not saying I agree with it, but this is the argument that critical race theory makes. Critical race theory says that white people will always be successful based on purely the value of their white skin. That's what it teaches about white people. It teaches that black people,
well, when
and
I'm correct,
only, by the
I
way,
have an
interested in
obligation to be
people,
stubborn.
unless Asians are in the news for something. So let's just stick with that. It teaches that black people cannot be
responding to
successful
this.
unless
if I'm
white
correct,
man
I'm
lifts
going to
them
be
up.
stubborn. And I was 100%
if I had to choose
correct.
between the two, and I'm sorry, I don't think either are good.
correct with
But if I
everything I
had to
said.
choose between the two, what they're
I'm
teaching
actually
to black
impressed with how
children
correct I
is
was because I
much more
hadn't researched
detrimental
yet.
than what they're teaching to white children now. How they are treating white people in the world once you get out into the working world now, and they're saying we're not going to hire white men anymore.
Yeah.
That's extremely
Hang on,
detrimental as well.
I want to point this out. What Sin is saying. I didn't catch this, Sin, but you did. That was horrible. Someone in the chat says, "Oh, mongrel babies." That is a horrible thing to say. And if I had seen that one when I was in Adam's channel, I would have blasted that person. That was the entire night. It was the entire night. And I never got an apology. I never got an acknowledgement after I proved that every single thing I said was correct. Adam refused to look at it and wouldn't even acknowledge it. Wouldn't even acknowledge what happened. Wouldn't even say, you know, I'm sorry that you got attacked on my channel for 3.5 hours while I made thousands of dollars in super chats. Wouldn't even say that. And there's going to be a story coming out pretty soon that's going to that's going to illustrate this point entirely. Like, it is, you know, we know that it is much easier for Black people to get hired now, especially in senior level positions, because everyone wants a diversity hire. But isn't it also incredibly racist to say that we're only hiring you because of the color of your skin? And
Definitely.
And we could go on for days and days and days and days and days about all the ways this ideology is racist. But I think for me, what it comes down to at the end of the day is that I downright refuse to prioritize one form of racism over another form of racism just to get clicks on the internet. Like,
Yeah.
it's not that important to me. And I flat out know that there are people that are pushing the anti-white language specifically because it gets them more clicks, specifically because it outrages
Ian Miles
people,
Chung.
specifically to make money.
Ian Miles
Again,
Chung does this.
I'm not in this to make money. I took a pay cut to do what I'm doing now. I'm not in this to make money. I'm in this to actually win. And in order to win, we need to play smarter than what we are playing. I understand that you know, like this little mob thing around the anti-white language. I get that it's fun online and
People
all
calling
this
me a
stuff,
grifter.
and it gets clicks and it gets views and all this, but it actually is detrimental in the larger fight because we are handing the left a win. We have got to stop being so dumb that we hand the left a win at every single turn. That's why they're winning.
I'm seeing
so
real
far ahead
life
of us.
real life situations where people are being.
Why do people care what the chat says? Oh my god, who cares what the chat says? Oh my god. You try, Sterling W, going on a channel where you are saying things that are 100% correct and getting attacked for 3.5 hours, and Adam is watching the chat and I am not because Adam hid the chat from me, and then you see how you feel about it. And again, had Adam, after all this shit went down, watched the evidence that I sent him, and had said, Karlyn, you were actually correct in what you said, or offered me any sort of acknowledgement or apology for what I experienced on his channel the last time I was on, I probably would have been much less angry. But Adam did not do that. Adam, when I sent him the evidence that I found after this conversation, told me he did not care and that he wasn't going to look at it. Flat out. And so, no, I have a right to be upset about what happened to me. Sorry, I do. And this is why I made the decision that night to not ever go on his show again. And I have never regretted that decision. Never regretted that decision at all. Adam was hiding the chat from me because he knew exactly what was going to happen. And he knew he'd make a lot of money in super chats because I couldn't see what was going on and he could.
They're succumbing to believing this stuff and then attacking people for it, attacking outside of their race. And it's not white people that are doing the attacking. I have a bunch of videos. I don't even want to show them because they are racist. It is racist. Yeah. And because it's because they're pitting it against, you know, it's this
that's exactly
the
right.
boogeyman thing.
Yeah, but if you've been taught,
fault.
but if you have been taught that your entire life that you can only succeed if these other people are moved out of the way, that's again, that's not anti-white racism, that's anti-black racism.
No, it's just racism.
It's just racism. We can just call it all racism. That's what I call it. I call all things related to critical race theory racism. I'm only enumerating between anti-white and anti-black for the purpose of this conversation, but otherwise I do not do it. Because listen, like you and I are very blessed. We have a lot of people on the internet who listen to us. And I came to I came to this game older, man. Like I'm 40 years old. I'm not like a mid 20 something screwing around on the internet, right? Like I believe in, if I want to achieve something, I need to behave responsibly. And so, if people are
calling me a
offended
liar,
that I'm trying to behave responsibly,
people saying they're pro-white, people calling me a grifter,
really, really bad people, to not push language that I actually think is going to do more harm than good.
Okay.
I don't know what to tell
saying
people.
I'm full of shit when I was 100% right.
So it seems like what I've gathered from this is it is anti-white.
It's racist.
And it's anti-black. And it's anti-everyone.
Everyone.
It's anti, if you don't believe,
My ego's out of control. Oh my God, she's so arrogant.
Yeah.
And that's
and to be really frank,
Semitic debates, they're calling me a Jew again.
Angry. I understand seeing a slide that says
Calling me
be
a
less white. And by the way, the
monitor.
Coke whistleblower was not white. Not white. Just fun fact. But like I understand I understand why
who missed it.
Yeah, I understand why people are angry. But I also
tried to be less white.
Yeah, but I also need to.
What the hell does that mean? What does that even mean?
Well, okay, so how critical race theory defines whiteness is, again, it's not actually about race at all. I understand people in the chat are going to say, oh, it has race in the title. How can it not be?
Don't worry about chat.
It's not.
See? Don't worry about the chat.
I know enough about to know what the comments are. But critical race theory.
He just told me not to worry about the chat as he's watching the chat attack me for the last 40 fucking minutes. And I knew exactly what the chat was saying. I said I knew what the chat was saying. I didn't realize how bad it was. I didn't realize that this whole white well-being posse had showed up in the chat and nothing was being done about it. He hid the chat from me. He made me promise. For people who are wondering why I didn't just pull it up in a browser, Adam made me promise that I wouldn't look in the chat because he wanted to use it against me to make money. That's what happened.
Theory at the end of the day is not actually about race at all. It is about power. Critical race theory is about destabilizing the system. That's what it is. And race is the tool that they're using. And when race stops working, they'll use something else. I mean, we see this with queer theory and fat studies and all these things. Like, it's just simply the tool that they're using. What they mean, and again, this is not my definition. This is critical race theory's definition. What they mean when they say whiteness is whoever owns the power structure. That's what it is. That's why they can get away with terms like multiracial whiteness, because they're basically saying the whole landlord debate came up recently. They're saying that, any landlord is engaging in whiteness. That landlord could be black, that landlord could be brown. They're still engaging in whiteness because they own the property, therefore they own the power.
That is what is happening.
Now, did that term come from these white supremacists, these white?
No, that's from critical. That's from critical race theory. No,
that's still doing the same thing though. That's still still making white people the bad guys. They're the ones that are to blame.
No,
whiteness is the problem. Like that's what they're saying. They're saying whiteness is the problem.
Well, but you got to understand that these guys, and again, these are. I'm going to emphasize these are actual white identitarians.
No, I'm not talking about them anymore.
No. But I want to speak to this. I want to speak to this point. I'm going to get back to that. So these actual white identitarians want a white ethno state. That's what they want. It's horseshoe theory,
correct?
Or it's horseshoe.
I was right about that.
Yeah, the left and the right.
They want the same thing.
Okay.
Right. The extremes on the left and the extremes on the right want the exact same thing. What does critical race theory push for, Adam? It pushes for segregation.
Yeah.
This is perfectly acceptable to this group of white identitarians. That's what they want.
It's ridiculous.
They ultimately have the same goal. Okay. Right. And so they're, why are they using the same language as the left? Because they have this.
Hang on. I want to emphasize a point that I just saw Julie make in the chat. Karlyn has a few people as mods here. I'm sure they removed stuff that was clearly offensive. I would never allow anyone on this channel to experience an attack from the chat
like I experienced on this channel. I would never allow this. If I didn't have enough mods in the chat to take care of it, and I'm very fortunate that my mods are awesome, and I add more mods, like, you know, I have the ability to add more mods if I need to, but I never would allow this to happen in my chat. It would not happen. And if there were no mods around, then I would yell at people until it stopped, and I would block everyone until it stopped. And if it didn't stop, then I would have the guest on another day when I had more mods available. But I would never have allowed this to happen. Savret says weak psyches are highly suggestible to the deconstructionist ideologies and creating a guilt complex and an illusion and doesn't exist. If you watch The Great Manipulation, then you'll know the plan. Thank you, Savrets, for that. Yes, and Dragonwater is correct. I would never ask someone to not look at the chat. I might suggest it if someone is nervous about coming on my channel. I might suggest that they don't look in the chat, but I would never hide the chat from someone. I would never, ever, ever do that. Shout out to all the mods in the chat that keep the channel a good place to be. All right, guys, I'm going to finish this first beer. Hang on. And we're going to pour another one. Because we still got a ways to go. We got a good 2.5 more hours of me being attacked on this stream. We are going to be going for those who are in it for the beer. I'm having this awesome berry cheesecake beer that I had yesterday or the other day. This beer is so good. This is from Spyglass. I swear I'm not even buzzed yet. Spyglass Brewing Company in Nashua. This berry cheesecake sour ale. And I just need to show you guys the... Yeah, go get a drink. It's 8 o'clock. We're going to be here a while. Go get a drink. Go get yourself something nice. But look at how pretty this beer is. This beer does taste like cheesecake. Look how pretty it is. If you think you don't like beer, you just haven't found the right one yet. All right, let's keep going. Watch 2.5 more hours of me getting attacked. The same goal. They have.
I know, but you said earlier that these were the ones that were pushing that.
Yes.
Those
yes.
Those words.
You know,
but then now you just said it's actually from critical race theory in itself. It's written in it. You just said that though.
I'm so impressed with how consistent I was. What I said is that they are specifically pushing the anti-white language.
Okay, I'm talking about when you said the landlords.
I'm so impressed.
What is whiteness? There's claiming whiteness is the issue. Whiteness is the boogeyman. They're the problem.
Who owns the power structure?
Why is it called whiteness?
Because that's what the critical race theorists called it.
Right. So they're choosing to pick white people as the boogeyman to blame.
As the most powerful. Yeah. As the most powerful. Guess who else wants the white people to be the most powerful? The white identitarians. And what they're doing when they're pushing this language, and they know exactly what they're doing, is they're making a lot of people angry. And what do angry people tend to do? Or what might be a nice recruiting base for white identitarians? I was so really angry white people.
Okay.
I had it all right. I had it all figured out. This is the only community I'm impressed with myself. And Adam, I have seen this out. I'm not going to show it because I'm behaving responsibly. But like, I have seen so much material on this. They're calling it white well-being. They're calling it white positivity. Correct. They're calling it white survival. Correct. They're calling it a White Lives Matter movement. Correct. Like, there's so much. People can go on Telegram and find it themselves because they're doing all this out in the open. It's not. They're not even hiding it.
I mean, it feels like the critical race theorists probably are okay with it.
Yes, because they have the exact same goal. This is the thing. The critical race theorists and these really, really bad people have exactly the same goal. And that goal is segregation. That is exactly what they want. Now, but again, when we get into and I understand that this is all really complicated. Believe me, I've spent thousands of hours trying to decipher this. But when we get into like the woke progressive left, there are different levels to it, right? Most of the people that are pushing this stuff, they're useful idiots. They don't know what they're doing. They think they're doing it in order to be good people. But there are absolutely people at the very top who know, like they're influencers. They know exactly what they're pushing. And their goal is to destabilize the system. That's the goal. Ultimately, all of this, and again, I figured this out on my own, but James Lindsay completely, we are in complete alignment on this. The
She's
ultimate
not white,
goal
she's
is
a
to
Jew,
usher
that's in the
in
chat.
Marxism. That's what it is. And it's simply about destabilizing all of the power structures to usher in Marxism. Yep. That's what the ultimate goal of all of this is. And James Lindsay has done a lot of work on this, breaks it down beautifully. So I don't have to.
I've only
Fun
said
fact,
that 15 times on this
if you didn't watch my deep dive
I've only said that
about
15
Marx,
times. Thanks.
He himself realized later on in life that his own teachings, because he wrote the Communist Manifesto when he was in his 20s, and he spent years and years in libraries as he grew older, to the detriment of his health and family ties and everything, and realized
I like Verdi. I like it. I like it.
His own
Cheers,
teachings,
incognito.
and asked his followers, please put the Communist Manifesto away. Stop reading it. I was wrong. And it's interesting. I know as a side note, has nothing to do with it, but I thought people might want to know that. Look, Karlyn, I get it. I understand. You know, it's being turned into a weapon, right? The anti-white rhetoric, and we can't let it. You did say that, you know, what do they recruit these angry white people? It's like, look, I'm angry about
good, but maybe you shouldn't declare people are wrong when you just
suddenly
join.
Going to shift my entire, what I've known my entire life is no one's better than anyone else. Every single person should be judged on their character and their values as a human being, and it has nothing to do with their skin color and all that. Like I truly believe it. I've always believed that. That's how I was raised. I'm not going to suddenly change because I see all people making me out to be the boogeyman, like somehow I am to blame. You know,
but a lot of
you said earlier, you said two things can be true at once, right? And I think this is the case. And we just have to be very delicate with the way that we talk about it, because these people are weaponizing it. And
this is right.
I mean, I guess the recruiting, I don't see these groups.
I've seen them. And again, they're doing this in the back. Adam doesn't see these groups. I've literally already shown you them admitting. If you weren't here earlier, I literally played video of them. Actually, let's go to another video, shall we? Let's go to another video of another person in these groups that I've been talking about that Adam doesn't want to believe exist. Let's go to another video of them blatantly talking about how they're recruiting in these groups. Let me just find the correct one. I want to make sure it's okay. No, that's not it. I think it's up above. Sorry, there's a lot of video in this. Oh, maybe that. Okay. This is this the one? No. Yeah. So this is them literally talking. Okay, so let's watch this one first. This is just me scrolling through. I went on Facebook and found one of the people that's recruiting. You can see he's posting in all sorts of anti-CRT groups online. This is just me literally scrolling through his posts in the anti-CRT groups to prove that they're recruiting in the anti-CRT groups. And the reason I found out about this is I caught one of them in the act of trying to do it in an anti-CRT group that I just happened to be in. So that's me scrolling through all his posts in the anti-CRT groups. Now let's listen to him actually talk about what he's doing.
So this is really beautiful, the direction
this is the guy that was posting.
This is one of the purpose of this show really is to not just dwell and be reactionary. Brant was very good in explaining that we're heading towards solutions. So we don't want to just come on here and complain and waste your time. We all know what's going on. It's about figuring out, how do we handle this? How do we move forward? And, you know, what I'm promoting is that our people in the white positive movement somehow get into, I don't know if infiltrate's the word, but I want to say that go on social media, get involved specifically on Facebook with these anti-CRT groups and start dropping our media, dropping our message, getting the word out, challenging people. Do it politely, do it rationally, be an adult. If you're representing the white positive movement, be positive. It's okay to be human, get angry and make a joke or this or that, but try to realize that, you know, a lot of these people that we're dealing with, they have zero background in politics. They know even less about our movement, the white positive movement, etc. And so they're really just babes in the woods, and they'll eat up anything they're told. And they come into this movement with white guilt already ensconced into them, like through all the indoctrination that we have. So you better believe that, you know, the forces that be are going to want to corral these whites and allies of whites, people of color who support whites in Western civilization, and make them think it's not about whites. You know, it's not, you know, hence the title of the show, Critical Race Theory is Anti-White. And so we have to start strategizing these things. And part of it is psychological. Part of it is just facts and data and knowing how to talk to people. There's all kinds of people, but you have to realize that, you know, mom and dad from, you know, anywhere America, they see their kids going to school, they see this CRT garbage in school, and they're forced out of their homes. They're forced out of their complacency to take time out of their day to protect their children. Yet they're entering a battle that they have the slightest idea what they're up against. The enemy has all the dialectic. They have all the media. They, you know, they can dazzle, razzle, dazzle, and like knock our people down. When I say our people, I mean people who are trying to fight for the whites, the rights of whites, white sovereignty, etc.
White sovereignty.
Co-opt that movement. The anti-CRT movement is, in a way, our movement. It should be anyway, in that sense. So, because we're the true leaders in this movement and what's going on in terms of racial identity politics for whites. So that's why I had this show. And, you know, when more topics like this come up in the news, I'll invite you both back. Of course, we'll talk more about it.
They just said that their goal is to co-opt the anti-CRT movement. That is their goal. And someone asked, like, what is their goal? Well, they have a whole school. One of the people that was in that video we just saw, he runs a whole school, a homeschool program for children about white well-being. I'm not making this up. You can go and see. And the guy that we just heard talking, actually has a cover of John Lennon's Reimagine that he posted on BitChute, where but he changed the lyrics. He said, "Imagine all our people living the Western way. We are imagining our country is not controlled by Jews, our own religion too. Imagine all our people living free in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. Hope someday for white Ethereum and the white diaspora will be as one." They want a racially segregated society. That's what they want. That's what they want. That's what they want. And again, everything that I said was completely proven to be correct on this stream where I am being attacked relentlessly for 3.5 hours. This is why I stopped going on Adam's show. Owls of like Telegram, but they are doing it out in the open. People can, like, I went on and found it. I've worked with journalists that have a lot of material on this stuff. I've seen a lot of it, but I will tell you that these are, again, I want to emphasize, I'm not saying this in an SJW way where I'm calling like people have said, like she's calling everyone who thinks it's anti-white a white supremacist. No, that's not what I'm saying, and I want to be very clear about this.
What are you calling them racist though if they believe it's anti-white?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Kind of what your tweet said.
Yes.
Well, no.
Yes, I am.
If they're
and you can suck a dick, Adam. I really don't give a fuck.
Anti-white racism than anti-black racism, then yeah, that's a little bit racist.
But how do you know that they're doing that? How do you know that that's what they're doing?
If you are consistently using, all right, Chronic Tim, they just ignore them. They're not tiny. Thousands of people. They're not tiny. They're not tiny. There are minimally 30,000 people in this movement and I think that that's a low estimate. There are white well-being groups in every single state in this country, between 50 and 500 people. Every single state. They're not tiny. Stop dismissing them. Stop saying it doesn't matter. They're not tiny. Thank you, Reformed, for the super chat. I get really fed up with people who dismiss this stuff. When I'm putting evidence right in front of people and they're still saying, well, it's not that big of a deal and this is not a hill I would die on, then I have to assume that you agree with them. Saying the terms anti-white when you acknowledge that there are also anti-black parts of critical race theory.
Like, that's placing one value on anti-white racism and another value on anti-black
Reagan,
racism.
I just blocked
It can all be solved
Rob.
by just saying
Thank
critical
you.
race theory is racist, because that applies to everyone. And that's why we say all lives matter versus Black Lives Matter, right? Because Black Lives Matter is included
But Black
in
lives
all lives
do matter, though.
Well,
So
yeah,
is it racist to say Black Lives Matter?
And racism against white people matters too.
Hold
But
on.
guess what?
But is
it
it
doesn't matter
racist
anymore.
to say Black Lives Matter?
Yes.
It is?
Yeah, because you're
Why,
saying
though? They do
you're
matter.
of course they matter, but they don't matter any more or less than anyone else.
Okay, but so I mean, so saying, say I don't agree necessarily, because if someone says Black Lives Matter, it's like, okay, yeah, they do.
What was the argument that we heard
Pride Lives
all
Matter, like, yeah,
last
okay,
summer?
sure.
All last summer about why we should say all lives matter versus Black Lives Matter, because Black lives are included in all lives. Of course, Black lives matter.
Of course they do.
Everyone matters.
Okay,
And
I
no
agree.
one matters any more or less than anyone else. And it is exactly the same thing with this.
Okay.
Does critical race theory have anti-white components? Of course it does. Are they more important than the anti-black components? No.
No lives matter.
No lives matter. Fine.
You've seen that
So
meme,
why
right?
can't we
The
just
metal
say
guy.
critical race theory is racist? And if you're isolating by race, again, I have to go back to the fact that this is the game that the left wants you to play.
Yeah.
Dragon Water, thank you for the super chat. Why does everybody scream their opposition is a vocal minority? Yeah, I mean, that was a really good question. Oh, they called me a beta male. Oh, that's nice. Isn't that nice of them? Isn't that nice? I'm not even watching the chat. I can't watch it. It's too bad. We're playing. This is like, Adam, you know what this is? This is like if the devil came up from hell and said, I want to play a game, but I'm going to set all the rules and I can arbitrarily change the rules whenever I want to throughout the game. You win? And we agreed to it and said, yes, we will play by your rules and you can change the rules at any time and we are completely at your whim. That is exactly what we are doing here. We are saying to the left, we're going to play by your rules. We accept that you can change the rules at any time and we're just going to go by your definitions and do your thing. Part of my premise and how I'm trying to fight back against this is I fundamentally believe it's a really bad idea to accept the deal in the first place. I don't think that we need to accept the premise that we need to play by their rules. Let's create our own rules. And part of that is that I want to be the people to say this whole ideology is just racist. It's just racist. And all racism is wrong. All of it. And it's all equally wrong. And none is more important than anything else. But I got to tell you, like, I want to go back to this white identitarian thing. And I understand this makes people feel uncomfortable to talk about, but it's bigger than people think it is. It is like one of the things I've always been worried about. And frankly, a lot of people have been worried about is they're telling me to shut
up.
up.
An ideology that goes so far in one
They're calling me a leftist.
You're going to have backlash to it. It's just the way of the world. You are going to
calling me a grifter.
Life is about balance. When
I was
something happens on
100%
one extreme,
correct.
It will always have a way of balancing it out on the other side. So a lot of people for a really long time have been worried that all of the critical race theory nonsense was going to spur up an actual white identitarian movement again. Well, guess what? It has. There are more people than they think in it. I've seen it. I have clips on my YouTube channel, and these are young white kids that are very angry and very deeply hurt. And I understand how they've gotten to where
She's
they
full
are,
of shit.
but they're choosing to channel it in a really, really, really destructive way. And I don't know when it's going to hit us, but it's going to hit us at some point. And I got to tell you, like, my whole worldview in the course of this experience of getting attacked by these people, of going down this rabbit hole and looking for myself and seeing what it was, and not even feeling comfortable enough to talk about it in any sort of mainstream way, because I think these people are so dangerous. Like, this has fundamentally changed my worldview.
I almost started crying here. I almost started crying.
So stressful. I can't, like, even right now I'm like tearing up because
Take
what I've
a
seen
breath.
is
Take a breath. It's all good.
really bad.
We're all friends here.
Remember, I'm not
Really
saying that.
bad.
No, we aren't all
I
friends,
think
Adam.
I hope people are really getting that, though, because I think that is I don't know. It's hard to express, because in the same sense that it is anti-white, which it is, but it's anti-everyone. So Black Lives Matter, yes, of course, but all lives matter.
Calling me a Jew
it
again.
is the same sense. Do you understand that? I mean, I didn't really
Once a leftist
get it
lunatic,
as
always a
clear
leftist
as I do
lunatic.
now. Like, it does make a lot of sense, you know.
Why is she so
it is
emotional?
simply racist against white people and black people and anybody who, because it is just designed to divide and conquer and disassemble society to bring in Marxism, and they're switching the proletariat and versus the the bourgeois,
the bourgeoisie,
the bourgeoisie, to. I mean, I don't even
and
know who would be the higher ups in this situation, right? I mean,
well, the higher ups, ironically, are the white people that are already in power that are going to stay in power. That's
right.
who it is.
Adam's being
Because
too nice.
you kind of
She has daddy issues. Oh, that was really
It's
nice.
just to pit us against each other.
That was really
That's what it
nice.
is. They're trying to pit us.
Muhammad says, as much as I sometimes find your content uneven, as someone who has been cyberbullied and doxed myself, this is pretty harrowing stuff. I'm incredibly consistent. I am consistent. I have not changed my tune since this started almost a year ago. I am incredibly consistent. I do appreciate you saying that, but yeah, I'm incredibly consistent. I honestly cannot believe that how consistent I was on this. Nope. I am not going to create a society that only believes that racism against white people matters. Sorry. No, not going to happen. Nope. All racism is wrong. All racism is wrong. All of it. I appreciate you saying I was right, but all racism is wrong. Lime Life says, ignoring these people or saying don't let it bother you is dangerous because it allows their mindset to grow and hurts the movement against CRT. That is exactly correct. Remember, my whole point with all of this is that they were recruiting in the anti-CRT groups on Facebook, which I later proved emphatically was exactly what was happening. I proved it emphatically. I've already played the evidence. Savret says the social cataclysm is necessary for an eventuality of human evolution, creating one organism, uniting with the opposites of the material light. That's going to take me a minute to wrap my head around, Savrets, but I appreciate it. That's why all this started popping up after Occupy Wall Street. That's why the media started pushing this after Occupy Wall Street, because Occupy Wall Street was a populist movement at the end of the day, had many faults, but it wasn't
introduced them to identity politics.
Yeah, no, but that's what it was. And guess what happened? Patrice is 100% right. Patrice says they were likely recruiting in Adam's chat as well. Yes, they were. They 100% were. They saw that Adam was going to be talking about this because he used the specific term anti-white, and their outreach groups that, again, Jason bragged about in the videos that we've already watched, their outreach groups were in the chat. They were absolutely recruiting on Adam's channel this night. 100%. A lot of the super chats were from them. A lot of the people stirring the shit up in the chat was from them. It was 100% happening on Adam's channel in real time. We're watching it happen. Happened. They created
I know.
this.
That's what I was talking about. In 2012,
this.
2013, it was that around that moment where suddenly we started fighting each other. We almost realized that, wow, it is these people in charge, these big bankers, these
look, they're calling me a Jew again.
Rich elites that are making all the decisions where we vote.
Anytime someone uses Jew as an insult, they're probably these people.
Happened last year with that. I mean, believe what you will or not, but it's like we are angry at the wrong people, right? And I get it. This is changing.
Oh, watch this. Look at this. Look at this. Right here. Right here. No white guilt. No white guilt is the name of the guy's channel that we've been watching. No white guilt audience was in the chat. You just saw it. It's right there. That's that guy's audience that we've already watched the videos of. Anytime you see no white guilt, that's coming from that white well-being asshole.
It's deflecting where our anger's at, right? We need to be angry at the people who are actually pushing this stuff on us all.
That's exactly right.
And I am. I don't want to waste my time on this. I just see white people as being the boogeyman and being
her mask is falling.
The fault, so they're deflecting, right? They're saying, don't look at us. We're not the problem. It's white people. But again, they love white people who no, it is, but they love white people who agree with them. Because it helps push their narrative, though.
That's exactly right. They elevate
this person is admitting, see exactly, this white person.
So
exactly.
That's why it's just not that simple, because at the end of the day, this has been created and pushed by elitist white academics. Do you think that elitist white academics are going to push an ideology that takes them out of power? I don't.
It's interesting too. Someone in chat just said they like it when black people agree with them too, and it's like they like it when anyone agrees with them.
It's anyone. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what
and if a black person disagrees,
what color skin.
Yeah, and if a black person disagrees with them, they're going to call him a white supremacist in the LA Times.
Because that's the boogeyman. That's
yes.
the go-to blame. The deflection.
Only
the white power, the white people that are being to blame for all this.
It is only about maintaining power. That is it. Like once people realize, and I find that there's a moment when people are learning about critical race theory that they see the bigger picture, and it really does happen. For me, it came when I was reading In Defense of Looting last summer, when I was reading about how like
you were live tweeting it.
I was live tweeting it. Like it was talking about how property rights are capitalism and therefore racist. And so it was like all this thing, but I had this epiphany of like, this is just about power. And I could see it clearly. This is only about maintaining power. And at the end of the day, it's about defeating capitalism. I mean, I've watched thousands of hours of these trainings. I'm going to be watching one of these trainings. I'm looking for a fat studies training to watch tomorrow. But like a fat studies training. I've been doing critical race. There's fat studies, critical fat studies. It's like about fat phobia.
Oh, fat phobia.
I'm trying to change it up from watching so much critical race theory. So
good for you.
Like there are all these different
don't break your brain.
No, but there are all these different types of critical theories, right? So if you look at James Lindsay and Helen Pluckrose's book, Cynical Theories, it's about all the different types of critical theory. There's critical race theory, there's critical gender theory, critical queer theory, critical fat studies, like disability studies, all this stuff. So tomorrow, actually, on my channel, I'm going to be watching a training live at 3 p.m. because I do this all the time. But the point I want to make is that in every single critical race theory training that I watch, they talk about capitalism as the boogeyman. It's not even, and this is what a lot of people
Another thing that Marxists even admitted later on in life, he said, you know what, we wouldn't have this society without capitalism. So actually capitalism is pretty good. Marxist himself came to that conclusion after years of study. These people need to, if you go watch my deep dive,
people are
about Marx.
They'll find a way to explain their way out of it. People are encouraging other people to unsubscribe from my channel in this chat, which is what these people do all the time. They pretend that they were been my fans forever and they were always subscribed to my channel, but oh my god, the minute that you say that I shouldn't say critical race theory is anti-white, that is just a step too far. These people do this shit all the time. They do this shit all the time. All the time. Dan, thank you for the super chat saying anti-white is dumb. It's inflammatory and automatically puts the CRT person on the defense and closes their ears to arguments against CRT. Yeah, I mean, it's dumb for a lot of reasons, but that is certainly one of them, and I appreciate that. Yeah, they're literally encouraging people to unsubscribe from my channel in this chat, even though the people encouraging them to unsubscribe from my channel have never been subscribed to my channel. This is what these people do. They try to gaslight you into believing that so that they're pressuring you to use their terms. So you can just have our subscriptions if you say the things that we want you to say. That's what they do all the time. We're only an hour into this, guys. There's another 2.5 hours of this stream. Another 2.5 hours. But I guess the larger point I want to make by this is actually it's not actually true that white people are the biggest boogeyman in critical race theory. Capitalism is the biggest boogeyman. I am fucking critical race theory. I am a consistent and they merely, again, because we have to understand, like, take the critical blank theory.
Whatever is in the middle, isn't whiteness the same?
Okay, so we just talked about how there are a whole bunch of different types of critical theory, right?
Right.
Critical gender theory, critical race theory.
Yeah, but we're talking about critical race theory.
Hang on. I'm going to make a point. So you have to take whatever word is in between critical theory. So critical race theory, critical gender theory. That is the tool that they are using to create the division. That's just the tool. In this case, race is just the tool. So what they have to do is they have to use their tool in order to create division so they can maintain power. So what do? They look at who the majority race is, and then they start to frame everything in terms of it being that race's fault. Because race is the tool that they are using to destabilize the system. So like whatever it is, so tomorrow on my channel, hopefully we're going to be watching a fat studies thing. I don't know. So they're going to be using weight as the tool to try to pit against each other, or they're going to be using LGBT stuff, or they're going to be using gender stuff, or they're going to be using disability stuff. And these things are all merely tools in the broader toolbox that is critical theory.
Okay. That was great. I mean, it wasn't really a debate. It was a little bit of a.
You yelled at me a couple times.
I did not yell at you.
No, she's on coke. They're saying I'm on coke. That's nice. You wouldn't let me speak. You were interrupting me like misogynist.
I'm pretty sure between the two of us.
I will say that looking back, I honestly didn't realize in the moment how much I had dominated the conversation. I actually fucking stupid me. I actually, when I rewatched this, I hadn't fully processed what happened. I actually apologized to Adam after this for dominating the conversation because I really didn't realize in the moment that I dominated that conversation. But every single fucking thing that I said was correct, and every single argument Adam had against me was wrong. Every single thing I said was correct, and every single thing Adam said against me was wrong. But now let's keep going. So I don't feel bad about dominating the conversation when I am 100% correct. When I'm 100% correct, I feel like I have priority. I have an obligation to fucking dominate the conversation because Adam was wrong. He was wrong then, and he is wrong now. And I have given him ample evidence of his wrongness, and he ignored it and told me he didn't care. So I don't feel bad any longer about dominating the conversation because I was right and he was wrong.
You spoke a lot more than I did.
That was it. We're talking about my perspective, Adam. Of course I'm going to speak more.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, thank you for joining me, Karlyn. And honestly, I hope the people that were angry at Karlyn kind of understand her standpoint on it. It's not that.
See you, awesome human. Thank you for stopping by.
I mean, you know that they're making white people the boogeyman, but it's as equally racist. Your whole point is we can't choose one over the other, right? We can't say that this needs to take priority, that it's anti-white. No, it's bad for everyone, right? Am I summing it up correctly?
I think I've got a couple like key points that I want people to take away from this.
Oh, Adam is
One
here.
that
Hi,
it's just,
Adam.
like,
Hi,
racism
Adam.
includes. Hi. You were watching the chat. I absolutely know you were watching the chat. You 100% were. And I was 100% right with everything that I said, and you were 100% wrong, and I since sent you evidence of that, and you told me you didn't care. So F off. You are welcome to put in any comments you would like in the chat, but I'm not going to show them on the screen unless you send me a super chat with all that super chat money that I made you that night when you allowed your chat to attack me for 3.5 fucking hours. But welcome to the stream, Adam. I'm so glad you're here. Everyone, we have to stop giving in to the left's definition that racism only applies to certain groups. If you say critical race theory is racist, that includes white people. So we have to start adjusting to that. Number two, I really want people to understand that we need to be focused on winning, not on owning. Adam, maybe in the course of watching this stream, you can understand what it's like to see a chat attack you for hours on end. For hours on end. And having no one do anything about it. After you hid the chat from me purposefully. Libs, we have to be focused on winning.
How do we do that? How can someone help win?
We have to be better at playing their game. Right now, to be quite frank, a lot of us suck.
Adam, maybe you can apologize.
At fighting the left.
Maybe you can apologize
for
putting me through this shit, Adam. Maybe you can apologize.
And every single time we engage in these discussions where we're putting race at the forefront, where we're saying like anti-white, anti-black, whatever it is,
I would love it if Adam, who is now watching this stream, would admit that every single fucking thing I said on this stream was correct, and I have since proven that emphatically, regardless of that tweet he sent out the other day. I would love it if Adam could admit that every single thing I said was correct, that I have now proven emphatically on this stream. Let's hear it, Adam. Let's hear it. I'm liking this conversation. I'd like you to make up. Lots to learn from this. No, don't think that's going to... Well, if Adam apologizes and admits that I was 100% correct during every single point I made in this discussion, maybe we can have a shot of making up. But he allowed his chat to attack me for 3.5 hours, has still doubled down on this position today. Oh, he doesn't owe me anything. Well, we're just going to keep going then, aren't we, Adam? We're just going to keep going.
Adam, I had respect for you, but what the fuck happened to you? Yes, Adam Crigler, after being proved emphatically fucking wrong on this stream live in front of everyone, still will not admit that he's wrong. Still will not admit that I was correct in every single thing that I said. And I'm so glad you're here, Adam. I'm so glad that you are hammering the point home that you were wrong in this situation and still continue to be wrong today. And we're going to watch this whole show and we're going to keep showing exactly how wrong you were. They're literally playing their game. Hey, Adam, before all this, did you ever refer to anything as anti-white in your life?
No.
No. Would you ever refer to anything as anti-black or anything having to like in the time that we grew up in, we didn't even refer to this.
I didn't think about race. Race was never, it never came about. Like you know, you were very similar in age. I'm 37. So, you know, we were teenagers in the 90s.
Did Adam stop the chat?
I mean, and I went to high school outside Philadelphia where there was
chat
all
disconnected.
Different colors.
Holy shit.
There was cool.
Holy shit. Adam just took this video down just so we wouldn't be able to see the chat. Adam just took this video down so we wouldn't be able to see the chat. Adam just disconnected the chat so we couldn't watch what happened. Adam, just so you know, I've got a backup video of this, so if this video stops working, I've got it backed up so we can continue to watch the video. We won't be able to watch the chat because you don't want us to see what actually happened. Look, we can't connect to the chat. We can't connect to the chat. Adam just took it down because he knows he's wrong and he wants to hide that he's wrong. He literally just took the fucking chat down. Well, guys, we still have the video and I have the video backed up. I have the video backed up. So we're going to continue to watch here. And if it doesn't play here for some reason, then we will go to my backup. Because I knew this was going to happen. I knew that Adam was a fucking coward and wouldn't want people to see what actually happened in the chat on his channel. But I think we've already made the point that this chat was attacking me for 3.5 fucking hours. And he's going to go through the super chats. And so he's at least going to display this. Or he's at least going to talk through the super chats. And we're going to continue to see it. Adam, you can run, but you can't hide, motherfucker. I've got a backup of this video just in case you prevent us from watching it. Thank you, Sin, for the super sticker. Adam Crigler does not want you to see what happened on this stream. That's what's happening right now. Because he is a coward and he was wrong. And he will not admit that he was wrong, even in the face of overwhelming evidence that he was wrong.
People that were nice to me, and there were bullies that were of all colors. And like, it literally made no difference.
Adam stopped
it was the character. It was how you treated me. And it's like, that's how I've always thought. Like, it never dawned on me that I needed to, or not that I ever will. It's like, this is what they're claiming, that I need to like treat people differently because of the color of their skin. It's like, no, if you're cool to me, I'm going to be cool to you. Like, that's how I've always been.
But that's exactly right. But the minute that we start categorizing people based on race is the minute that we're starting to play their game. I fundamentally believe that we should be rejecting the rules that the left is pushing on us. We shouldn't accept rules just because they've given them to us. We have to create our own rules.
That's it right there.
He just
that,
privated
what
the
you
video.
just said is
Actually,
the reason why you
know
get
what?
so frustrated.
Let me do this.
And
we're at 1 hour and 1 minute and 48 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna reload this video. Watch what happens. Watch what happens when I reload this video. It's going to show that it's private. Watch what happens. I've got a backup, so we don't need to worry about it. But watch what happens. Hit reload.
No.
Oh,
if
it
you're
is
cool
still
to
working.
me, I'm going to be cool to you. Like, that's how I've always been.
Maybe the chat.
But that's exactly right. But the minute that we start categorizing people based on race is the minute that we're starting to play their game.
Okay. I take back what I just said. Maybe Adam thought better of disconnecting the video. Maybe Adam thought better of it, but now we're back and we're rocking and rolling. And so if I am wrong that Adam did something to disconnect the chat, if I am wrong, I will apologize and I will say that I am wrong and I will take back calling Adam a coward. I will take it back. I apologize if I'm wrong. But I do think it's a little mysterious. How Adam just showed up in my chat and then all of a sudden his chat disconnected from the video that we're watching. But if I am wrong, I will say that I am wrong and I will apologize. I will not apologize for pointing out that every single thing that I said in this video was correct, and every single argument that Adam made against me was wrong, and he has yet to apologize to me. Guys, the video was unlisted before, but I got the link to it. Sorry. I got the link. Sorry. But we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. And anyone who wants to do what this guy does, who I've never seen on this channel before, enjoy your block, buddy. Enjoy your block. Maybe put it back up. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Fundamentally believe that we should be rejecting
No white
the
guilt.
rules
We can
that
see
the
no
left
white
is
guilt
pushing
again.
on us. We shouldn't accept rules just because they've given them to us. We have to create our own rules.
That's it right there.
Yep. Timothy says, and I do think that this is what happened. The fact that Adam Crigler tried to remove the video and removing the chat, tried to bring it back quickly because it made him look guilty, says a lot. Adam allows white supremacists in his chat. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize. I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think Timothy's wrong. I think that's exactly what just happened. Savard says it's placebo, racism effect, and guilt complex. Yes. I think that that's exactly what happened. I think Adam tried to private the video to prevent us from seeing it, and we saw it happen live because have you guys ever seen a YouTube chat disconnect like that? And then I think he realized that it didn't work because I could still play the video. And then he found out that I had a backup of the video just in case he removed the video because I anticipated that he might remove the video. Huh. How ironic. How ironic. Please have a private conversation with Adam? No. Absolutely not. Because Adam right now runs with a group of people that I do not trust in any way, shape, or form. Adam can have this conversation publicly with me. If he wants to have a fight on Twitter, we can have the conversation publicly. I will not have the conversation privately. Absolutely not. Not in any way. No. Denied.
That what you just said is the reason why you get so frustrated. And I get it. I understand. Because we are giving in to essentially their demands.
Exactly.
They're demanding that we accept that white people are the problem and that black people are inferior and all the rest of the races are marginalized and this.
If you guys have a message for Adam, and we also have to be smart. If you guys have a message for Adam that you would like to put in the chat, I will display it on the screen right now. If you have a message for Adam that you would like to immortalize in this video about his behavior, then I will display it on the screen. If you guys all understand why I refused in any way to interact with him after this video. And by the way, he threw me under the bus in that whole Holocaust tweet as well. Adam threw me directly under the bus on that Hitler tweet that I got that hit piece written about me in Newsweek for. Threw me right under the fucking bus. And that happened after this. So I will be displaying messages for Adam on the screen. Go ahead, chat them in.
Exists.
Well, and we also have to be smarter than the left because they take advantage of every single opportunity. So if someone is out there like acting a fool and then saying anti-white, 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 what the left does is they then point to that person and they say, this is indicative of everyone who's against critical race theory, who's ever spoken out against critical race theory. This is what these people look like. Well, no, this is just a crazy person ranting. That's all it is. And we know that, but they don't. And the last thing I want to say is, like, I really cannot emphasize this enough. I know a lot of the whistleblowers. I am friends with a lot of whistleblowers that have bravely come forward, put themselves on the line, lost their job to speak out against this stuff. And it infuriates me that people would actively work against what they are like. We talk about this stuff. I don't think anyone thinks that people are purposefully trying to diminish the contribution that all of the whistleblowers who have come forward have made, but that's what they're doing when they're just not behaving responsibly. What I am talking about is a bare minimum of responsibility. Just gets racist. That includes everyone. And it doesn't hand the left a win. It doesn't work against our collective goal, which should be defeating this. That is the goal. We need to defeat it.
I like it. We do need to defeat it. I agree. I mean, and you saw that teacher getting fired, right?
Oh yeah, that was pretty epic, and that school board meeting was awesome. I was watching that live last night.
I was live yesterday,
Oh.
so I couldn't actually watch it. But
It's recorded. I'm gonna go back and watch the whole thing again.
Can you send me that link on Twitter so I can have that?
Still
man,
keep
what was I
watching
about
the
to say?
chat, by
I
the
was
way,
about to
because
say
the chat is
something.
now
Oh,
moving
I
again
read,
because Adam did
I
fix
read an
something,
article
whatever
about
he took
how-
down.
So he came out and had that like, hey, I want to say thanks to these people and my allies and like all the, all my students that, I'm going to miss. And it's like, bye teacher, leave them kids alone.
Oh my God.
But I heard that because of what he was doing, he actually outed a lot of his other, I'll call them allies in
No
his.
kidding.
Yeah. So more
Good.
people, I think it's like a domino that got flicked over. And I heard about the parents being absolutely
They were
pissed.
pissed. They were not happy.
Did they shut it down? Did they stop them?
So
I heard that they closed it. They were like, we're just gonna.
So I didn't
I
didn't see the end of it because I had to go to another meeting. But like what I heard happened is they said they were taking a break and then they just never came back.
Oh man, we can't handle this. Oh man.
No, those parents were pissed. But I'll send you the link.
Yeah. All right, let's get into some super chats. I'm sure we've got lots of fun things to discuss from super chats.
Questions.
I'm sure we're.
Well, we're gonna get into the super chats. Oh, you can see right here. Karlyn is anti-white. That's really nice. Rachel says, "I'd love to see you two work things out. I love your streams together. You were so cute together. I appreciate both your perspectives. I used to love talking with Adam on stream. I used to love it. That's why I did it. I didn't get paid for that shit." He thinks that he was doing me some great service by helping me build my channel. My channel was already growing at a clip when Adam had me on his show, so I never saw it like that. I saw it as, I'm sure he is talking shit about me on Twitter. I blocked him a long time ago. He was talking shit about me on Twitter before though, so I don't really think that that's new. That's not new. He was talking shit about me before. Threw me under the bus before. Let me see. Incognito, Adam Gratz on the possibility of being the next Jack Murphy. I don't think he's the next Jack Murphy. I don't think that. I'm not sure I displayed this one from Savritz. It's a placebo racism effect and guilt complex. I agree with you there, Savritz. Yeah, Adam. How does it feel to be used for money, Adam? How does it feel to be used? I'm doing well in super chats tonight. I appreciate all the super chats coming in. The Crigler Show, unsubscribe, staying that way. I'm disappointed in you. All you had to do was apologize and say, Karlyn, I didn't have all the information and I didn't look at the things you sent me. Do you guys want to see? No, I don't want to show that just yet. I don't want to show that. I can show you where Adam told me he didn't care about any of this. You want to fuck me, dude? I will answer any question asked in good faith. If you do not ask in good faith, I will mock you relentlessly.
Okay, I respect that. Robert Wiles coming in hot first with a $10 super chat. I hope this makes Betty smile and Diana Francisco.
Literally, all he had to do was apologize. All he had to do was apologize for the fact that I went on his channel for 3.5 hours and got attacked in his chat. That was all he had to do. That was it. And I was right in every single thing I said, and he was wrong. And I sent him evidence of that privately. Oh, I'm sure Adam is tweeting about it. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. I'm sure that our friend Adam is having many feelings about this right now because I've proven him to be a liar and a grifter. Nuclear, you can take a timeout. You can take a timeout. How about the other nugget to the triangle comment you made the other day? I mean, it was Tim, Lydia, and Adam. What do you think happened? It was Tim, Lydia, and Adam. What do you think happened? Thank you for the super chat. Work it out, man. I knew what happened the minute that I heard that Adam was kicked off that show. I knew what happened. Figure it out. Dragon Water says, being spiteful. Let's see Adam. Let's see Adam's sex tapes leaks when he's taking the you know what. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not making judgment about that. All right. So let me show you guys this. Let me show you guys this. Let me show you guys this. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'll show you. I'll show you precisely where I was DMing. These are DMs I had with Adam. You can see these DMs are on September 15th. So this is 1 week. This is 1 week before I published that anti-white article. This is 1 week before I published the article that we've been watching the videos from. And I'm DMing Adam the clips because we're researching this article and we're finding stuff out, and I'm saying this is not even the best evidence, and look in the chat, like, and I know this isn't the most fun thing to look at, but you did ask these questions. So what I'm doing is I'm sending Adam the evidence that we gathered, and just saying, like, dude, I was right about what I said on your stream. Look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. Look at the evidence, dude. What did Adam say? You told me you don't care. Sorry, I see your post. I feel the same way. I'm not really trying to have an argument. I see and hear what you're saying. And then I basically tried to explain it to him and said, I don't talk about it. I've never doubted you, but I still believe you and still do. He told me he didn't care about the evidence that I was sending him. He told me he didn't care about the evidence I was sending him. Didn't even bother to fucking look at it. Didn't even bother to fucking look at it. You guys want me to have a chat with him in private? I tried to. I tried to. He refused to look at the evidence, and then when he had the evidence right in front of him, he refused to do anything about it. He refused to say anything, and is still parroting the same lines today. Just yesterday, parroting the same fucking lines he did from this show, even though he has absolutely been presented with evidence that he was wrong. Adam tweeted that the people in his chat are absolutely amazing. Do you guys think the people in the chat that we're seeing tonight are absolutely amazing? Do you guys think these people that we're seeing in the chat are absolutely amazing? Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Let's go smile. My mom is doing better, and my nephew is still here. I'm glad y'all are making sure I'm doing good. Be blessed, everyone. That's awesome.
Love
chat,
you, Robert.
Are you guys are just giving him some good vibes? That's my chat. Love my chat. Shout out to chat. Robert again says, you both have a blessed soul. I'm walking so good now. The other day, someone didn't realize that I had a fake leg. Been so long since that happened. Nice.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Nice. It's good to know that you're adjusting to the newer leg.
Yes. Julie is making a fantastic. I'm so glad you showed up, Adam. Julie's making a fantastic point. Well, there you go. It went from I didn't read the chat to the people in my chat are amazing. That's what it went from. That is exactly right. You guys think Adam didn't read the chat? He's literally tweeting about how awesome his chat is right now. These gross people in Adam's chat should have been called out. Yes, they should have been. It should have been stopped. Adam, you prevented me from seeing the chat. I promised you I wouldn't look in the chat. I promised you I wouldn't look in the chat because that was what you wanted. And I abided by your wishes. And you saw all this happening and you did shit about it. These are some sick fucking people, dude. Savrit says, the Crigler show, I believe you are capable of coming to a unity through reason with Karlyn. You will suffer the cancel force like everyone else. Yes. Adam, if you think these people aren't coming for you at some point, you are wrong. You are pandering to an extremely bad audience. Extremely bad audience.
Since you've had that, right? I don't even... I remember you telling me you got the new leg, but that's months now, right? I mean, geez, you've had it for a while, so it's good to know that you're really coming into it. Emperor.
What I will say is that not everyone in the chat was doing this shit. There are great people that are in Adam's chat that also have been on my channel and have commented on my channel and supported my channel. And I am not talking about the good people in the chat. I'm not talking about them. I don't think that everyone in Adam's chat is bad. But I do think there were absolutely horrendous fucking actors in the chat that night that attacked me for 3.5 fucking hours. And he didn't do anything about it, and he watched it happen, and he did nothing. And even if he... Let's just play into this fantasy where Adam didn't watch the chat at all, which is bullshit, but let's just play into it for a moment. The minute that he saw what happened, he should have said something. And absolutely, the minute that I released the fucking anti-white article explaining where all this shit was coming from, Adam should have been one of the strongest supporters saying, you know what, guys? She told us what was happening, and now she's proven what was happening. He should have been, if he had any integrity, he would have done that, and he didn't.
Mark Robershaw, he changed his name to Emperor now. Interesting. I like it. Well, it was Darth yesterday, so he changed it to Emperor.
Wow.
Anyway, Robershaw says, I wonder who has softer skin, Adam or Karlyn?
Probably Adam. I feel like you moisturize more than I do.
Yeah, I don't moisturize ever.
But... There are people in my chat tonight. Patrice was there that night. You've seen Patrice pop up in the chat. There were people that were there that night that were so disgusted by what happened. I heard from multiple people that were absolutely disgusted. Julie says, this is toxic as hell. I don't care if he agrees with Karlyn or not. To allow this to happen to a guest is messed up. There should have been an apology, Adam. I'm sorry. You made a lot of money that night. And I got the shit beat out of me on your watch because I followed your wishes and I didn't look at the chat. Matthew says, I think you were correct to de-emphasize the anti-white narrative. Can you ignore this and divert your energy to... No, I can't ignore this. No. And anyone who's making this fucking argument, I'm sorry. I wrote a whole book about this shit. Don't tell me, Nuclear, enjoy your block. Don't tell me that I have diverted my energy and all I talk about is this. That is absolute bullshit. I do dozens of hours of content every single week. On this topic. So unless you are supporting the dozens of hours that I do on this content every single week, and this is the first time I've seen a super chat from you in a while, Matthew, do not bitch and complain when I take a Saturday night out to defend myself. Do not fucking complain. Too bad, so sad. If you don't like it, don't watch. Yeah, I'm getting a little feisty now. I am. I've had a beer and a half. I'm getting a little feisty.
But
no,
I have really soft. I have really delicate skin. I'm allergic to metal, and I get like I can get allergic reactions. So like my skin's very delicate. I think it's soft. I got soft skin, but I've got thick skin though.
Oh, does he? Because he seems to be complaining on Twitter right now.
GJJ says you and Allison Moreau teaming up might be cool.
I think I actually had an email into Allison at one point when all this stuff was going down because I was reaching out to a lot of journalists to try to get any journalist to act like a journalist.
Okay.
But
yeah, because they're terrible at journalizing, whatever it's called.
It's not even that. It's that a lot of them are scared, but there are people that are looking at it. So we'll see if it gets covered eventually.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm interesting. You mentioned something's coming out soon. I don't know if you can say it live.
I can't because it was told to me in confidence, but there's going to be a story coming out. Like it's going to blow your mind. It's going to blow. Okay. There's another whistleblower.
Can you tell me after the show?
Yeah, I'll tell you after the show. Yeah.
That was a $20 super chat, by the way, from GJJ. Thank you so much, sir. Robert Shaw says, "Is that a beanie?" No, that's a Red Sox hat.
No, it's a Red Sox hat. I'm wearing it backwards.
I'm a Cubs fan.
Had to have my rally hat.
I've always been a Cubs fan. I'm not a fair weather. Well, I was at a Cubs game. I sang with Harry Carey. Like, I'm an OG Cubs fan. So
I was raised a Yankees fan, and then I went to school in Boston, and I think I became a Red Sox fan just to piss my parents off.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I want to point something out.
Very angry.
So this person says Karlyn were the Nazis anti-Semitic. That is their number. That is these white well-being assholes use that argument all the time. That is like one of their number one arguments. And you've seen it in the chat if you've been watching it. You've seen this argument all night, but that is one of their number one arguments about why they can try to recruit people into their little white well-being moment. They say, "Do you believe the Nazis were anti-Semitic?"
Citizen says, "Will the coffee roaster toast the doctor?" Stay tuned and find out.
I think we had a nice
hello all.
chat.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think it was civil discourse, right? I mean, where would the world be without civil discourse? I think we all know the answer to that question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we're going there. Hopefully we can fight it.
Reality.
Yeah, right. Robert Shaw says pepperoni is supreme. I guess I'm evil. Well, yeah, you were Darth yesterday. Now you're Emperor. Like, okay, goodness. Sejong with a $10 super chat says, "Why critical race is anti-white people's wait, anti-white people's is because if you do anything against it, you are immediately labeled white, even if you are black."
All right. Wow. Warren Vaughn. Something says, I want Hillary versus Trump again. I can't stand Biden. I would love to see Hillary versus Trump again. I don't think that is the right decision, but I think it is the most entertaining of decisions. I do.
It is racist, but specifically anti-white racism. It exists. Well, this was early on. Karlyn, we handled this one already. I
Just
think
to emphasize, that's actually anti-black. If you're calling a black man white, that's anti-black.
I think it's just racist, though. You can't use that term. You can't say that. Right.
It is just racist.
Gotta adhere to your own viewpoint on it, right? I mean, it's like it isn't anti anything but just simply racism.
Right.
Standing as your own standpoint on the whole thing. Robert Shaw says, "Look up dementia. You'll see a picture of Biden." Oh my goodness.
True.
Yeah, I mean, you have the dictionary. It's probably still in there. He's old. It's from the 90s.
I'm gonna look up dementia while you're reading super chats.
You know, it's funny too because in 1988, the dude said he lied about being top of his class, that he had 3 degrees.
So someone had just asked me in the chat, what am I knitting? I'm knitting a Starflake shawl. It's pretty rad. I'll show it to you guys when it's done. But the reason I bring this up is I think this is the point where I start to pull out my knitting, because I was legitimately like really upset at this point, not because of the chat, but because of like Adam's demeanor towards me. And so I started knitting, and it was like a comfort mechanism for me. It's like it like calms me down. And so you're gonna see people, once I start knitting, you're gonna see people commenting in the chat saying, well, how dare she knit? She's not even listening to Adam. What a bitch. Me. Did nothing to stop it.
And that he graduated.
That definitely happens at some point. It might have happened here.
And it turns out he was.
Oh, Mikey Harlow's tweeting about it.
Out of
Mikey Harlow, fun fact, I am the most successful video ever on Mikey Harlow's channel. I still haven't watched that video. I will never watch that video because Mikey Harlow is so far beneath me. He is not even worth the hour of my time that it would take to watch that video. Not even worth it. Why is Mikey Harlow even involved? Oh, he has to defend his friend? What a jackass, man. What a jackass. They're all a flutter. They're all a flutter on Twitter because Adam is now a part of Carrie Smith's bullying horde on Twitter. That includes Carrie Smith, Mike Harlow, the Queen from England, who is not even worthy of a name because he's such a garbage fucking human being that doxes people on the internet as a sick form of fucking revenge. Mike Harlow, all of them right now, a flutter about what is going on. Savrits to Adam, we must be aware not to allow our boundaries of perception to become barriers of perception that can't be modified. Oh, I think that Adam is definitely not allowing his barriers of perception to be modified. But you know, oh god, Mikey loves sleeping with straight guys. He fucking loves it. He fucking loves it. Oh, Mike Harlow's retweeting everything. Thank you guys for being my spies. I don't want to look at their Twitter shit. I love you guys. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Yeah, Nat D, we know you like him, but I promise you, he's a fucking rat bastard of a skinny fuck with no ass. Mike Harlow wants to talk about my copious ass on Twitter. I've people pay money for my fucking ass, not for Mike Harlow's ass. I'll tell you that. Let's keep going. See, now we're really getting into Saucy Saturdays now. If you guys have any questions you want me to answer about internet drama, please, now might be the time. I'm just saying, I'm not going to make any promises, but I'm just saying, I'm starting to feel a little saucy. I'm starting to feel a little antagonistic.
I'm starting to feel like I should give a giant fuck you to the bullying horde on Twitter that gets off on making my life miserable all the time. Let me know. Let me know.
80 people. He was at the bottom of the class. He only had 1 degree, and he wasn't summa cum laude. And said, you know what he said? You know what? This is his real response.
Yes.
He said,
"Where is Graphically Alex when
My
we need
memory
him?
fails
Where
me."
is he? Where did he
in
go?
the 80s. In the 80s, he lied his butt off and said his memory failed him. It's like, oh my
Mike
gosh.
Harlow called me Butch. Oh, Mike Harlow likes to call me all manner of homophobic names, doesn't he? Doesn't he? Mike Harlow likes to call me crispy in reference to bacon. He likes to call me ham beast. He likes to make fun of my weight all the time. Oh, Mikey, it's so cute, buddy, that you think that you calling me Butch impacts me at all, other than demonstrating what a colossal asshole you are to people on the internet. Dude, I'm like the only one of all of you that is in any successful relationship at all, and you think attacking me is gonna prove your superiority? Please. Please. My God.
Dude.
So here is the dictionary
Oof.
definition of dementia.
Mhm.
Insanity or madness. Psychiatry, a severe organic mental deficiency or impairment distinguished from amnesia.
Okay.
So, okay.
Well, I mean, if you compare,
That's
if you
really vague.
listen to Biden speak ever in the
Oh, there's awesome
history
human.
of him being
There's
in
awesome
politics,
human showing up.
he's fast, he's articulate, he's speaking, coherently. Really, I think it's the most important thing. Yeah, it's.
Oh wait, Jared saying it, and Jared, I just need to get through this weekend, and then we're gonna go out for drinks. I needed to do my taxes today. I've got other shit I need to do tomorrow for the Unwoke Army stuff. We're gonna go out for drinks. Don't think I've forgotten about it. Mike Harlow in his video was like, "I'm serious. I don't want to call names," and then proceeded to mock and call names left and right. Not a very authentic person. Mike Harlow literally calls me names on Twitter like several times a fucking week. Several times a week. He finds some way to call me fat on Twitter. But he just doesn't want to call names. Sure.
It's not who he is now. He is a shell of his former self. Trusted Flagger with a $10 super chat says, Karlyn, the discussion is why it says why they, but I think why the critical race theory is, and its real world effects, both are anti-white. You're pretending it isn't.
Maybe Mikey just wants to date me.
Identitarians rising up.
Maybe he just has a crush on me.
Zero
no,
relevance.
He's just an asshole. He's just an asshole.
Look, trusted. It absolutely has relevance. It makes sense that they would use this as a weapon, of course. A lot of these super chats have come in while we were having the discussion, and I feel like you explained it thoroughly about how it is simply just racist. You cannot choose one racism over the other because this is what they want. They want to divide us. They want us going, it's not being angry about that instead of being angry about critical race theory in itself being racist towards everyone.
Yeah.
That's what we need to unite on that. I think that is like the core of it. It's like whether or not it is, because I think it's like I said, the deflection is aiming people at white people, which I think is terrible. I think that in itself it sucks. But then at the same time, they're using their own word, marginalizing literally everyone else. But that's what they want.
That's what they
people
want.
They want people aiming over there. So I think, I've seen the real world effects, and it is causing division.
Carrie Smith is tweeting about me. Oh, I am shocked. I am shocked that Carrie Smith, who is the leader of the bullying horde on Twitter, I am shocked that Carrie Smith is tweeting about me. Carrie Smith tweets about me all the fucking time. Carrie Smith cannot help herself. It looks like I have additional tweets to add to the Carrie is Obsessed Twitter account at Carrie is Obsessed on Twitter. You can see all the tweets up until recently. I haven't done the recent tweets yet because honestly, I was hoping she would learn better and learn to shut the fuck up. But apparently we're still going down this road of me living rent-free in Carrie Smith's head because Carrie Smith is obsessed with me and can't move on with her own life, even though she hasn't spoken to me since October of 2020. Still fucking obsessed with me. And is tweeting about me right now because all of them are in a little horde. All of them are in a horde. All of them. Carrie Smith, Mike Harlow, Queen of England, Adam Crigler, all of their little lackeys. They're all in a little horde on Twitter where all they do is talk about me all day and tweet about me all day because they have no lives of their very own. They have no original lives. They have no original thoughts. All they do is glom onto the work of others while we're actually doing real shit. Yeah, Karen Smith, the mean girl tweeting is no surprise. Jared, girl, I get it. Got some money back so we can get swashed and laugh at all this gunk online. Also, I want Adam's code. Haha. Yes, Jared, you are first in line for Adam's code. I'm gonna finish it. You know what, Jared? I just made a decision. I feel as though I'm now working through some feelings. Having done this stream, I feel like I'm working through some feelings. I'm about to have a breakthrough. I will finish this stream code just for you, my friend. I will finish this dream code just for you, and we'll go and have some drinks and celebrate your move to New Hampshire. Karen Smith should quit being a Carrie. Yes. Yep. Oh God, Carrie. Maybe Karen will lose the lawsuit against Unsafes. Maybe, I don't know. Joshua seems to be pretty confident that it's not going to go anywhere, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's keep going. Still got over 2 hours left.
And that's what they want.
Over 2 hours left.
Working.
And again,
on both sides.
And I will explain this more once this story is revealed publicly, but we're going to see a story come out, I think in the next week or so, that is going to clearly distinguish how critical race theory holds back Black people. It's the most clear example of it I've seen. I'm happy to talk about it once the story's out.
I can't wait to read it. I can't wait to see what it's about. You want?
It has to do with the Nashville Symphony Orchestra. It's a great story. I never really covered it on my channel. It's a great story. Nashville Symphony Orchestra. That's the story I was talking about. It was covered in the Washington Free Beacon. They did a great job.
Is it going to be on before next Thursday?
I'm not 100% sure of when it's coming out, but I know it's coming out soon.
We'll have to break it down when it comes up. Emperor Robert Shaw says critical race theory only works if we made contact with alien life. Okay. Weird, but
I think the aliens would actually be very upset with us and
like,
how we're behaving. They're like, you guys need to
we'll
evolve
come back.
more. Yeah.
You guys are gonna have to figure that out.
Do you guys appreciate like the nonsense that I've been dealing with for 2 years? I have literally proven that everything I said in this stream to Adam was correct. And right now, instead of Adam being a big boy and apologizing and saying, you know what, Karlyn, you got some shit right. And I'm sorry that you were attacked by my chat for 3.5 hours. Instead of admitting that every single thing I said on this stream was correct and his chat attacked me for 3.5 hours, Adam is tweeting his consternation with the fact that I'm showing you what happened. He is tweeting his consternation with the fact that I am showing you explicitly what happened and that I've shown you explicitly that everything I said was right and that he was wrong. Instead of just being a big boy and apologizing, he is tweeting his consternation. Mike Harlow is tweeting his consternation. Carrie Smith is tweeting her consternation when the Queen of England, or excuse me, Queen from England, not to be confused with the Queen of England, when the Queen from England wakes up because he's in England, he will probably be tweeting his fucking consternation instead of admitting that I was 100% right. He ran like a little bitch, didn't he?
He continues, he says, which is better, peanut butter or Nutella?
Peanut butter. But it has to be like good organic peanut butter. No
peanut butter.
Yeah.
I'm going to agree. I think peanut butter is better than Nutella.
Look at this person. Look at this person.
Robert
fucking
Shaw
Cottage Farm says, do you think Be Less White is an okay teaching tool? I literally broke the Be Less White story, motherfucker. I literally broke that shit. Do I think it's an okay teaching tool? What idiots. My God. I'm sorry, getting a little spicy. It's 9:30. I've had like a beer and a half. But that first one was a big beer. Let's be honest.
Is better chocolate or caramel? I know this one's tough, actually.
I don't like milk chocolate is the thing, but dark chocolate I like better than caramel.
Well, I don't do milk anything, so chocolate is just dark chocolate to me. So I think I'm gonna go with caramel though. I think if I had the choice, I would choose a caramel over like a dark chocolate any day.
I think caramel can be good, but not if it gets too hard. Like if it gets too hard, it's not good. But if it's like done really well,
good caramel,
like yeah,
though?
the good caramel, like salted caramel.
Well, no, that's what we're talking. We're talking.
Yeah, Jenny Skinny Yankee with it says, seems like he's creating a Streisand effect, maybe paying you for your trouble with the views. Maybe. I don't think that that's what he thinks he's doing, but whatever, man. Whatever. So is Adam going to try to deny he didn't read the super chat and had no idea his chat was attacking you? What a dick. Yes, this is exactly my point. This is precisely and exactly my point. It's like, listen, man, Adam couldn't control what his chat said. He couldn't control what his chat said. But he could have controlled his behavior in the situation. And he certainly could have controlled apologizing to me afterwards. And he absolutely could have looked at the evidence that I sent him that proved that everything I said was correct. And said that, oh, wow, Adam is now retweeting Mike Harlow's disgusting stuff. Why do all my enemies end up in the same group? Because they're all horrible people that deserve each other. See, I told you, they're all in a horde. They're all in a little bullying horde. It's run by Carrie Smith and Mike Harlow. Adam has been sucked into it. The Queen from England has been sucked into it. They're horrible people. They're really bad. It's really fucking toxic. And all of them are going to experience the ramifications of this. And I don't feel bad for them because you get what you fucking deserve. You get what you deserve. So am I surprised that Adam, instead of admitting he's wrong and being a big boy, is now complaining on Twitter? No, because that's exactly what they do. And this is exactly what I knew would happen. This is exactly what I knew would happen. And they all deserve each other. They're all united by a shared hatred of me. Huh. Chronic Tim, enjoy your block. Goodbye. You're no longer wanted here.
Talking like the best caramel versus the best chocolate. Which same answer though?
I think maybe I don't know. I'm torn. Maybe caramel.
I gotta go with
like
caramel.
The really. Oh, I would love and welcome Adam and Carrie and little Mikey to do a live stream reaction. Hell, bring the Queen from England onto it too. You guys are all faking that you support him now. Bring the Queen from England along to it too. If you guys do a reaction video, I will absolutely do a reaction video to all of you. I triple dog fucking dare you guys. Triple dog dare you to do a reaction video to me. I want Adam, I want Carrie, I want little Mikey Harlow, and I want the Queen from England all on one fucking reaction video. I triple dog dare all of you. You don't watch my show, dude. Stop being a fucking liar. I've never seen you show up in my chat. I know exactly who's in my... These people do this shit all... Every time I watch your show, you attack people like crazy. It makes you look crazy. You've never been in my chat before, dude. Enjoy your block. Such liars. Such liars. My God. Adam came and got burned and ran like a little bitch. Nat D, you know you love it. You know you love it. You know you love it. You do. Glorty, hi Karlyn, many blessings. Many have not watched the video on Yuri Brezmenov. It confirms your research. Message for Adam and all the naysayers. Yeah, I would encourage everyone to watch the videos on Yuri Brezmenov. Oh, the Queen from England responded. The Queen from England is still awake. Hey, Queen from England, I am forwarding every single tweet you send about me to the police because the Queen from England doxed Joshua the other day. He doxed Joshua. He doxed Joshua to get back at me. And then a police report was filed with the Queen from England's local police department because doxing is against the law in the United Kingdom. where he lives. That's why he's the queen from England. Also because he's not man enough to face me, but that's why we call him the queen from England. So queen from England, I will be forwarding every single tweet you send about me to the police. Every single one. You want to dox a friend of mine, you absolute garbage human being, to get back at me as some sick form of revenge? I will forward every single thing about me that you send to your police. I already have a contact at the Surrey Police Department, or whatever the fuck you guys call it. And that will help establish a pattern of behavior. So keep on tweeting about me, Queen from England, and we'll see what happens. See what fucking happens. Let me just go through the chat real quick. Dennis, I can't talk to you right now. Dennis is calling me. I can't talk to you right now, Dennis. Sorry. I don't know if he's watching this stream. Let me see. No, the beers aren't kicking in. I'm not actually even remotely drunk. Let me see. I'm just going through the chat. The Queen offered his solidarity to Adam. Of course he did. Of course he did. Because the Queen from England is now only interested in selling t-shirts and merchandise to this toxic horde. That's all he's interested in. So, Queen, I triple dog dare you to do a reaction video. Do you even do videos anymore? I know you did a stream in your locals today about photography. Do you even do videos anymore? I know you promised your locals your locals a video a while ago about extremist literature or some such bullshit. Triple dog dare you, Queen. No, I'm not. No. Listen, man, it is not my responsibility to dumb content down for people. If people are not smart enough to understand my content, that they don't belong on my channel. Sorry. Sorry. If you don't know who the Queen from England is, don't worry about it. He's irrelevant. He will always be irrelevant. He has made sure he will always be irrelevant. He has made sure. He attacked Josh. He doxed Joshua to get back at me. He doxed Joshua to get back at me. Straight doxed him. Could not believe it. This is what I woke up to yesterday. Anywho, let's keep going. Good one.
Karma. Batman says, "I'm Batman. I'm Batman." Come on, do it.
No.
What? Come on.
I don't want people to clip that. No.
I'm Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Sorry, I'm having fun here. Robert Shaw says, "Who was the best Batman actor?"
Oh God.
Darth Call actually asked this on Twitter, and I think Christian Bale.
I think Christian Bale. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Christian Bale.
The thing is they're so different. Like Michael Keaton's Batman was awesome, right? Adam West's Batman was awesome, but
yeah, Nat D says if they were good people, they would avoid tweeting about this and drawing attention to themselves. That is exactly correct. Yes, that is exactly correct. Yeah. Well, they doxed. It had nothing to do with Joshua. It had to do with me. They doxed him to get to me.
Batman being like the awesome, like just like rugged and gritty in world, Christian Bale.
As long as we can agree that Ben Affleck is not the best. No, I'm not doing the Batman thing. Sorry.
I don't think he's as bad as some haters take him out.
But he's not better. He's not.
Someone in chat just said Val Kilmer. I thought Val Kilmer actually did a good job, but the movie
sucked.
It came out in a time when they were making the cheesiest movies ever. And sometimes they were good, and sometimes they were just like, "Oh, come on."
But that whole series with Christian Bale, they're probably all watching me right now.
I know.
All three of them were so good.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably all watching this right now because they're all obsessed with me and they can't get enough of me and they think about me all the time and they talk about me all the time because these people have no original content of their own. Zero original content of their own. They can only steal other people's ideas. That's all they know how to do. And that's why they're all obsessed with their little bullying horde on Twitter that is all obsessed with me. Because if you're obsessed with me, it's like get your own fucking life, dude. Get your own fucking life. I'd say that to all of them. Carrie, get your own fucking life. Mikey, get your own fucking life. All of you. It's sad and pathetic. So Adam just mentioned, someone in the chat said, so even then he had a chance to address the situation. Yes, because Adam was watching the chat the whole time. That's exactly correct. Savrit says, I thought, hang on, wrong thing. I thought Adam was more aware than what he appears to be. He is not aware. He's either not aware or he is grifting. One of those two things is true. Either he's oblivious or he's grifting. I'm not sure which is worse. Not sure.
That's a good point.
We've got so much longer left to go, guys. This stream is just starting to heat up. Go get yourself a drink if you need to.
All right, let's continue. Robert Shaw says, I'm asking the most important questions. Indeed. Trusted Flagger again with a $10 super chat says, I don't believe Karlyn or Lindsay truly believes it isn't anti-white. I believe they say it isn't.
Oh, I'm
to
knitting
hedge
now.
a bet
Watch, I'm
against
knitting.
having the
They're
white
gonna make comments about me
identitarians
knitting.
siding with
Well,
them. It's an optics
knitting now,
argument,
too.
in my opinion. But hold on. I got this, Karlyn. I got your back. You know that it is pitting people and making white people the boogeyman, but you have stated firmly it is racist. Period. It's racist here. It's racist there. It's racist over here.
Adam's fans are starting to come into the chat.
Say that you didn't
We're
believe
blocking
it
all
isn't
their
anti-white.
asses. It's fine.
You didn't say that.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, too, is this is not just an optics thing, and people really need to understand this. Again, my goal is to win. Ooh! It is not to be a pundit forever. It is to win.
Carrie
And
just
if I have a
blocked
group of people
him.
that are
I don't wanna
directly
misgender.
working against my ability to win,
Carrie's
which both
blocking
is happening
people.
on the far left and the far right, like,
Okay.
I'm not going to support those people in any way, shape, or form. But to James Lindsay's point that he made in his workshop in Tampa, if you're just looking at those components of it, you are missing the much bigger problem. And we have a much bigger problem than just like these anti-white components. The Marxism stuff and the destabilization of the system, much bigger problem.
No, you made it clear.
listen.
You made it more than clear because these are.
The fact is that they're all trying to send their fans at me right now. The fact that they're all trying to send people at me is just proof that none of these people, not Adam, not Carrie, not Mike Harlow, not the Queen from England, none of these people actually care about winning against critical race theory. All they care about is creating content and getting clicks and views and being influencers. That's all they care about. Awesome that you featured me. Hey, man, I'm happy to. DM me on Twitter and let me know who you are, and I will make sure I follow you as well. Because here's the thing. If any of these people cared about winning, they would care a lot less about bullying me. Because I am more effective at fighting back against this shit than all of these people combined. I am more effective than Adam, Carrie Smith, Mike Harlow, the Queen from England, and now we see Justice Graves is responding because Justice Graves is part of this little bullying horde as well. Isn't it funny that all of them, regardless of right and wrong, they all do this shit at exactly the same time because they're all part of the same Twitter horde. It is a horde. It is a literal hive mind that just spin up around me every single day. Every day. That's what they do. So I'm not surprised that Justice is responding because Justice is a 23-year-old shill who is easily influenced. Thank you for the super sticker, Emily. It's a dog that is smiling. I like that. Yeah, Adam, come back. Any of them are welcome to come into the chat. Even you, Queen from England, all of them are welcome to come into my chat and actually face me like not cowards. But we all know that they are cowards that just want to spin themselves up in their own little Twitter horde. Alex, are you enjoying the drama? Am I doing a sassy Saturday correctly for you? Not a single one of them cares about the truth. Not a single one of them cares about being effective. Not a single one of them cares about fighting back. Oh God. I'm coughing. Ah. Justice is calling my stream a smear and rant stream. Well, it is a little bit of a rant. Let's be honest. It is a little bit of a rant. But is it a smear? Is it a smear? Is it a smear to literally play a video and show precisely what happened and then to prove that I was absolutely correct with I was a consistent bitch, man. Every single point I made on this stream was correct. I am so proud of myself. I've never been happier. Never been happier. You did kick the Hornet's nest. Admittedly, you knew this would upset Adam. I did know it would upset Adam. That's why I didn't announce it. That's why I didn't announce it. I didn't want him to take the stream down. I didn't announce it earlier because I didn't want him to take it down. I didn't want him to sabotage. Wait, hang on what the rest of that said. But the fact that they all came to him immediately says a lot about them. You where you're wrong in your original chat with was I wrong in my original chat with Adam? No, I was not wrong with anything I said. Not wrong with anything. I want to make this really clear again because I know people have joined since then. I'm not telling you to do this. If you make the decision to unsubscribe or leave your channel membership based on your own thoughts and feelings, that's fine. But I really want to emphasize, I am not telling anyone to stop supporting him. I am not telling anyone to unsubscribe from him. Who you listen to and who you like and who you support is your business. And I will never tell someone to not support a content creator just because I have an issue with them. That's not my jam, man. I'm not like Adam and Carrie Smith and Mike Harlow and the Queen from England. I'm not like any of them. I do not care who you support. So if you're doing that, you know, I understand why you might, David. I just want to make it clear that I'm not telling you to do that. Let's keep going.
These are earlier in that.
I know. Here's a question I have. Hang on. We're going to keep going in a sec. I promise. Oh, God, look at that look on my face. Adam is salty because he jumped on the white supremacist train and is trying to disavow. Why can't Adam just disavow these people and from his chat? That's the question I have. A lot of us have been watching this chat for now. We're going on almost 4 hours. We're going on almost 4 hours on this stream. I told you this was going to be a long one. Why can't Adam just disavow people that were attacking me in the chat and were obviously part of this horde? Why can't Adam just say that was wrong and it shouldn't have happened? Why won't he say that? Because it's about the money, honey. It's about the money. No, but I find that people sometimes need to hear things. You know, the marketing rule of thumb, Adam, is that people need to hear something at least 7 times before they actually understand it and, like, you know, solidifies in their heads. So yeah, well, I'll repeat it as many times as I have to.
This is my show. All right. This is my show.
You
repeat it on your own time. No, I don't want to.
You invited me on this show to have this discussion.
I know, and and I said you already answered the question. Okay. So it's all good. Don't make me mute you. I booted you off the show before.
I've done my knitting. I'll be fine. I just want to make note that if Adam hadn't come in my chat tonight and overtly acted like an asshole and tried to pull this video down while we were live on stream, I would probably be being much more generous to him than I am right now. I'd probably be being significantly more generous. But such is life.
Hydro says, if something is anti-skin color, does that make it racist? Yeah.
Yeah.
If so, then critical race theory is anti-white. But that's the thing. It is anti-white, but it also is anti-black, anti-everything else. So that's focusing on one is missing the point, right? I mean, and we discussed this. You don't have. I know you.
I'm not going to reiterate. You're doing it nicely.
Yeah. Robert Shaw says, "Who's sexier, Henry Cavill? Is it Carville? I thought it was Cavill.
I'm not sure. I know
it says Carville. Well, or Ryan Reynolds. I thought they were the same person. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna go with Ryan Reynolds.
I think Henry Cavill made an amazing Superman, and Ryan Reynolds is also an incredible. I don't know. I
Because
feel like
Ryan
they're
Reynolds
the same.
Ryan
I'm
Reynolds
just gonna
is
say they're the
hilarious.
same. They're on the same level.
Ryan Reynolds is hilarious.
starting to
which
make
makes
fun
him
of the
more sexy
knitting.
in my eyes.
Is that it? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Starting to make fun of the
Hydro
knitting.
says it's amazing how anti-white things are. That even if you say critical race theory is anti-white, you're wrong. I mean, no. So no one's see. That's the thing. It's like no one said that it isn't.
You feeling my pain now?
No, it's. But these are good questions.
She's knitting because
this is
she's
what people
triggered.
think, you know, it's not like.
Yeah, but I just hope that these people
She's either
asking
knitting
these
or
have
stroking
kept an
her
open
breast.
mind
Oh,
and
that
are
was really
listening to the
nice.
bigger
That was
picture. And
really
I'm sure many
nice.
of them are, but I
Well,
also
but that's where you are, and you know you made it very clear. You're very experienced. You've been in it for so long. You know you've gotten to this point. Okay,
She's
well
so
that's you.
dismissive.
You're
It's
already
disgusting.
there. So
Yeah.
it's you have to understand that not everyone is over there.
and I
right?
do, but I also think that people can exercise again just a little basic responsibility as adults to listen and understand something before they attack it. Because
Right.
Can you verify that he tried to interfere with your show? YouTube is yes, I can. Yes, I can. He complained about when Mike Harlow was on his show. They may not have. I don't know because I never watched it. But he complained about how he supported me and had people go subscribe to my channel. And when Mike Harlow was on his show, I had a lot of people unsubscribe. This was not YouTube shenanigans. Now YouTube does do shenanigans on my channel every single night, but this was not that. He was proactively trying to get people to unsubscribe from my channel. Yes. Now, I'm not doing the same thing here to him because I don't believe in doing that shit. But do you think him tweeting about me right now when he was provably wrong and I was provably correct is anything other than trying to interfere with my channel? Of course he's trying to interfere with my channel. This is all these people do. This is all they do. This is why I do not interact with them. God. We have
when
so
they're
much
just
longer to
flying
go.
off the
This is
handle and
crazy.
attacking it, and especially when it happens in public, they are not helping, they are hurting. And I know that they don't mean to hurt, and I know that they're doing it from a place of like, frankly, like righteous indignation, and I get it. But at the same time, we have all got to keep our eye on the prize. He's sympathizing
Well,
to
I
appease
agree
the chat.
with that. You know,
Yes.
that we needed to
That's
defeat
true.
critical
Yes.
race theory, right?
Mhm.
Obviously.
Yes.
Let's see here. Robert Shaw says, which is better, Greek food or Turkish food? I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know if I've ever had Turkish food, to be honest. Greek food's pretty good though.
I don't know.
I like a gyro. Gyros are good.
Yeah.
You don't eat
gyro?
gyros. I don't know. I call it
Yeah, I
gyro.
do. There's vegan.
You
falafel
have
stuff.
hummus.
What are you talking about? There's vegan falafel stuff that can,
No, I don't know.
or what is it? That's not falafel. It's kebabs. What's the stuff? What's that thing that they like shave the strips of meat off the
big
thing?
shank. The
Yeah,
shank.
isn't that what they use on euros
think
or
so.
is it gyro or euro? I have no
I'm
idea.
gonna say gyro. Gyro is how I learned it. It's what's in my head.
I thought it was euro. Oh,
I don't know.
Sejong is in chat saying euro, and
gonna
he
say
actually
gyro.
he's actually given me websites on how to pronounce things. So I actually think that shawarma is shawarma, is that Turkish? People are saying shawarma. I don't even know. All right. Anyway, we got lots of super chats, so let's get into it. Alternate Keck says critical race theory is designed to debase, deperson, and vilify them. Its purpose is to be the institutional route to cull European identity, culture, and power.
No, because that means white.
No, it's
European. So one of the arguments the critical race theory makes is that white is a definition that came up when people came to America, because all the different white people in Europe didn't call themselves white. They called themselves like English or Irish or Scottish or any of these things. And
German.
then once we came over to America,
they still
it was
do,
white
by the
versus
way.
black. Yeah, but that's part of the argument. So when they say like of European ancestry, what they mean is white.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Robert Shaw says, who was the biggest slave traders in the world? I don't know.
I don't know.
Genghis Khan?
I don't know.
Did he take over like the most? I
don't look at like the history of this stuff anymore. I only watch practical stuff that's actually being executed.
You're staying in the now. That's good.
Yeah. Present moment, man.
Joe Biden's dentures says critical race theory is demonstrably anti-white. To deny that means it is impossible to take your arguments seriously. I mean, no, because she was arguing that it is a whole, like, your whole thing, Karlyn, is to take a step back from that and say it's all racist, and we need to focus.
Yeah, gamer mama says, Adam, I wasn't watching the chat. Also, Adam, taking pronunciation tips from the chat. He was absolutely watching the chat. He knew what was going on. He knew what was going on. He did nothing to stop it. And again, I want to make sure I'm very clear. I would have much more sympathy for him had he done something. Like, he can't control people who come into his chat, but he absolutely can say, guys, we are not going to attack guests on my channel. I do it all the time. I attack my chat all the time. Ask people in my chat. I'll be like, guys, we're not doing this. We're not doing that. If you do this or that, I'm going to block you. Like, when we have children in the CRT videos on the channel, I overtly say, do not attack children. Do not do this. Do not do that. Do not say this in my chat, because I am well aware that everything that is said in my chat is public. It's all public. I don't want that shit associated with me. And he could have done the same thing, and he didn't. He could have done the same thing, and he didn't.
Focus on it all is racist. And it's not to say that it isn't anti-white, because they are choosing to make white people the enemy. But that's, you know, I get your argument. You know, I feel like we explain this, you know,
and the reality is, and you know, we don't need to do this with every single one of these chats. This comes up.
It will. There's going to be a lot. I know.
This has been my life for the last 3 months, and so I understand what's going to come up. But I will say this: it's like I'm one person, and I don't have a team. I don't have a staff. And I have to be very strategic about who I put my energy into and what I put my time into. If you are not convinced at this point that critical race theory is racist, then we're just not on the same team. And I'm sorry, like, I cannot focus on having this argument every single day, because I'm actually trying to fight the larger battle. And for me, I'm trying to find people that understand the bigger picture to align with. And so
you made it clear.
we're just not on the same team, and that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. People can think differently on things. Little Witch says, Karlyn told people who disagreed with her on this to F off. So I did. I don't watch her or you when she's on. Yeah, and that's your right, Little Witch. That's fine.
Yeah.
Red-blooded
wait.
says,
Little Witch was part of Little Witch is part of No White Guilt's channel. I looked this up later. I don't have proof right in front of me. Little Witch, that person that just chatted in saying, I don't watch her channel when she's on, Adam. She's part of No White Guilt's channel. I saw her in the chat on No White Guilt. That's who Adam is grifting to. The same people that No White Guilt is grifting to. That's exactly who he's grifting to.
It's whites. Of course, it's anti-white. Therefore, it's anti-everyone, I guess. But it's definitely specifically anti-white. I know, but I mean, I'm just gonna,
Look at this.
We've answered these.
Look at this. Look at this person's name. Look at this person's name right here. Why is Karlyn acting like anti-white isn't racism? Look at this person's name. Can everyone see that? Can everyone see this person's name? You're going to tell me these aren't legitimate racists? Now, again, I am not saying that that is all about Adam's audience. I'm not saying that at all. There are awesome people in Adam's audience. It says NAGGOR FIGGET. Here, I'll chat in this person's name. And you guys can draw your own conclusions about who you think this person is. That's that person's name on YouTube. You're going to tell me that's the good guy? I don't think that's the good guy. Exactly. Now you see. And again, that's not everyone on his channel. It's not. I was on his channel many times and I wasn't attacked like this. I think a lot of these people, yeah, that's a good point, John Morgan. I'm going to delete that now. I'm going to delete it. Actually, I don't know if I can. Shit. Oh, God, don't show that on the screen. God. Oh, I have to do it in the other browser. Hang on. Hang on. Remove. Yeah. That's not who Adam's audience always is, but they certainly were there that night, and he certainly did nothing about it. Yeah,
Tim,
but what I
not
want to say
Tim.
though, I'm not going to speak to that, but I want to say, like, for me, like,
Mhm.
it honestly, and I'm just trying to be like real human in this chat because I think that's important. Like,
Yeah.
it makes me sick to my stomach to answer this over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Metastep, I don't
does.
see you.
Because
I don't
every
see
single
you.
time that I have to have
I
this
don't
discussion,
see you. Was Adam hitting
Yeah.
you?
like it's
I don't
time
see
taken
you.
away from fighting the actual fight, and it's a complete.
I don't agree with that.
It is though.
Can I?
Metastep, has Adam hidden you from his channel? Because I haven't seen you show up in the chat at all, and I would see you if you were showing up.
Give you a perspective though on this?
Sure.
I mentioned earlier, and you made it very clear that you're very experienced, right? You're over here, and every single time you explain this to somebody, you help them get closer to where you are in your experience. Hold on, I'm. Let me get this thought process out, please.
Sure.
Okay, so I know that you're there, and there's millions of people on this planet, billions, right? Millions in America, billions on this planet, and each time one person comes to you, regardless of if they're triggered or not, or if they're an ally or they hate you or they want to actually have a civil discussion with you, there's gonna be, to win, right? I asked you earlier, how do we win? How do we get there, right?
Right.
If you are just shutting down and getting pissed off and being angry at people because you have to keep explaining stuff that you've already come to such a significant distance because you've had so much experience with it, you're going to start turning people away and getting angry about it instead of actually helping people get along with it.
I will 100% turn people away. And the reason I do that, Adam, is I've got a lot of people in my community that understand this. I have a lot of people who took the time to listen, who took the time to understand, who understand my philosophy. Now, if people are not aligned with me,
so that's an echo chamber, though. So
no, it's not an echo chamber. What I'm trying to do,
how is that not an echo chamber?
Because what I'm trying to do is put together. Adam is now saying that I need to let white identitarians on my channel, otherwise I'm in an echo chamber. I do not agree. I have a lot of people who disagree with me in my community. We disagree about other things. One of the things we don't disagree about is that white identitarians are bad and we are not going to grift to them. That's what we don't agree about. And I'm sorry, if you believe in grifting to legitimate white identitarians, then we just have different values, man. It's not a good fit. There are any number of people that you can support. Adam would be one of those people that believes in grifting to white identitarians. I do not. So I'm not going to put up with that shit. I will not have it in my audience. I do listen to dissenting opinions all the time. To say that I'm in an echo chamber is absolutely incorrect. But there are certain people that I do not want around me. I think they're disruptive. I don't think they add any value. And those people are the ones that think white identitarians are worth grifting to. I do not. I disagree. People who are actually interested in fighting back. And we come up with different ways to fight back, and we're doing different things. And we have we're going to be doing a lot of stuff like just as a community to do this. But what I can't have is people coming into it every single day and making this.
Look, they're saying I'm hurting people. They're saying
I know
that
this
I'm
is not what people want to
grifting.
hear,
They're saying
but
all this stuff. Look at the
I will
chat.
explain it once. I will explain it twice. When I am on the 87th time of explaining a concept and people are still fighting.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
I want Karlyn to debate Yiz. I want Karlyn to debate Yiz. Do you know who Yiz is? Do you guys want to see who Yiz is? Yiz is one. We've actually already watched the video. Yiz is one of the people that works with that white identitarian asshole. Look at this. So we just saw in the chat. We just saw in Adam's chat that they want Karlyn to debate Yiz. Yiz. I'm going to display this on the screen. Now, I want you guys to, we're going to watch this video again. We're going to watch this video again where Jason is talking about, okay, listen to this. Listen to, now that you guys know to listen for the name Yiz, listen to this video again.
We have done this. We are the ones responsible for this change. We are the ones responsible for normal, ordinary white people around planet Earth taking up a dialogue in their own defense because it has the moral backbone. It has the moral structure. We are the ones who did this. Who else is responsible for this? You know who else? Yiz is.
Yiz
Take a look at
is.
this.
Yiz
Yiz, right?
is. Yiz is. This guy is literally referring to the same name that we just saw show up in Adam's chat. Yiz. Yiz is one of the people that goes into the forums and pushes this bullshit on behalf of this white well-being guy. We literally, do you guys hear that? Let's hear it again. Who else is doing this? Yiz.
Responsible for this. You know who else? Yiz is. Take a look at this. Yiz writes to me, another great success in cluster I've been influencing. In a Discord chat about movies and video games, a discussion about racial ethnic displacement.
We've already watched this video. I'm not going to make you guys sit through it again. Yiz is actually a trans person. Here's one of the weirdest things of all. Yiz is a trans person that has a whole fucking channel associated with this guy. Listen, let's watch this one too. This is a follow-up.
First Amendment, Second Amendment, constitutional rights people.
Who's Yiz?
Anti-white, even politicians and the like, using anti-white, saying that they're not anti-white. You never got them to say this kind of stuff before, and you never will, being a troglodytic jackass in your backwater nonsense in every one of these fetid pools around the internet, who want to blame and smear and shame and smear and say, you're not purity spiraling well enough into ant-nat nitwittery. What you need to be doing is
going to say Yiz's name again.
Where a bunch of men shout racial
He's going to say Yiz's name
that
again.
Will make the day come when we recapture our destiny. BS. You're never going to speak to those people. You're never going to march in any streets and control any cities. You are a fool if you think otherwise. We are changing the world. And people like Yiz, she is at the forefront of that. And if you don't like it, it's because you are a loser. Outdo her if you don't like it. God bless Yiz and everyone else who's making it happen. Nathaniel, Naderific, Jared George. We can go down the list on and on for people who are changing the world, using the dialectics that matter.
Just said the name Yiz like 3 or 4 times. And now let's look back at Adam's chat to see exactly who was there that night that he didn't care about and is now complaining on Twitter. I want Karlyn to debate Yiz. That's what that says. Is Yiz a common name? They were absolutely in the chat that night, spinning all this stuff up, and Adam grifted to all of them, and he continues to grift to all of them. And that is why I am upset about this. Tom J says maybe Will Smith should smack this guy. Oh, I think so. But guys, we have literally just proven that the same people that I wrote about in that article were in his chat that night. They were the same ones. Let's keep going. Oh, wait, hang on. Jenny's got a super chat. Don't forget that part of this is Adam's recent tweet mentioning Karlyn, the recent tragedies being anti-white. The video shows Adam's irresponsibility in understanding who that message courts. Yes, that is absolutely correct. The reason that I'm doing this stream tonight is because Adam tweeted about this, towing the same line, appealing to these same people just this week. I covered this at the start of the stream. If you weren't here for the start of the stream, you're going to have to go back and watch it. I'm not going to cover it again right now because we got a whole fuck ton of video left to watch. And we're probably going to be here all night, and I don't mind being here all night because fuck him. I don't really care. But yeah, the reason that we're doing this now is because Adam is still, to this day, this happened in September, to this day, is still grifting to these people and then wants to complain about me on Twitter. Fuck him. And creating a ruckus, then it becomes a distraction.
I vaguely remember 15 minutes ago when you say sometimes you have to explain it 7 or 8 times to these people.
but this is not 7 or 8 times, and we've seen in this chat that we've been round and round and round and round about this.
Right, but there's no. You're talking about the super chats that were coming in as we were discussing it.
And that's fine.
We're not coming in now.
And I genuinely hope that the people who sent them in listened and considered it And I genuinely do. But the fact of the matter is that for me, like what I'm trying to do with my work is build a like I'm trying to create more people like me. That is my job. Like I view my job as creating more people like me. And what I mean by that are people who are speaking up, who are being brave, who are pushing back in their communities or in any way that makes sense for them. Those are the people that I need to focus on. I cannot focus, and this is why
then why are you even talking about this then?
Well,
like,
because I'm trying to help
Why
people to
am I
understand
even talking
that you
about it? Why am I even talking about it? Who cares? Why don't you just shut up about this, Karlyn? Why don't you let us grift to this white identitarian audience that pays us to use the talking points that we want that they want us to use? Why do you even care?
care to help anyone outside of your circle that you already established.
No, don't put words in my mouth, please. But what
this is what I'm taking from what you've said.
Well, but
I'm not claiming that you said that.
Like in order to do that, I cannot have people that are disrupting things. It just it distracts from everything. And so if people are not aligned with me, that's fine. We don't have to be. And I genuinely hope that they can go find some place.
You guys watch the chat. I'm going to search for something real quick.
And they can talk about anti-white this and anti-white that till their hearts content.
Shit! Someone sent
and
a
it's not
super chat.
in my community.
Hang on. I'm searching for something real quick. Actually, let me show you guys. Let me show you guys in real time as I do this search. Shannon said, wait, he referred to Yiz as a she, but she's trans. So does this white identitarian respect pronouns if they agree with him? Yes. Yes, they do. And it's one of the weirdest things. It's one of the weirdest things. Hang on. Let me show you guys. No white guilt Yiz. Watch this. She's on this fucking channel. I know this is going to come up. Okay. Let me see. Yiz. Here. This is Yiz. This is Yiz right fucking here. This is Yiz right here on No White Guilt's channel. This is Yiz right here. This is a trans person. Oh, shit. You guys can't see. Shit, you guys can't see. Hang on. Sorry. My bad. This is Yiz right fucking here. Hang on. I gotta find my spot again. You guys sent in some super chats. Hang on. Ah! Oh, shit. I don't know where I am. Hang on. Okay. So I just went to No White Guilt's channel and I searched for Yiz. This is Yiz right here. That was who was just mentioned in Adam's chat. It's the craziest thing in the world. The Queen from England and I talked about this when we were writing this article. They will accept anyone into their movement as long as they agree with white skin good. It's bizarre. So that's who we're talking about when we're saying Yiz. And you can see this is Jason talking about Yiz again right here. Here's Yiz again right here. Yiz is all over Jason's fucking channel. All over that channel. Was just mentioned in Adam's chat. I think Karlyn would like to debate Yiz. No, Karlyn would not like to debate Yiz. No, thank you. I'm good.
Don't you think that that's pushing people towards these? For example, you brought up the white identitarians. Don't you think that that's helped pushing more people in that direction instead of helping the people that are actually vulnerable that might actually come over and help this fight against critical race theory?
It might be, but the fact of the matter is that we don't have a lot of time in order to fight back to be able to turn this around. And I am doing the best that I can with what I have. And sometimes that means welcoming some people onto the team and saying to others, listen, man, it's not you, it's me. This is just not a good fit. I am not a good fit. And again, when people approach it with an open mind and they listen, then I have absolutely no problem explaining this ad nauseum. What I have experienced in this whole thing with the amount of people that I've heard from, and I recognize names. I see people who are coming back again and again and again and saying the same things over and over again, is there are people who are just doing it to distract. There are people who are being willfully ignorant. They're not having an open mind. They have made up their mind and it's anti-white and that's the way it's going to be. Those people present a distraction to what I'm trying to do. In organizations, if you have one person like that on your team, that inhibits the productivity of two absolutely rock star performers. So that is the mindset that I'm going in with, that I cannot have one person coming in and distracting two rock stars. I can't do it. It's
well, I do want to let everyone know that Karlyn's profession is a business workplace environment psychologist.
Yeah.
Right. So like that background, you know, what you're saying there, like I instantly was like, right, because you have that kind of a knowledge of the way things need to work to have a good production value or efficiency, right? So
watch the
I get
chat.
it, you know, I understand.
So
we have lots of super chats. I'm gonna keep moving.
Okay.
Not Tim says,
not
tell
Tim
you
has
what,
been blocked on the channel
you're
tonight.
both wrong.
Someone sent me the image of that guy's icon too.
Oh, good. Did you see it?
It was pretty great.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you see it. All right, good.
Pretty great.
Trusted again says $10 super chat. Karlyn blocks people who disagree with her on this. She is more worried about a white identitarian siding with her rather than being honest about critical race theory's effects on white people.
Yes.
It's disingenuous.
That's a white identitarian.
Racist to me.
That's your right to feel that way. Ben with a $9 super chat says, love and support you both. I tip when I can. Saving for big changes sounds good. If either of you hit northern Wyoming, dinner is on me.
Ah, sweet.
I've never been to Wyoming. Have you been there?
Neither. No, I haven't. I want to go.
Yeah, I've never been to Wyoming. I would like to go. I want to hit up all the states eventually. I'm getting pretty close. I've got.
What is
I think I'm at like 38 or something.
That's about where I'm at too. But like, so what is isn't there like some sort of like national park in Wyoming? What is the like Old Faithful? Is that what it is? Is that in Wyoming?
Is it Yellowstone?
I don't know.
Or Yosemite?
We could go on a great alien hunting adventure in a national park in Wyoming. Adam.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see here. Robert Shaw says, why do people need to insult because they disagree? Resort to insults because they disagree? It's a triggered thing. I think people are.
They're talking about how I was knitting because I'm triggered. But if you're going to insult people, don't expect them to be nice to you.
Yeah, true. I mean, you know, you treat others as you would hope to be treated. So if you stoop to a certain level, then don't.
You're responsible for
you
your
should expect
behavior.
to be getting it back. $10 super chat from Trusted Flagger again says, here's a question for Karlyn. If followed to its full conclusion, who is more likely to be killed, white people or people of color? Ask her. I mean, I did, you know, go ahead.
Actually white people, because generally speaking, they kill the useful idiots first.
And it's the white people that are the useful idiots in critical race theory?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the people that actually agree with it. Those are the most likely people to get killed first.
So,
but I also want
like
to
Robin
emphasize,
DiAngelo, first against the wall.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're already sacrificing Robin DiAngelo because her going around saying all white people are racist is no longer convenient to their narrative. So they're already sacrificing her. But what I will say is, again, I want to emphasize, because one of the things that became very clear to me in this whole thing is that there are a very large number of people who think that like a literal white, like World War II style. I don't know if we can say that word on your channel, but like a white, killing off a lot of white people. Yes, the Yahtzees. Like people literally think that's going to happen, and there's like a lot of people who think that. We're a long way off from that. Thank you, David, for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate it.
We're a long way off doesn't mean that it's not on the way.
Well, yeah, but it's one of those
scary
things.
premise.
But we could say anything's on the way. Like
I mean, and who knows though? Have you seen Australia lately?
But guess what? Guess what we can do to stop that? We can say critical race theory is racist and treat it as though it's a racist ideology. That would stop that eventuality.
I think people are one of the issues is with you cutting people out.
Oh, yeah.
Is I understand why you're doing it, but I think it's creating more of a being stuck on a specific subject.
So one of the biggest issues that people have with my approach is that I block people who disagree with me. I don't block everyone who disagrees with me. I do block people who are supporting an overtly white identitarian ideology. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to build an army of people that are actually fighting back against this. We've been really successful with what we've done so far. I was very, very conscious of the type of audience that I was trying to cultivate. Unlike Adam, I don't care about appealing to everyone. I don't care about it. It is not the point. My point and my goal is to appeal to people that I can support and groom, if you will, to be like me, to be the outspoken people who are fighting back against critical race theory. In order to do that, I can't include everyone because I can't include people who are whining. I can't include people who are complaining. I can't include people who are acting in a way that is completely counter to my goals because it is going to distract everyone else. If people are so offended by the fact that they're blocked, then they can be irresponsible and go join Adam's little Twitter horde. You know? Not everyone has to be the right person for everyone else. Not everyone has to be the right person to follow. And I am perfectly comfortable with being a person that blocks people that I think are overtly toxic and counterproductive to what I am trying to do. Unlike Adam, I'm not just being a talking head on fucking YouTube. I can't imagine anything more miserable than being a talking head on YouTube where I just respond to other people's content and other people's work all day, every day. I won't do it. I'm sorry. And so if people can't handle that, then I'm simply not the right person for them, and we can part ways, and I feel completely comfortable with that. Yeah, and Jenny's getting inky with it, says, I've disagreed with Karlyn several times, but for some reason she made me a mod. Exactly.
That like they're now I you don't have to explain it because I know that that's not what like. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like it's making people being like, what? She doesn't even. She just blocked me, so like I must be right, you know? Like that's
if you come into my feed and insult me, yeah, you're gonna get blocked because I don't
insulting
have time
you is
for this.
different. If people insult me and are you rude to me, then you can get out of here.
Oh wait, really, Adam? Really? Did everyone catch that? Did Adam just say if people insult me or are rude to me, then you basically get what you deserve? Oh really? Exactly, Adam. Exactly. Let's just listen to that. Let's just listen to Adam say that last bit again, shall we? Let's just listen to him say that last little bit again. Much more important to worry
saying you were a
about.
long way off doesn't mean that it's not on the way.
Well, yeah, but it's
That's
one
a
of those
scary
things.
premise.
But we could say anything's on the way. Like
I mean, and who
87,000
knows
things
though?
need to
You
fall into place.
have you seen Australia
But-
lately?
But guess what? Guess what we can do to stop that? Saying we can say critical race theory is racist and treat
I think
it
I
as social
rewound
racist
too far.
ideology.
Sorry.
That would stop
Sorry.
that eventuality.
I think people are one of the issues is with you cutting people out.
Oh yeah.
Is I understand why you're doing it, but I think it's creating more of a being stuck on a specific that subject like that like they're now I you don't have to explain it because I know that that's not what like. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like it's making people being like, what? She doesn't even. She just blocked me, so like I must be right, you know? Like that's
if you come into my feed and insult me, yeah, you're gonna get blocked because I don't have
insulting
time
you
for
is
this.
different. If people insult me and are you rude to me, then you can get out of here.
If people insult me or are rude to me, you can get out of here. Huh. All right. Exactly. Like, listen, I need to paint the picture for this because, like, again, I was attacked by over 4,000 actual really bad people.
Look, Karlyn, you've explained it so many times.
No, I actually have not explained it again. Don't explain it again, Karlyn. I haven't explained this, Adam. Let me finish.
Oh my goodness.
So when I went on Twitter and said, if you say this, I'm going to block you, I was trying to weed people out. To know who was who, to know.
Well, why didn't you block me then? Because I thought I think
because I know you. But if I don't know you and you're coming into my feed with a frog icon and you're acting like a white identitarian, then I'm sorry, I'm going to group you in with them because I said specifically don't do this thing or I'm going to block you. Then you come in and do the thing.
Seriously, Karlyn, telling the internet not to do something like.
but Adam,
you're
again,
doing it. You're like
I
announcing.
purposefully wanted people who were inclined to this type of
Okay,
behavior.
so you wanted it. So you did it.
Yes.
You
Now Adam is trying to gaslight me into thinking that I wanted to be attacked by over 4,000 people from this white positivity movement. Ooh. Look at this. Look at this. We've got an Adam fan. Watcher. Are there people who haven't figured out what a dangerous psycho you are yet? Adam, Poole, Mike, Carrie, Deb, the Queen from England, Pluckrose, Brandon Tatum, Anti-Hurricane. I've seen you. You're a destroyer. These are the type of people that I do not want anywhere near my community at all. Watcher, enjoy your block. Goodbye. See, I can moderate comments as they're coming through. By not moderating comments, Adam turned his channel into a cesspool of Nazis. It makes his points easily dismissed by the opposition even when he gets something correct. That is correct. That is right. I will not allow that to happen on my channel. Won't do it. Won't do it. Oh, you're right. Sin, I wonder if that was a Christian. You're right. I wonder if that was a Christian, our friend poetry painter from last time.
asked for it then. So
well,
you can't.
No, it was already happening, and then I said, you know what? Let's just get them all in one.
I know, but you hear how that sounds, though. You hear how that sounds.
I don't care. I don't care because,
Okay.
again, this entire conversation is a distraction to my larger goal, which is to create a group of people who will actually fight back. And people who are doing this nonsense stuff on the internet, I'm sorry, they're not going to fight back. If people are offended that I blocked them, then they can email me. They can ask nicely to be unblocked, which many people do, and I usually do it. But if they're going to be like whining off in a corner because I blocked them,
true,
I'm
by the
sorry.
way.
It's
That's
Twitter.
true.
Like, grow up, act like an adult, and maybe I'll reconsider.
Okay. Ed says Karlyn is the same leftist she was before she started grifting off the red pill groups. She's not part of that group. I know that you were a conservative for like 5 minutes.
I've never been a conservative. Never
I'm sorry,
conservative.
Republican for like 5 minutes.
Right, we had a one night
Whatever it
stand.
was.
Yeah, one night stand.
There we go. Silence differing opinions and calls them white identitarians. I think we've covered this super chat by
Welcome
now.
to my life,
says,
Adam.
Karlyn needs to get herself some bug spray for all the bugs that bug you, I guess, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
Trusted Flagger again with a $10 super chat says whether or not Yahtzees say critical race theory is anti-white has zero bearing on whether or not it is. She's claiming the source of the claim discredits it. Again, she's just afraid of being associated with them.
You're absolutely right that if I will be hated by one group on the internet, I am perfectly happy with being hated by white identitarians. 100%. Absolutely. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay. Raisin with a $10 super chat says, this is a useless conversation. Karlyn won't stop with the Mott and Bailey fallacies. I do not think this was a useless conversation. I think that it's helping people understand that it is racist. Critical race theory is just simply racist. I get it. I think it targets white people and makes them the bad guys, and I think it's a shame. But
I mean,
I get that, you know, it's a full on racist thing.
I think it's a shame that people who claim to care about defeating this have taken out, frankly, one of the more effective people at fighting it. Because I am one of the more effective people out there.
What do you mean take you out of this situation?
I was completely undermined by this entire thing. Every single time we have chats like this, all of this. Because the same people that are doing these super chats, I'm sorry, and again, I want to emphasize, I hope we changed your mind at some point.
But you just said you don't care. So how do you care and then not care?
I care when it comes to me being effective, because like you can't.
How do any of these people? How does any of these people make any difference on how you're effective?
You know,
if you don't care about the people that are outside of your bubble,
Adam,
what does it matter?
This whole thing completely undermined my the amounts of attacks that I endured, the amounts of smears from people on the right that I endured from all of this has completely undermined my effectiveness.
But we're here right now. You're talking about super chats.
I mean, honestly, all of these people have just made me want to retreat back into my little locals community where I have people that actually understand what I'm saying, that are listening, because it makes me grossly ineffective every single time I try to do something, and I have people saying you're anti-white, it's anti-white, it's anti-white, it's anti-white. And again, if I've changed your mind in the course of this discussion, I genuinely hope that's true. But if you are actively attacking me and trying to undermine the work that I'm trying to do,
Metastep, people
you
are referencing you.
supporting critical race theory. And again, that really, really pisses me off.
I think you
Metastep, I really think you might be hidden on Adam's channel, because I saw someone Montana Horseman say, Metastep, good to see you, but I don't actually see you. Oh, Jenny's getting inky with it, sent in super chat. Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, Metastep, I don't see you. And obviously Metastep's not banned on my channel because Metastep's in the chat right now, or was in the chat earlier. Why don't we see Metastep up on Adam's channel? I think he may have hidden you. Oh, so we're discovering that Adam I have not seen correct me if I'm wrong. I have not seen Metastep show up in Adam's chat once. Huh, how funny.
You need to stop letting it piss you off so much, because there will always be people out there that think that.
Well,
really, Adam? I should stop letting people who are saying critical race theory is anti-white piss me off? No, thank you. No. Absolutely not. No. Everyone should be pissed off at these people. Every single person who actually cares about defeating critical race theory should be pissed off at these people. They undermine all of us. They undermine all of us. Emphasize, I don't think I did. I watched every single... I'm gonna keep paying attention. I have not seen Metastep show up in this chat once. That's fine, but I'm going to be blocking those people, and I want them as far away from me as absolutely possible.
That's fine.
And
I mean,
I'm not going to feel sorry for it.
You're on my platform, though, and it's like you kind of knew that this was going to happen.
I did not know this was going to happen. No, not to this extent.
And I'm gonna. So why do you let it get you so upset? Like, who cares? You said it just earlier that you just don't care about these people anymore.
It completely undermines what I and other people are trying to do. It completely undermines it.
I don't think it completely does it.
I disagree.
Then why are you still doing it if it's been undermined?
I'm doing it in a much more controlled way than I was before, and frankly, I'm not as effective as I was before. I'm not, and it's all because of this. It's all because of people who are refusing to listen, refusing to consider another perspective, and it infuriates me because and frankly are out there lying about me to the point where like it actually does impact my ability to do this stuff. And I mean, you know what?
Like the internet, people will always do that, no matter what.
No,
there's people out there that don't like what I'm talking about.
But those people are claiming to be against critical race theory. Well, guess what? You're aiding and abetting the enemy. Congratulations. You're making it harder for all of us.
Okay. Mossy says anti-white is code for anti-independent thought. Critical race theory hates individualism because it's simply Marxism. What, you said no?
Anti-white is not code for anti-independent thought. I disagree.
Okay. Chet Chisholm says, I think we can all agree that critical race theory is super lame, and you both are totally dope. May I also recommend the song Don't Call Me White by NFX? I used to listen to NFX. You like them?
I haven't listened to them in years.
Or No Effects. Actually, there's an O there. I didn't notice that. Thank you, Chet, though. I appreciate that. See, there's still people out there that think
I like people saying in Adam's chat that I'm the one that's just too sensitive to all this shit, as Adam is now whining and complaining on Twitter because I'm showing what happened.
We're both awesome.
Wow.
Joe Biden's denture says 2 things can be true at once, like critical race theory being anti-white and racism at the same time. Tim Pool knows critical race theory is anti-white. Well,
Tim Pool likes to get clicks on his content so he can make money. That's true. That's true.
I'll say I don't care anymore.
Moving on.
I've been broken.
That's true. I know for an absolute fact, and I don't know that Tim knew the crowd he was playing into, but I do know for an absolute fact that Tim Pool has put anti-white in his videos because it drives more clicks. I don't have any reason to believe that Tim Pool knew he was playing into the same crowd that Adam is playing into, but he has absolutely done that. He has 100% done that. I know that for a fact.
Anyway, that was no lies
That's gonna
detected.
get clipped.
Bozik says Karlyn doesn't get that while critical race theory is racist. Generally, the anti-white aspect of critical race rhetoric can lead to broad discrimination against whites. I think I've seen it though. I have videos of people attacking white people just because they're white.
And I can point, and for every single thing that people say it's anti-white for, I can give you another example of how it's anti a person of color or black people or Hispanic people or like it's racist against everyone.
Yeah, Adam.
Okay.
Everyone.
Adam, this is just the internet is not white.
They're not.
Adam, this is just the internet. I'm sorry, Adam, that you don't like my stream that I'm doing on the internet, but this is just the internet, Adam. I think you need to get a little bit of a thicker skin and stop complaining on Twitter so much that someone said mean words about you on the internet. It's just the internet. Just, grow a thicker skin. If you don't like it, don't put the videos out. Oh, good. I'm actually really glad to hear this. Jenny's getting inky with a set. I think Tim mentioned a while back he wasn't using that term. That was well after the vid where he used it, so he realized. I am honestly thrilled to hear that. I really, really am. I really, really, really am. If Tim Pool is no longer using that term, honestly, that was one of the things I wanted. That was one of the things when I started doing all this research. All I fucking wanted was for Tim Pool to stop using that term. That was it. Because he was driving a lot of this bullshit because his audience is so big and it includes, it overlaps with Adam's audience. So I am thrilled. I am thrilled beyond measure to hear that Tim Pool has stopped using that term. I truly, truly am. That makes me think a lot better of Tim Pool than I once did, to be honest with you. Because I once thought he was grifting to this audience. If he has proactively stopped using that term, that's awesome news. That's really good.
Not wrong though. They're the boogeyman. They're making everyone that isn't white that's succumbing to this hate white people.
They're also no.
But I agree. Yeah, I'm seeing it. What?
They're making them hate anyone who doesn't agree with critical race theory. Larry Elder isn't white.
Okay.
He's not white. They're specifically using critical race theory to make people hate Larry Elder.
I'm not talking about the Larry Elder situation. I'm talking about the white people that are getting hit.
Because again, I can give you an example of it happening to a non-white person for every single example you give it of happening to a white person. It is racist against everyone. No form of racism is more important than any other form.
That's what I said before when you said two things can be true at once. Like I said, I'm gonna remember that you said that.
All lives matter. That includes Black lives. Critical race theory is racist. That includes white people.
I get it. It's all. Hornet's Nest said, "Stop kicking me." Well, if you were kicked from chat, it's because you deserved it. David with a $10 super chat said, "Adam, Karlyn, be nice. Take a breath. Both. I like both of y'all." Yeah. There was a few. There was a right. Like we happen to have different viewpoints on this, and that's okay. I think civil discourse is something that is absolutely imperative in this world. K. Wimsat with a $5 super chat didn't say anything, but thank you very much. Joe Biden Stencher says Tucker Carlson calls critical race theory anti-white. Is he racist?
I was infuriated when Tucker Carlson did that. I think Tucker Carlson was given absolutely horrible advice, and I hope Tucker Carlson never does it again because
is he racist?
I think that he does not understand what he's doing, and he was given horrible advice, and I haven't heard him do it recently.
Okay.
And I think there's reasons for that.
So is that a no?
When was the last time Tucker Carlson said that?
Is that a no though?
So the white positivity jackasses, they celebrate. They celebrate every single time someone uses the term anti-white. Hang on, do I have a video about that? I think I might. Hang on, let me just look real quick. They literally celebrate every single time someone uses the term anti-white. So when Tucker Carlson used the term anti-white, they had a grand old time. I don't have a video that I used in the article. I know I have a video of them celebrating Blake Masters doing it. I know I have a video of them. Hang on. Stand by. 1 second, please. I just want to look something up real quick. If it's a nothing thing, then I'm sorry. But let me just look something up real quick. Because fuck it. Fuck it. It's my stream. We'll go all night, man. We will go all night. Hang on, stand by. I just want to look at my playlist real quick because I'm fairly certain I have a video of them celebrating Blake Masters saying critical race theory is anti-white. And I just didn't use it in the article. And I just want to see real quick. Hang on, hang on, hang on. I might not have it, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, got it. Hang on. Let me show you guys what happens every single time the anti-white language gets used. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys what happens. Okay. Hang on. This one. Okay. Never before seen clip. Exclusive. This is what happens anytime the term anti-white is used in the media.
I actually got another story right here. This is out of Newsweek from this week. Newsweek, ladies and gentlemen. Blake Masters, Arizona GOP Senate candidate, rails against anti-white, and then he uses the racism. Remember, we want them to drop the racism, but this is going in the right direction.
We want them to drop the racism.
Blake Masters, who is running for Senate for the Republican Party in Arizona, complained about what he described as anti-white racism. What are we going to teach him to say? Anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism. Yes, I thought that I had to invent anti-white and anti-whiteism all the way back in 94 when it wasn't in any of the dictionaries that I had access to at home or at the city library. And then we find out last year that anti-whiteism was taken out of the dictionaries, that it was already there. We're going to teach Blake Masters to use anti-whiteism. He's railing against anti-whiteism in the U.S. in schools. And weeks before he launches his campaign to run for office. You know what he didn't say? He didn't say that he is taking up National Socialism, that he is taking up some sort of 1900s socialistic ideas. That's what he didn't say. Why? Because Americans would spit him right out of their mouths. That's why.
That really bad people. Hang on. So that is Jason. That is our white well-being friend, basically explaining how his audience and his outreach team is trying to influence influencers to use the terms anti-white and anti-whiteism, and they're really upset with Blake Masters because Blake Masters said anti-white racism. They don't like the term racism. They do not use the term racism. They do not want people using the term racism. If they find a conservative influencer that are using the term anti-white racism, they will send their outreach teams all over social media to target that person to try to get them to just say anti-white and anti-whiteism because that is the language that they want adopted in culture. And they were really happy that Blake Masters was doing that, and then they targeted him to try to get him to stop saying racism. Jared Von Warmer says, what is Karlyn doing to fight CRT? I wonder. Well, Karlyn does lots of stuff to fight CRT on this channel. Karlyn has daily streams at 5 p.m. Karlyn wrote this here book all about, this is coming out on May 10th, Actively Unwoke, the ultimate guide for fighting back against woke insanity in your life. Where's Adam's book? Where's Carrie Smith's book? Where's Mike Harlow's book? Where's the Queen from England's book? Has anyone else wrote a book about specifically what you need to do to fight back against critical race theory? Nope, I'm the only one. I'm the only one who's written a book that has actionable strategies filled with case studies, breaking it down. James Lindsay's done a great job. I'm not going to take anything away from James Lindsay because James Lindsay has explained this to all of us, and he is a godsend. Chris Rufo is activating people to fight back against it. But I am the only one of them that's written a book that has highly actionable things that any person can do to fight back against this bullshit. It comes out on May 10th. You can find it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, Simon & Schuster, your local independent booksellers. It is in hardcover, audio, and Kindle. Don't think I can't do two things at once. please don't think I can't do two things at once. I can rip on Adam Crigler for being a blatant jackass, and I can write a book at the same time. Fun fact, I literally wrote most of this book while I was being canceled by the white identitarians. Most of this book was written in May and June of 2021. Anywho, let's keep going.
When he said that,
If you say critical
It's a
race
simple
theory is
question.
if you say critical race theory is anti-white, that is a racist statement. When was the last
So
time Tucker Carlson did that? Because Tucker Carlson started behaving like a responsible adult and
critical
controlling
race
his
theory
language.
is anti-white.
It's not. You just said it again.
It is racist.
It's racist. Just said it again.
I think
Just
two
because
things
you
can be
can,
true at
just
once.
because, then Adam, if you've ever, and I will fully admit that I was getting persnickety at this point because, to be honest, I knew the direction this was going in. I didn't think it was going to be as bad as it was when I saw the chat. I didn't think it was going to be as bad, but I could tell the direction this was going in, and I was kind of like, fuck it, whatever. I'm going to say whatever I want. Ever said all lives matter as opposed to Black Lives Matter, then
I say both.
by pure
I say both.
consistency.
Both things can be
It's
true at once.
critical
That's
race
the
theory.
same
Well,
argument.
then that's your choice. Just because you can say
I know
something
it
doesn't
is.
mean you should. And
Exactly.
there is no inherent value. There is nothing gained. There is only loss. There is only victories handed. If you want the left to win, keep saying critical race theory is anti-white. You're going to hand the woke left the win that they want.
I'm not going to focus on that.
Congratulations.
That's not my focus. I think it is absolutely racist, and that's what whenever we are talking about, every single time you've been on my show, we've talked about critical race theory way too much. I can only imagine how much you have dealt with it over me, because pretty much I talk about when you come on because I know how much you're in that world.
Right.
When have we ever been focused on it being anti-white? Not
Never.
any of the times. Right.
Right.
So me thinking that it's anti-white, which I do think that, that is not my sole focus when I talk about critical race theory. I'm not giving them a win, because when I'm arguing with people about critical race theory, my arguments are not like it's anti-white. It's racist.
Because you know what they can do? They can, if you say critical race theory is anti-white, what they can do is they can clip that out of context and make you look like something that you don't want to look like, and then they use it to their advantage. Again,
all of my shows are live and online. Like
well,
you can look at any of these things.
That's fine. I'm not just talking about you though. I'm talking about everyone that uses this language, because every single time, this is how I think of it. Every single time this language is used, we are handing the left an opportunity to clip it out of context and make someone look like an actual racist. And that's what they do. They already have a 40-year head start.
They're going to do that. They could do that on anything. They could do that.
Why are we handing them wins? Why it's like walking people in a baseball game over and over again. Like, why are you handing them bases? Like, why are you doing that? It makes no sense. We are already far enough behind. We do not need to be handing out unnecessary wins when it could just be a simple matter of saying critical race theory is racist and not anti-white. Because then if they clip that, then you're saying something that's actually good. Critical race theory is racist. I'm against racism. Therefore, I'm against critical race theory. That's a good thing. That is a good message.
Critical race theory is racist. Period. Yeah. I agree. Yep. And it chooses to make white people the boogeymen.
And it says that black people are powerless. And have no. You know why Adam's pissed tonight? Because we did a sneak attack. I didn't announce that I was going to do this stream till like half an hour before. I took them all by fucking surprise. I knew this shit was going to happen tonight, and I feel good about my tactics. And I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Please mount that like button if you're enjoying the show, because we're going to have to counteract all of the thumbs down votes from Adam's little horde of haters, and Carrie Smith's little horde of bullies, and Mike Harlow's little horde of whatever the fuck they are. And the Queen of England doesn't even have a horde because he's virtually irrelevant in this space, but he thinks he's relevant, thinks that these people are going to make him relevant, and he's wrong. But he'll find that out in due time.
That's also racist. Yeah.
Incredibly racist.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see. We got a lot. I'm just going to read a bunch of these because it's a lot of the same stuff. I'm seeing a lot of these super chats, and I'm just gonna, because we can sit here and reiterate all the stuff that we've already talked about, and I feel like that's what it will become. So I'm just gonna read them all out. I'm glad you're
making money off people hating me so much. I'll say that.
This isn't all hate. And these are all people that are wanting to be in a civil discussion as well. You
No,
know, it's like they
no,
have their
no,
own viewpoints on it. And
no.
you know, it's like, again, you're over there. Not everyone is there, Karlyn. You know, you have to understand that.
And I'm not trying to appeal to everyone. I'm trying to appeal to people that are helping me do what I want to do.
Well, then stop trying to appeal to them, because it feels
I'm
like
not.
when I read this,
I'm literally
well, then
blocking them.
but no, but you're reacting to these super chats as if you have to stand up and defend it.
Because
don't
it's
stop doing that.
It's
don't
really
stop.
frustrating.
You said you don't care. Well, practice what you preach. If you really don't care, then it shouldn't matter what any of these people think.
How many times has Adam basically said that I should stop caring in this stream? I didn't think much about that until he said the same thing to me in private. That's fucking gaslighting shit, man. That's gaslighting. I'm allowed to care about whatever the fuck I want to care about. And this is something, the anti-CRT movement not being corrupted by legitimate bad actors is something I absolutely choose to care about, because the reality is that if we allow the anti-CRT movement to get corrupted by bad actors, we all lose. We all lose. We all fucking lose. I don't know how people can't see this. If we allow these people into the movement, if we stand beside them and say, oh, well, they say this is bad, they must be good people. No, they're not good people, and they don't even care about critical race theory, and we need to be honest about that. We need to be honest about who these people are and what they want.
Think about their opinion on what it is or it isn't, right?
I'm not necessarily speaking to them, Adam. I'm speaking to people watching.
Okay. I mean, if the people were
like,
here,
if I can't convince people who don't want to be
people have been watching,
you know,
they are already in tune with what you've said. Like, we had a long discussion about it. You would hope so, right? And if not, then it's too late for you, right? I mean, or it's too late for them, or whatever, right? So
yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Yeah.
All right, good. All right, well, that's going to make getting through the rest of these super chats a lot easier.
All right. Someone saying I'm on meth.
Let's see here.
That's real nice.
Mr. Reborn with a 20 Dutch kroner, anti-white, anti-Western, anti-capitalist, etc., etc. I'll butter your muffin. Muffin says, does racism exist because people say so? And if so, why animals don't fight over race? I think humans have reached a different stage in evolution where we are aware of time, aware of the differences between everything, not necessarily race, but you know, we are like, although I don't know if there's an animal because we don't communicate with them, so I feel like that's a bigger question. I think animals are living in a more base reality, and I think it's because they don't worry about time. You know, time really does affect us differently. We're worried about the future, we're worried about the past, we're worried about things that have affected us instead of rooting our entire life in instincts. And animals, that's what they do. So that's a different conversation. Hydro says, what kind of racist is critical race theory? It's anti-white racist. You can color it in any way to protect person to color, but it's still anti-white. Hydro, her whole point is it is also anti-black. It is also racist.
I would never say anything is anti-black or anti-white, because I don't think we should be delineating things based on race. I want to acknowledge again, and I've said this several times, Jared says there are some really good points in the chat too. Some are wholesome, actually. I don't believe that everyone in Adam's chat is bad. I don't believe that everyone in Adam's chat are bad people. I don't believe that at all. But you cannot sit here and watch this and not tell me that there were bad actors in his chat that night. And he has gone on Twitter tonight and defended it because he never looked at what happened. This is why I have forever refused to go on his show ever since then. It wasn't even an option for me after I saw what happened on the chat. This is why right here. And anything that Adam or anyone else says, it's all bullshit. I was never going to go on his show again after I saw what the chat did to me that night. Dashing Rogue, I'm late. What is the untold story? I'm sorry, Dashing Rogue. You're gonna have to go back and start at the beginning. I do a whole thing at the beginning where I talk about the high-level bullet points. You can go back and start at the beginning. We're digging into the weeds on this one.
well towards everyone. Sean Morris says, critical race theorists talk about Asians and whites like Hitler spoke about the Jews in Mein Kampf. I never read that. I probably won't ever read it, but
Actually,
I don't know anything about it.
Critical race theory actually likes Asians when it's convenient for them to like them. Critical race
theory likes all races that like critical race theory.
Everyone has forgotten the Stop Asian Hate campaign.
Yeah, that's kind of how quickly that faded away, right?
Exactly.
Hydro says, do you want to protect people of color that much? Then
that's a little racist, dude.
Hold on. That even when it's anti-white and you still make it about people of color and how they are the victims, I mean,
it's racist. Sorry, that's racist.
But it's all racist, right? I mean,
why shouldn't I care about?
Hold on, Hydro. I want to just clarify something. She's not saying that black people are the victims. She's saying that's what critical race theory is teaching. So I want to clarify that. That is not something that Karlyn thinks. I hope that's not what you think, because that is not the case.
Well, also, why wouldn't I care about protecting people of color just because I'm white? Why wouldn't I care? Why wouldn't I care about people of color being like? And I frankly hate that term, but that's their term, so I'll use it. Like, why wouldn't I care about children being taught that they can't be successful in life when their brain is at its most like formidable?
Right.
Like, of course I care about that. I'm a psychologist.
Robert Shaw says, saying all white people are evil and racist is like saying all Islamic people are terrorists. Google censors, so I had to misspell those words. I mean, yeah, right. I mean, literally anyone has the capability for being evil, and anyone could be a good person. It's about your heart and your actions and your character. Josh says, it's a long name that's mixed together. I can't really see it, but it says, Josh, Karlyn blocked me for asking for her clarification on her stance.
Nope. You weren't blocked for that. I guarantee he wasn't blocked for that.
Do you know the person, or you just stated?
No, but I know I've never blocked someone for asking for clarification on a stance.
Okay. So was it a snazzy ask? Would you like a snarky? I mean, more.
A lot of people that have reached out to me think they're blocked for one reason, but that's not why they got blocked.
Okay.
Or they claim they were blocked for one reason, and that's not why.
Quesadilla says Karlyn interrupts people more often than the Beanie Baby. I didn't think that was possible. The Beanie Baby. Sorry, there's multiple things going on here. That's why I don't care for these remote conversations. Okay. It's not for everybody. Phil says it's not about racism. That's the distraction. It's about control.
Aha, yes.
$10 super chat from One Last Idiot says, sorry, downvoting this stream due to not listening, ranting Karlyn, who can't shut up to listen to Adam's points. It's all about her points and talks over Adam. I mean, that's fine. It's my show. I could have spoken up if I wanted to. Adam's Ponytail says, Adam didn't even care enough to give me a funeral. It's true. I let it go, but I think it's for the best. I love having short hair now. Robert Shaw says, what's the best meat for a burrito? Beans, black beans. Of course, I'm vegan.
I don't know. I've been an Impossible burger in like burrito lately.
They're not bad. They're really salty. I'm not the biggest fan of Impossible burgers, but yeah. I would say portobello mushrooms actually as like the meat of the burrito. I love portobello. I love mushrooms though in general. Phil says racism is the distraction. Control is what they're after. Yep, exactly.
Yes.
Let's see. Emperor Robert Shaw says, who's better? This is an interesting question. Bezos or Elon? I mean, it's
Elon.
I actually didn't see Elon. I just thought I saw Bezos and I'm like, oh, this will be good. But it's Elon, obviously.
That's like the easiest question in the world.
Dude, Elon Musk is giving
Still
internet
true.
to everyone.
Still true.
There was someone asked
Still
him
true.
online,
Still
well, how
true.
do we regulate it? Like how do
Are
we
my
regulate
hands in
the internet?
unison as I'm knitting?
And his response was, you shake your fist at the sky. And it was just like, oh, Elon Musk coming in hot.
Elon Musk doesn't care about appealing to everyone either, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. Hydro.
I have
Hydro is
mad
definitely
muscle
one of the more
memory.
spicy,
Mad muscle
people in my
memory.
chat. Karlyn, do you think you're superior and you
Nope.
have to defend people of color, even if it's an attack on white people?
That's
Hydro,
racist.
hold on. Again, Hydro, you're missing the point. You're thinking that her explaining what critical race theory is how she feels. Like that's like if you're messing that up, you completely missed the main points of both of us in this whole conversation. So
I don't think that's what he's saying, but I'll defer to you. Yours is nicer.
I'm gonna go with that because I am an optimist and I tend to be nice. Mao says, Dr. B may know some chats, but this is the best chat. It's true.
Yeah.
It's the best chat.
All right. Yeah.
But it's not for everyone, I guess.
I just want to note that Adam, again, just for people who are new, who have maybe joined during the stream, Adam hid the chat from me so I couldn't see it, and they attacked me for 3.5 hours. And Adam just said, "My chat is the best chat. My chat is great. My chat is awesome." I never would have allowed this to happen to any guest on my channel ever. Would not have happened in any reality. Not even a guest I didn't like very much. I would not have it would not have been allowed to happen. I like the nice people that listen.
Mr. Knox says, I agree. It used to be critical theory, but then add in words to suit their grasp for power, like critical race theory, what's CGT? What's the G?
Gender. I think it's
Critical
probably
gender. Yeah, that makes
gender
sense.
studies. Yeah.
It's all dangerous. Agreed, Mr. Knox. The Brooklyn Way with a $10 super chat says critical race theory is the linguistic framing George Lakoff tried to warn us about. She is talking about the ideology. It is a linguistically framed gaslight aimed to disrupt. Critical race theory. Yeah, it's trying to disrupt us all, and it's working. That's her point.
Agreed.
Right? That's her point. It's disrupting us. We are not focusing on the people that are pushing this.
For everyone that's coming after me and has come at me over the past several months, you are focusing on the wrong enemy. Every time you fight me, you are not fighting who the real enemy is.
Hydro says confessions through projections.
Still true.
Dude, you're clearly missing the point, dude.
Still true.
And a total lack of self-awareness that would be funny if it weren't so sad. From Viva. Yeah, okay. Sure. Robert Shaw says, I like my level 7 white privilege cards, don't you? I don't feel any more privileged than anyone else. I work really hard for the things that I have earned in my life, and I may have gotten lucky because I know specific people that have helped give me a platform in my past. But does it have anything to do with me being white? No, I don't think so. I think it's about working hard. I think anyone can get that. Johnny says Karlyn should argue with Tim. Space-time would collapse.
That's never gonna happen.
Would you go on that show if you were asked?
No.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
Okay. What's going on with you two? There's some beef going on there.
I think the whole situation is incredibly toxic. I think he is surrounded by bad people. I think he's very smart. Like, don't get me wrong, I think he's very smart, but I ain't going near that house, dude. No way, no how. The only way I would even consider it is if I got to smudge that entire studio, because I ain't going in there with the energy that's been in there. No.
No comment.
Okay, I just want to say my position on that largely still stands today. I don't think Tim Pool is a bad guy. I think Tim Pool does not always surround himself with the best people. I think I've softened on him since we recorded this. I think I've softened like a little bit, but I really have. I mean, because I know that people are gonna ask. Like, I don't think that show is a good idea for me, not for other people, for me. And I'm gonna be honest, having this happen to me on Adam's show and having the audience attack me like this is not insignificant in my thought process on this. But I don't think it's a good idea. I think that Tim Pool is very smart. I think I have an incredible amount of respect for his work ethic. I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. That is my answer at the moment for this.
See. Jake Dog says, Dr. Karlyn, what kind of dog is your favorite? Is it an American Bulldog?
I do actually really like American Bulldogs. I kind of wish I had one, but I do have a Chihuahua and a Chiweenie. So
we have two dogs. A Chewini. I've seen you the picture you posted on the National Dog Day.
Yes.
Or was it just like in solidarity?
Like the paw thing?
Yeah,
like no paw left behind? Yeah, those are my
the
two
nose
dogs.
paw. Yeah, that was cute. I only saw one. I didn't. I only
there were 2 dogs in that picture. One was looking very proper. He was like most important dog in the world.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you post more than one picture? Have you
Not for
posted a
that.
picture of your dogs before?
Oh yeah. I posted singular pictures of the dogs.
Maybe I'm just seeing that. Someone said in chat, Karlyn versus Tim would be hilarious.
It's like the longest stream I've ever done, by the way. 5 hours, just crossed the 5-hour mark.
No, you wouldn't.
I understand way more about critical race theory than Tim. That's true. That's still true. Still true.
I don't watch a lot of. I don't watch any of that show, but I did see.
I
clips
still know
of
more about
him
critical race
versus
theory
Bosch
than Tim
and
Pool.
where Bosch was trying to get him
100%.
to explain what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Because clips float around on Twitter, So
they do.
Robert Shaw says, "Yes, I effed up. My own teachings were very wrong. My goodness, but I've revised and come up with Marxism way better. Oh, excuse me, Marxism. Marxism is way better. Yes, because the Marx in chat. I haven't seen Mark G, but it's it happens. Patrice says critical race theory is making armies of us. Don't be a tool
out,
of our destruction. Yes,
shout out
unite.
Patrice.
We gotta unite. We gotta remember that we need. They want us divided, and we gotta stop being divided. Let's see. Quesadilla says, I'm a really angry quesadilla after listening to Karlyn rant.
Isn't that
that's
nice?
Your right to be. That's fine. Mr. Caseman, thank you for that little fox. It's cute. A super sticker. Sejong says, whiteness equals colonizer. That's where they got it. Okay.
Kinda.
Alpha Zero Omega says, next big debate, we might need to assign a couple more moderators. Rip Montana Horseman. Montana Horseman, thank you so much. I don't know what you've been dealing with. I haven't been focusing on chat. I've been, I try to, whenever I have a guest on, I try to give them my 100%. And I don't know if there was some stuff going on. I do have it that you can't comment unless you're a subscriber. So it does keep a little bit of people at bay.
I should turn that on.
I think it helps a lot against bots. I haven't actually seen bots since I've done that, like the bots that spam. Because I don't think that the bot is set to subscribe. And
I love this comment from Rebecca. Karlyn has no idea how to humble herself and admit that she's wrong. That's why she has no friends left in her community anymore. Was I wrong in this show? No, I was not wrong. And I like to think that I do actually have friends here right now, and I know that I have many friends in my community. Because what this little horde that they're involved with does is they always try to convince people that I have no friends and no one likes me, which is provably not true. But no, I was not wrong, and no, I will not humble myself when I am not wrong. Sorry. Nope.
Be able wait because you got to wait a certain amount of time,
right?
And you can set it 1 minute, 5 minutes, or maybe more. I'm not sure exactly. I just do 1 minute, but it's definitely good. Let's see. Patrice says Biden has formed a whole farce to deal with white identitarians. Wake TF up.
Well, you know what's funny
has he?
though?
I don't know. What is this about?
You know what's funny is they're not remotely interested in the actual problem. It's just a farce to make it look like they're doing something. What they mean by white identitarians is like Trump supporters. That's not what I mean. We don't have the same enemy. Jared, spreading fake news. Fake news,
Wait,
Jared.
what do you mean like Trump supporters? Like who they think white identitarians are, or are you just saying that they think that all Trump supporters are white identitarians?
So there's a difference between the white identitarians that I'm talking about and who the Biden administration is targeting with all of their task force. They're targeting like Trump supporters. That's not who I'm talking. I'm talking about really, really, really bad people. But you know what's funny is I was so freaked out by some of the stuff I found out that I actually did reach out to like mainstream media. And I was like, you guys got to cover this. I was sure they were going to cover it, and they didn't. They refused to report on the really bad people. Why? Because that's going to distract from who their enemy is, who are Republicans, Trump supporters, things like that. That's who they're focused on.
Yeah, they want to demonize anyone that isn't succumbing to the ways that they want. Newsflash, Biden. Not all Trump supporters are white. There is a very broad assortment of Trump supporters because you're not the almighty Democrat are the way.
Biden
anyway,
is learning now.
Whole nother conversation. No, they still worship him, dude. They still somehow think that he is doing a fantastic job, which is just blows
His
me away.
approval rating is like plummeting, though, isn't it?
It is plummeting, yeah. But
yeah, LK says, what these trolls really mean is Karlyn doesn't have any more internet friends who just troll Twitter for clout. God, if I could bomb Twitter off the planet as a platform, not the people on it, because I'm not endorsing violence, man, I would. Twitter is like the worst thing, and these people, I maintain my position, and I become more and more convinced of this every single day. Twitter makes people insane. It makes people insane. I legitimately think that Carrie Smith was driven insane on Twitter. I think that Deb Philman was driven insane on Twitter. I think that Adam was driven insane on Twitter. I think that Mike Harlow was driven insane on Twitter. I think that the Queen from England was driven insane from Twitter. I think that all of them were driven insane by wanting clicks and likes and retweets and clout and all these things. None of them has any interest in doing anything real. Twitter drives people insane. I'm absolutely convinced.
that's because people are slowly waking up, but like the people who are shills are speaking louder and louder. Look at Alyssa Milano. Look at Brooklyn Dad Defiant. I think that's his name, Brooklyn Defiant. You know what I'm talking about, though? These Jeff reply guy.
You need to get off of Twitter.
I need to get off Twitter?
We need to get off Twitter. See, I've always been consistent in this, and what I will say is Twitter has driven many people on the left insane too. I think Twitter has driven journalism insane. I don't think that Twitter has just driven people in the anti-CRT movement insane. I think Twitter has driven a lot of people insane. I think that Twitter is basically responsible for the downfall of our society. Change my mind. For real. The real world out there, Adam, and it's beautiful.
Girl, I don't live on Twitter. Are you serious? Like, I live in this amazing place. I've been gardening. I've been trimming my path to the forest. Like, I'm living my life here. It's amazing. I mean, I still, I poke my head in because I have to be aware of what's happening for my show. But
I understand. I'm just saying that like those guys on Twitter, like they're not. People need.
Trust me, I know. I know this, but the problem is the establishment listens to those people. The screeching people on the line are like the ones that are making the difference, because for some reason the companies think that that's what people want. That this is like, I know that the Twitter percentage is tiny compared to like most Americans, most humans probably, So anyway. The Brooklyn Way with a $10 super chat says, absolute linguistic frame to create division is part of the destabilization. Check out George Lakoff's video, Moral Politics. It is ideological gaslight and plus coercive control through distortion of language. I think I should watch that. Someone else mentioned George Lakoff.
Yeah, I wanna put Savrit's chat up on the screen because I think Savritz is making a great point. I mean, he makes many great points. Twitter creates a loop of ignorance that the masses of people are supposed to simulate, and they act accordingly to all the information they consume. I think that's exactly right, Savritz. I think that our opinions are, for people that are on Twitter, I think that their opinions are unduly influenced by the people they follow on Twitter, which is why I've been really, really careful in the last several months to make sure I'm curating the people that I follow and the people that I pay closest attention to, because, man, there's a lot of nonsense out there, and I don't want to be influenced by it. It's also why I don't watch YouTube, by the way. I don't want to be influenced by this shit.
I've actually never heard of that person before. Let's mark that down. All right. And finally, I'm to the regular super chats.
Yeah.
Back to chat. So whenever I'm on StreamYard, because whenever I do these interviews over the internet, I do StreamYard, and YouTube will, like the studio page, right, will delete all the super chats when I first go click over there.
Oh, that's all the super chats that were even before we started?
No.
It's
a thing with StreamYard. It's like, until I finally clicked over. So now we're about where we ended our conversation.
Okay.
When I was getting ready. You can, hey, by the way, I went 3 hours yesterday with Gothics, and I was like, "Hey, you can bounce out of here." And she didn't stay the whole time. So if you need to leave,
no, I don't need to leave. I was just thinking I should text Victor and have him bring me a beer or something. But I'm cool. We can
go get a
going.
beer. Yeah, you want a beer? It's fine.
No, I got some water. I'm good.
Okay, all right, right on. Let's see. Robert Shaw says Biden disagrees with everyone matters. Yeah, probably because he's a frail old man that doesn't even know what he's supposed to believe. Can I talk, Nancy? No, we don't want him talking.
Can I actually ask a question of the chat, Adam? Like,
Sure.
like I am actually genuinely curious if this conversation
Watch what happens in the
anyone's
chat.
mind, or if it made them look at the situation differently.
Watch what happens in the chat.
Where
Did I
I'm
change
at right
anyone's
now,
mind?
and again, like my goal is to create more people like me to fight critical race theory. Like that's what I'm highly focused on. If these are productive conversations to have, I'm open to having them. My assessment to this point has been that these weren't particularly productive conversations to have. So if this has been productive for people, it would be great if they could let us know.
Okay. Yep.
And I can't see the chat, so I'm generally asking.
Let's see.
So they say no. Nothing has changed our mind. So if this didn't change people's minds, and they have not been changed by the ample amount of evidence that I've put out since then why would this be an audience that I would want to appeal to at all? It's a complete waste of my time. I genuinely hope I did change people's minds, but you're going to see in the chat, nope. Our minds aren't changed. Critical race theory is anti-white. Okay, then you're not my audience. You're simply not my audience. And we can go our separate ways.
Nope. A lot of people are saying no.
Exactly. And this is why I don't have these conversations. See, look,
but that's fine.
See, look, Adam was looking down in that direction when he was looking at the chat for answers. That was where he was looking the entire stream. Adam was watching the chat the entire fucking stream.
Look. But that's okay. I mean, I see there's still a couple people that said, yeah, it did. There are others that are saying, so it's like, and there's going to be a lot of people that are like, no. A lot of people say that you came to your point. At first, it felt a little because it's a lot to like try to really narrow in, and it felt like you kind of. Well, of course, and that's something that a lot of people like. Again, you're already so far ahead, and not everyone knows all the stuff that you've experienced and researched and seen and understood. So,
but again, like, and I just want to point this out, like the fact that we spent an hour and a half explaining it, walking people through it, reiterating it. If people don't want to have an open mind, there's nothing I can do. And if people have a question about why I block people, it's because I can't have that stuff in my feed when I'm trying to do my job every day. So I'm sorry.
You're asking for it again, dude. You're doing it again. Dude.
Oh, I don't really care.
You just did it.
Oh, I don't care. This is Adam telling me that I was asking to be attacked by his chat. I was asking to be attacked on the internet because I said that I don't care if people agree with me or not. It's like no one's responsible for their behaviors. I don't know who needs to hear this, but no one forces anyone to attack anyone else on a chat or on Twitter or on any other thing, or to email death threats or to do the things that these people do. No one forces anyone else to dox anyone, Queen from England. No one forced you to dox someone for your own little petty bullshit revenge. No one forces anyone to do this stuff. Everyone is responsible for their own actions and their own behaviors. I don't allow this shit to happen on my channel. I wish Adam had the same position.
You do care.
No,
I
don't.
You care.
No, I don't. I invite it to the point. I will absolutely invite it to the point where it allows me to identify people who are not on the same team, and it's fine. It's fine.
There's still people in chat that are saying yes, that they did learn something. So
I hope that's true.
What do you mean? You hope that it's true? You don't care. Either you care or you don't care.
No, I absolutely care.
Did your opinion on my chat suddenly change to these people didn't learn anything? Because there's a lot of people that did learn stuff.
Well, but what you told me, I'm not.
I said there's a lot of nopes. I'm saying I was.
That's exactly. So that's what I'm going off of.
There's
is
a
you
lot of
telling
nopes.
me that there are a lot of people saying no, and that's a perfect example of why I just don't engage in this. It's a perfect example. It's
as you engage in it. I mean, I hope you see that, right? That's what I'm.
I am engaging in this conversation with you, but
all right, we have a timestamp here. Just letting you know, Francisco, this super chat. He does it every single day. Shout out to Francisco. 4:20 Pacific time.
Oh.
So this was an hour and 18 minutes ago.
Oh,
The
good.
super chat. So we have now an hour and 18 minutes of super chats to get through. He says Bong lives matter. Okay, good to know. Sejong says the issue of telling racists that they're now simply racist is that they no longer care if you call them racist. The Boolean argument is a non-argument.
Yes, I think Beastly Nerd, this is a great question. Then how in the hell can they get mad at the left if they're going to do and act in the same manner? I agree. There are an awful lot of people in the anti-CRT space, to include Carrie Smith, to include Mike Harlow, to include Adam Crigler, to include the Queen from England. There are an awful lot of people in the anti-CRT space who act like overt fucking SJWs. I don't see the point in that. I don't see the point. That shows I have no value. Like, if I were to act like overt SJWs, like all of them, participating in a bullying horde where I'm complaining on Twitter all day, every day, then I would be no better than the leftists that I want to defeat.
But also at the same time, Sejong, you got to understand, it's like they wouldn't care if like either way. I mean, it's like,
do it. Send me a DM on Twitter too. Drop your handle. That's okay. I don't care.
Critical race theory is racist. So it's not like, you know what I mean? Like I get what you're saying, but I mean, I also understand where Karlyn's coming from. Robert Shaw says you have a right to speak and a right to ignore. Agreed. Robert Shaw says, which is better to watch, golf or tennis? What do you think?
Neither.
You got to pick one. If you had to choose.
I don't want to pick one. I would
Do
rather
it.
knit.
You got to pick one.
Tennis, I guess.
You could knit while watching tennis. All right. I prefer golf because I play both, but I think I don't know. I like golf. It's relaxing. I like golfing and I enjoy.
Thank you for hanging out, Timothy. I know it's a long stream. I hope you enjoy my locals. We'd love to see you there.
To tell people what it is, why people deep down.
We're finishing this up. We're committed now at this point. We're committed.
How to avoid it, like the black guy.
I told you guys this
was
going to be a long stream, record breaking.
With a $10 super chat. Thank you, Sejong. Honestly, that's what I feel Karlyn's doing. She's literally saying, this is what critical race theory is. It is simply racist.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people are so focused on a specific part of it and are angry because you're not acknowledging that.
I have said that
it is racist. Period.
I have said, and those people are accepting the rules that the left has set. Mm-hmm. And I'm not playing that game. I have said ad nauseum since we started this that critical race theory is racist, includes white people. If people can't wrap their heads around that, that's, we're not on the same team. Sorry.
It's racist. Robert Shaw says anti-white is still racism, but I understand the point. Well, yeah, it's still racism. Sejong says, look, Sammy Davis Jr. and the whole Rat Pack did more to shatter racism in the U.S. than any academic pursuit or activist for or against race relations. I feel like people don't want to talk about that kind of stuff. The left doesn't want people that.
Boom her. Update. I'm not even looking at Twitter right now. Let's all take a moment to recognize that Adam, Carrie, Mike, and their horde of SJWs are currently bombarding Twitter with calls to cancel me. There is not a single tweet from Karlyn other than the notification, because I'm not looking at Twitter right now. But I'll be happy to document their little hissy fits later, just like I documented exactly what happened on this stream tonight. Cancel culture exists in the anti-woke community, folks, and it's led by Karen Smith. Karen Smith. And facilitated by Mike Harlow. We're going to start calling Mike Harlow Baron Munchausen, because he likes to convince people he's ill when he's really not. So we're going to start calling Mike Harlow Baron Munchausen. That was a suggestion from someone of my locals that I completely missed the other day that I was really, it was a great suggestion. I think that might have been from you, Boom Her. I think that might have been. And of course, the Queen from England's irrelevant, so we don't even need to worry about him. But yep, they're whining and acting a fool on Twitter when you have all seen right in front of you what actually happened. Oh, Jake, welcome to the chat. It's good to see you. Feel free to destroy the Queen of England on Twitter to your heart's content. Feel free, my friend. I no longer care.
That show that side of things. Like, I mean, Larry Elder, for example, we've talked about him a couple times. The LA Times called him the white face or the black face of white supremacy. And it's like, when in reality.
Wait. Jared, what does it mean to have a canceled pick? I'll totally do it, but what does it mean to have a canceled pick? I don't know what that means. Like, just like a silhouette? What does that mean?
Like, if you listen to Larry Elder and you like actually hear him speak about issues, you know, he's a stand-up guy. He's a great
all
minded
good,
thing.
Jake.
Although
glad you're back.
I have heard some rumors about some things he said in the early 2000s that I wouldn't agree with.
I can tell you some things about Larry Elder.
I haven't corroborated it yet, but you know, from what I know about Larry Elder, you know, I don't know. Do you like Larry Elder, or do you know things that make you not like him?
I know. Okay, so I can only judge people based on my direct experiences with them at this point. I have not had good direct experiences with Larry Elder. That said, I know that a lot of people have. I think, you know, of all the people running for governor of California, it looks like he's in the lead. I think that he'd be better than what's there. But I don't live in California, so I don't have to worry about it.
Right. Speaking of people that live in California, Darth Call comes in hot, says, "Well done having a discussion, you two. Well done. Y'all keep your cools and facilitated dialogue. Cheers." There we go.
Right.
So like, it's honestly, Karlyn, if one person woke up a little bit from this, I think it's a win. All right. I don't care about the people that didn't.
So. And you know, I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand, because Adam did make notes like that I thought were actually nice. And he said to me, after this show went off the air, he said to me, "Karlyn, keep fighting." But then he never even acknowledged what happened on this stream. Never even acknowledged the follow-up work I did on this. Never even bothered to look at it. And so it makes me question everything. It makes me question everything about what his intentions were. And I go back and forth. I really do. But the fact that he's running his mouth on Twitter about it, whining and complaining, "Oh, she's daring to show my stream?" Are you fucking kidding me? Literally, all I've done in this video is replay the stream as it happened. That's all that's happened in this video. I replayed the stream as it happened. So
whatever it is, you know, stop saying that. That's not. Be a little optimistic. Somebody out there might have been enlightened by this episode. Good, done. Period. Awesome.
Okay.
Are you shaking your head no, though?
Because it's really, really frustrating. I almost cry right here again.
I don't understand why you get so frustrated with it. If you don't care, you know.
I care about winning.
I know.
I
care understand
very deeply about winning. Oh God,
Clearly.
I'm gonna cry.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. We don't have to go there.
Watch what the chat does
Karlyn,
now.
Your passion for this is undeniable.
But let me finish. When people who should be on the same team are just actively working against winning, I throw my hands up and I say, "What am I even doing?"
I understand that. I get it. Jonathan Duger says.
So again, you guys got to understand, this happened in September. So June, July, October, August, September. This was taking place 3 to 4 months after I had undergone an absurdly traumatic cancellation from this exact crowd. This exact crowd that was in Adam's chat. I was barely holding it together. That cancellation really, really impacted me. So I was trying my very best to hold it together, and I'm surprised I did.
As the problem with critical theory is it takes self-accountability and responsibility away from the people and puts it on other people. That is, do you agree with that? Yeah.
Yes.
And I mean, accountability and responsibility is like what happened to that. I was talking, I was tweeting the other day about how we're children. Like I say we because I'm in society and I am guilty of this
And
myself.
I want to acknowledge that there were people in the chat
I feel like
supporting
I
me at this
became
point.
an adult last year.
I want to acknowledge there were people in the chat supporting me at this point. Because again, I don't think everyone in Adam's chat is bad. He's going to try to spin it like this, but she was attacking my entire chat. No, I'm not. No, I'm not, Adam. I'm attacking you for not protecting me as a guest on your stream where I was attacked for 3.5 fucking hours on your channel. I have no beef with the people who did nothing, who did not engage in this in the chat. No beef at all.
37. You know, I'm almost 38.
You become an adult when you own a house.
No,
I'm kidding.
The house thing came this year, but last year I feel like I was like, I'm gonna be a part of society. I'm gonna recognize that what I do has real world impact on other people and take responsibility for the things that I'm doing. And it's like, and I feel like that's everyone. Everyone needs to do that. And when you finally do that and start paying attention and doing, like, it's part of being red pilled is part of that
people.
too. And it's like, it's part of it. It's not all of it, but you know, I think that's
according to Mike Harlow on Twitter. And listen, I don't want anyone to be sick. I don't want anyone to be sick. I don't. According to Mike Harlow on Twitter, he is losing little pieces of bone from his jaw every day. Maybe that's real. I certainly hope it's not real. I certainly hope that's not real. But I don't understand that. I'm just going to say, I don't... If he is legitimately sick, I will pray for him. And I sincerely hope that he is not. But I have questions. I have questions. Oh, and apparently it's been happening for 2 months. Okay. So we should probably see evidence of that, which would be sad. Again, and I genuinely mean this. I don't want anyone to be sick. I don't. And it's supposed to be severely painful for him to talk. Isn't Mike Harlow doing or has already done a exclusive stream for his locals with the Queen from England? I could swear that I saw a tweet from the Queen from England saying he spent 9 hours on Zoom with Mike Harlow. How was it possible for Mike Harlow to spend 9 hours talking on Zoom if it's severely painful for him to talk? How is that possible? He must have had a miraculous recovery. Let's all hope and pray that he did. How is that possible?
It's part of growing up, and we have a problem in society that people don't want to grow up. They don't want to have responsibilities. They want to have it easy and lazy, and like Marxism.
Well, he was talking with Brand. Oh, wow. How fascinating. How fascinating. Oh, Metastep. Metastep saw the stream. How was the stream, Metastep? What did they gossip about on the stream? Spill the tea, Metastep. Because apparently did it look severely painful for Mike Harlow to be talking in that stream? I'm honestly curious. I'm not going to watch that stream. I'm not joining his locals, but apparently Metastep did.
Socialism or communism really is like they think that it's this utopia where they're just going to live without responsibilities. and they're so wrong.
It's like no one asks
because they're going to be
questions.
forced to do
No
all
one
the things
asks
that
questions.
to work and to do things that they don't want to do, but they don't have a choice because that's what communism. Oh, you're going to go work the fields today. You're going to be breaking rocks. Tomorrow you're going to be doing what we tell you to do, and you don't have a choice because it's communism. There's a reason millions and millions of people have died. Well, it's not real communism. Get out of there.
I have lots of spies.
Man, that's a whole nother.
Lots of
thing.
spies
James
all
Lindsay
over the
says
social
that,
See what I
media.
mean, though?
Yeah, James Lindsay says that one of the cures for the woke is responsibility and accountability. And the example that he gives is like what woke organizations should do when your employees come forward and say, you should do this woke training and make sure you're hiring like 60% more Black people or whatever demand they make. What James Lindsay says to do is to put it back on them and to give them responsibility and accountability. So if they come and say you should find a Black person for this role, okay, now it's your job to go and find the best Black person for that role. That is 100% your job, and if you don't do it in 3 months, you're fired. And what he says
for
is
your
like,
own job. All right,
yeah,
you gotta quit.
I just want to make a note because I know we're over like 5.5 hours in this stream right now. My longest stream ever, by the way. I am letting this play through to finish. God, we have over a fucking hour left. I want to document this. I am hopeful that we're going to be able to make it to the end. I need to excuse myself to go to the little girl's room for a second. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this play. What I want to do with this is I really want to document this fucking chat. And so I'm kind of letting it play right now. I'm going to depart for but a wee couple of minutes and then I will be back. But hang in there, guys. We're rounding this out.
Find someone to replace it.
Well, and what Lindsay says, and he gives this advice to organizations, is that like every single time that a CEO has said that to an employee, you go do this. If you don't, you're fired. Which gives them both responsibility in terms of finding someone, and then accountability if they don't. Right, the person just ends up quitting anyway because they don't want responsibility or accountability. So that's like the anecdote to the woke.
Sneaky. Robert Shaw says, "Which is hotter, glasses or no glasses?" I'm listening.
Depends on the glasses.
Chat. Well, I mean, I've been wearing glasses my entire YouTube career, and I've switched now to wearing contacts. I've had contact. Well, I cut my hair, and I was like, I'm just gonna wear contacts now.
You look more modelly now, Adam.
Do I? Okay. Thank you. I guess I feel like ever since I cut my hair, and I just recently trimmed the beard, but it feels like I'm a little more presentable instead of just a disheveled mess with hair that I don't care about, that I just put in a bun, and glasses, and it just feels like I'm a little more. I have to present myself a little better, but I am curious. No glasses, no peace. Some chat's not actually answering the question, but that's fine. It's more for us. Robert Shaw says, "Does a tomato belong in a fruit salad?"
No.
No. Oh, is that a thing?
But it does belong on a sandwich.
Xerix says, "Sent messages, short on money." Thank you. I appreciate that. Maybe in chat. Is that what I missed him? Chat was flying by today. Robert Shaw says, "Shout out to YouTube channel Teacher Eddie." I don't know that one, but okay. Francisco with a $10 super chat says, "The French intellectuals of the revolution led to the continual transmutation of the central premise of bringing down society. That's why every iteration of socialist theory has brought down society." Interesting. I don't know too much about the French Revolution. Robert Shaw says, "Which is better, big boobas or small boobas?" I think that is just a preference thing, right? I'm just gonna move on.
Okay, I'm back. What I miss? I'm not a lesbian, and so what I miss. Victor came upstairs to say hi to me and said that he thinks I'm winning, which is good. Let me just scroll back through the chat. Okay, looks like I didn't miss any super chats or anything. Looks like I didn't. Let me just see. I want to make sure I'm caught up. Victor is very impressed with my stamina on this stream. Oh, let's see. I scrolled way back in the chat. I have enemies of all the right people. I am perfectly comfortable with the enemies I have
because the enemies I have are horrible, horrible people. Horrible people. Thank you. Hey ho. Thank you for the super. Oh, wow. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Victor said he heard me railing on Adam when Adam came in the chat earlier. Oh no, I missed him. I missed Money Fun Star said, you missed me in Adam's chat calling his chat a bunch of bitchy trolls. I'm sorry that I missed that. I am sorry. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. I don't guys, if you can believe this, there's still a fucking hour of this video left. I truly don't know if we're gonna make it through. I think I've proven my point at this point. I think I've proven my point, but we're gonna keep going. Fuck, I have an opinion on this.
Okay. Well, I mean, I gave an opinion on whether
Well,
Ryan
probably
Reynolds
small,
or
like, just from like my perspective, probably small
Henry
because they're
Cavill.
not as like they're not as troublesome to like navigate and all this stuff. But like,
okay. Geoffrey says the Lord said to Samuel,
blocking Victor.
"Do not look at his
Not
appearance
my
or
Victor.
his stature,
Troll
because I
Victor
have
in the
rejected
chat.
him. Humans do not see what the Lord sees, for humans see what is visible, and the Lord sees the heart." I don't know what that quote that is for, or like what would you say Bible verse that is, but it sounds like kind of like the weight of the heart from Egyptian.
I totally understand,
and,
Dragon Water. All good. If you don't make it through, I forgive you.
Really
Please just mount that like button on the way out the door. I appreciate
No Jab
it.
Crow says, Karlyn, were the Nazis anti-Semitic?
I'm not answering that question. That is an incredibly what they're going to do is call me a Jew. That's a trap. They're gonna call me a Jew. Yeah.
That's a trap.
Yeah.
That's a trap. I don't even know what this is. It is a bunch of letters. It says, I know I'm coming in late, but I know historically Karlyn hasn't mentioned the laws have passed.
Let me know if he blocks you.
Say white people
oh
can't
yeah,
do something
Jake.
Others
Oh, you missed. Okay,
that's
for
racist.
anyone who missed this, Adam popped into the chat and told me he didn't owe me anything, and he tried to stop the video. Adam tried to make this video private during this reaction stream. We know because the chat disconnected, and then he realized that it didn't work, and the video was still working, and he was looking like he was being a loser and hiding what actually happened, and so he did something. He absolutely did something to this video during this live stream to try to prevent us from seeing what happened. But I had a backup video, so I had a backup just in case. So he wouldn't have won anyway, because I anticipated that might happen. But he really did. He tried to prevent this from being shown because he knows. He fucking knows. If he didn't realize what this looked like, then why would he have attempted to hide the video from us?
Whole point. I think she's made it clear. Like, that's racist. Mr. Knox says the main thin pole need to get out of this, and two people have a clash of opinions and still be friends and be civil. We need more of this. I don't know what that first word is.
Yeah, Boomher says Adam has been posting on Twitter that Karlyn saw the chat the whole time. No, that is a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie. I even said in this video, fucking video that I didn't see the chat. Adam specifically hid the chat from me, and he asked me not to look at it. So if Adam is saying on Twitter that I saw the chat, he is a fucking liar, because I did not see the chat at all until I watched it after the fact. He is a fucking liar. He is a liar. That is blatantly fucking lying. And now we know he's acting in bad faith, and that I was right about this the entire fucking time. Adam, Carrie, and Mike are having a shit fit because Adam does not want people to see the video. Sorry, Adam. Too bad, so sad. Too bad, so sad.
But I get the sentiment, and I agree completely. People need to be able to have these conversations, which is why I'm sad that man, I'm not going to say it. Pete says,
"Yep,
can people please explain how a company?"
Beastly Nerd backs me up, and it was on this video. I've got this now documented. This is why we're fucking doing this stream. I want this entire video documented, and I want that fucking chat documented so that no matter what Adam says or what Adam does, this video now exists on YouTube, it exists on Odyssey, it exists on Rockfin, it exists on Rumble, and I'm going to be uploading the fucking recording to my locals just to make sure Adam can never get rid of this documentation of what happened. I said it in the stream that I couldn't see the chat, and that's because Adam hid the chat from me purposefully before the start of this stream, and he asked me not to look at it in a separate browser. And I agreed because I thought that he was my friend and I thought that he wasn't throwing me under the bus. But now we know that he absolutely was.
Putting out info saying be less white is racist towards anyone but white people.
You're taking one example in the midst of thousands of other examples. You're cherry picking an example.
I mean, it's a good point, though.
Yeah, we've already covered it.
That's true. We did talk about this.
You're the one who told me not to reiterate every question, Adam.
I mean,
I'm following the rules.
I said it was my show, and I dictate how it goes, and then I literally just asked you about it.
I'm teasing.
Well, you don't want to go over it again. It's fine. Awesome Human says critical race theory is a Eurocentric viewpoint that assumes whites are superior and minorities are unable to
He got
feel
outplayed
racially
and now
superior.
he's upset. It actually assumes
He
that
got
whites are the
outplayed
norm.
and now
It says
he's
the whites are
upset.
the norm or the default, and everyone else is abnormal or, you know.
Well, that's not what racism, the definition of racism is. Like what you read earlier.
But again, they're not using that definition. And Adam, don't think I don't have this entire show downloaded separately, because I absolutely do. I have this entire video downloaded separately. So don't think I don't have that. Of racism, because I know I've talked over some stuff. Don't think I can't go back and find it if I want to, even if you remove this video from the channel. Created their own mystical definition of racism that can change anytime they want it to.
I thought you said that they do think that whites are superior. That's what they were claiming.
No. They say that whites hold the power. It's not really the same.
Right, that is what you said. You said they're the ones who are in with the power, the control.
Yeah, but mostly what they talk about in these trainings is like whites are the norm and everyone else is outside the norm, which is racist in and of itself. Like, I don't think that whites are the norm, so I think that's racist. Yep, this is exactly right. This is exactly right. Please expect and anticipate that all of them are going to say that I'm stalking them and this is a harassment stream. Nope, not. Just a reaction stream. Just a reaction stream that happens to be something that I was fucking involved in, so I think I'm entitled to react to it, but they will absolutely be saying this on Twitter. I would bet money. I haven't looked at their tweets at all. I don't really care to. I would bet money that they're all screaming like, Karlyn is harassing and stalking. Because that's what they do all the fucking time. All the time. All the time.
All the people that died for COVID. Wow. I told her if I survive the camps, I'll testify against her. My goodness, that is horrendous that someone would say that to you. I mean, this is a whole different thing, but my goodness, I mean, that's the discussion, which kind of goes hand in hand because it's all about division. It's about dividing us. And right now, they've got so many different battlefronts, and they're winning on a lot of them. And as Karlyn is clearly trying to do, is fight the real enemy and not each other. And I think we need to focus on that.
Yes, Adam, we do need to focus on that. Perhaps you should focus on that on Twitter.
Say your name. I'll just do H Love. I don't. You have. It's just a bunch of letters in a row with a $10 super chat.
Oh,
says, why is it okay for every other race?
Here's the thing. This entire little horde on Twitter would have if it wasn't this, it would be something else. On this, I'm showing you start to finish precisely and exactly what happened. Everyone can judge for themselves. But I've also shown you evidence that I was 100% correct in every single thing that I said, and Adam doesn't give a fuck. Oh, Mikey is highlighting the article where Karen Smith says that I'm her abusive mother. Yes, because it is certainly not unhinged at all to write an article on the internet about someone that you've spoken to 3 times in your life, calling them your abusive mother. That's certainly not unhinged at all. What could possibly go wrong?
To be proud of their race, but not whites. If you call a black person white as a derogatory, it's against Caucasians. That is a good I mean, you can't be proud to be white. That is very faux pas, not PC. It's like you can't say that. That is a true statement, though. People are. I mean, it's like you could be proud to be any race except white. That's kind of
What are you
messed up.
proud of? What whites have never been oppressed in this country. I'm sorry.
my
whites
response.
do not have a long history.
Hold
of being
on. I
oppressed in
actually
this
had an
country.
argument with Hydro about this, who's talked about it. Was like, I think it was about White History Month. He's like, hey, happy White History Month, and I'm like, I don't need that. It's not like Black history is American history. Like the Black History Month that they teach about American history. It's like it is American history. It's not Black history. It's what America has gone through together. So like I don't need a White History Month because I don't think about being white. It's not a part of my like identity. Like people might make it, but that's not who I am. That's not what I do. I don't think that way. And we should all stop thinking that way.
My suggestion for people is that they need to base their identity and their pride around things that they can actually control. And your race is not something that you can actually control.
I love that. We have to do that. I mean, look at Martin Luther King. That is literally his speech. And how dare anyone who is all about critical race theory even mention his name? They've been pushing Martin Luther King as if like they like worship the man. But it's like, if you listen to his speech, he said, I have a dream that my children will be judged not on the color of their skin, but on the characteristics of who they are as people. And it's like, it is insulting to the man, his legacy, that these people are pushing critical race theory because it's just crazy racist. Anyway, Paul R says, yes, Adam, and Larry Elder is a black white supremacist. Now spin the UFO and roll a 13. Finally, we got a dice roll. Heyo. You want to take a stab at it?
What's the range
1 through
again?
20. 1 through 20.
18.
It is not 18, but chat, you guys know the deal. I have rolled the dice. Good luck. Have fun.
Do you still have the UFO?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It'll be back. I'm gonna build a full studio, and it's coming. All right, I got the numbers rolling in. I'm just gonna watch these numbers. All right. Good luck, everybody. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Let's see. All right, no one's won yet. All right. No one's won yet. I rolled 2 7s in a row yesterday. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And Gothic's actually guessed the first one correctly.
Really? Well, lucky
yeah, she
7.
guessed 7.
Gothic's awesome.
She was thinking 7 too, and then changed her number to 18 or 8. Notorious Neil, congratulations, it's 16.
Oh, so close.
Congratulations. I know you were close, right? I was thinking it. Let's see. Cottage Farm says, Karlyn, do you feel Be Less White is an okay teaching tool? No, of course she doesn't. I got this, Karlyn. No, she's the one who blew the whistle on it because it's racist. Did I cover you correctly there?
Yes.
Okay. Jason says, last week I brought up 18 US code 2381 treason. Thanks for covering it. This week I have ice cream and Alzheimer's disease. Interesting stuff. Thank you, Jason. I did, in fact, do a episode on treason, and it has gotten so much worse. His administration has come out and said that they're going to help financially the Taliban. I mean, do you know the definition of treason? I read it live, and then I talked about how he gave the Taliban a kill list, how he left Americans behind, and it gave them weapons, and it's just obnoxious.
But isn't it treason if he's not lucid?
He's the president. Is he the president, or is he not?
Well,
it's his fault.
I guess in theory.
I guess in theory, yeah. Robert Shaw says, who's more fake, CNN or MSNBC?
MSNBC.
Okay. CNN does have some good science articles sometimes. They do cover some space stuff and some like Earth,
I
stuff
cannot
like
believe
that.
how long this stream
is.
is.
Like
I never wanted to do a stream this long.
Propaganda shit shoveling.
And you know what they're gonna say?
Easy.
Do you know what they're gonna say? They're gonna be like, Karlyn did a 7-hour stream about how much she hates Adam, and oh my god, can you imagine she talked for 7 hours? This video was 3.5 hours long. My stream length is directly dictated by the length and depth of the original incident. I don't want to be here right now. It is almost midnight. I want to go hang out with Victor. Like, I don't want to be here, but we're doing this because I committed to this bullshit, and we're going to see it through to the end. And they can whine and complain and on Twitter all they fucking want.
Sorry
It's
to swear.
crazy.
But yeah.
Ha! You swore before me.
I
I'm gonna,
tend
like,
to
pop out my
drop a little
question
bit. I drop sometimes, but I always apologize. I'm sorry for that, people. If there's any kids listening, I apologize. Mavis with the $10 super chat says, "Am I the only one that didn't realize Biden's middle name is Robinette? I thought it was Robert for some reason. No wonder he's such an a-hole. He was definitely bullied as a kid. No, I don't think he was bullied. I think Biden was in the cool guys group, the guy like the jock that like dated the hot cheerleader who thought that he was so cool that after high school to this day he acts around, like, especially around girls, he acts like he's this hot guy that like they're into, even when he's talking to young children. It's the same attitude, and it's absolutely disgusting. Do you know what I'm talking about?
It's a really fair point. I hadn't actually thought of it like that, but it's a really fair point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think he always has done the bullying. Yeah. I think he's the bully. Yeah, people in chat are saying it too. Yeah, I think he's definitely the bully. Robert Shaw says, which is better, beanie or hat?
Hat.
Hat. I gotta go with hat. I have a lot of hats, and now that I have short hair, I can wear them again. I'm pretty hyped about it. Makeshift Electric says, how do you know you defeat the left? Stop caring what they think. How do we? I mean, it's one thing to stop caring what they think, but
my metric is actually getting them out of positions of power in every major institution. But
that's pretty good. We got to get there. Chet Chisholm says, Henry Cavill is a sexy geek who builds PCs and plays Warhammer 40K. Ryan Reynolds is the sex avatar of Canada, snark humor. Okay, so you're also on the page of both of them are equal, right? I guess. All right, Chet. Sejong says, the problem with all of this is activism. Activism keeps this BS active. When you keep tearing the scab off, you make it an open wound. Quit picking. And you know what? You know how to stop that? It's getting into places of power, the positions of power in these institutions, and making the fundamental change instead of being an activist against it. Because how do you actually make change, though? I think that's the way.
I agree with that, but I consider that activism. If we are purposefully trying to get people into position, I mean, to be honest with you, we are not, like, we sat back for 40 years while the left did this. We sat back for 40 years. That's what inaction gets you exactly the situation that we are in right now. They have taken over everything. They control all the schools. They control all the universities. They control the government. They control the military. They control the churches. They control the entertainment. They control Hollywood. They control the news. They control everything because we weren't activists. We weren't proactive. So I don't think it's good advice to say we can't be activists. We need to be activists.
In a different sense, though, because I feel like an activist now
till the end, we're going till the end, baby. We're doing it. Yeah, I mean, that's very true, but I think, like, we need to be smart in all of this. Honestly, like, the truth is that we are reaching a point where we really don't have that much time left to turn this around. And that's why it's so important to me to focus on people who are actually, like, who are in the fight, who are focused on the goal, who understand what the problem is, not fighting each other, focused on the real enemy.
Radio Freedom says, why don't people specify what is being taught rather than just calling it critical race theory? The normies have no idea what you're talking about when you say critical race theory. I mean, that's a good point. I mean,
let them try.
We should have started the show by just defining it definitively.
Well,
what it is.
Critical race theory is an academic ideology that started in
why
the 1970s.
Is the chat
that says racism
why is the chat
everywhere
stopped?
in every system, in every institution, in every
why
interaction.
is the chat
job
stopped?
of the critical race theorist is to explore how, not if, how racism occurred in every single
Why
circumstance.
is there it
So
goes,
that's
okay.
that covers one of the main tenets of critical race theory that comes into play, which is racism is always assumed everywhere.
I'm paranoid.
But I will say too, like, so if people want a definition of like, so I've tried, and I have a book coming out next year that's going to break this down. I've put out like different words to look for to assess if something is critical race theory. But you can also look at some of the anti-CRT bills that got introduced because they list the specific tenets that were banned.
All right, right on. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I want a signed copy.
Yeah.
No,
Robert
fuck
Shaw
you.
says,
No,
which is better,
denied.
barbecue or
No.
roasted meat? Barbecue.
No,
Barbecue.
you will not be getting a signed
Chisholm
copy.
says, I'm not white, I'm a Celt. Okay.
All right.
Ladyfoot says, hey, Adam, are you going to make chocolate coffee? No, I'm not going to do flavored coffee because it's actually not good. It's like it's chemicals. It's not. When you think flavored coffee, you're not. I've looked into it, and it's not what I want. Like I like organic. Not all of my blends are organic, but I don't want to put chemicals. A lot of time those flavors are chemicals, and a lot when you get like a, I don't know, vanilla hazelnut bean or chocolate something, it's like a lot of the times it's not chocolate. It's actually like a chemical that makes the coffee taste like chocolate. And it's really expensive to actually make like chocolate coffee beans that will brew like a chocolatey coffee. And it's not really viable for me at this time.
Just get a flavored creamer. Flavored
Yeah.
cream.
I mean,
solution.
really,
Or
my
a syrup.
coffee tastes great with cream in it.
Wait, what? What? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No. No. Hang on. Stand by. Stand by. No, he didn't. He did not admit to managing the stalker account. He did admit, oh my god, he is such a fucking liar. He is such a fucking liar. He said that he doxed Joshua using the name he knew him by. He never knew Joshua by that name. He is such a fucking liar. Joshua has always been Joshua, Queen from England. That is bullshit. That is, wow. I cannot even believe this shit. He says, I mean no harm to him. It was just the name I knew him by and used it thinking it was polite to call him by his name rather than his persona. No, that is not the truth. The Queen from England has only ever known Joshua by Joshua. That is the only name he ever knew him by. That is the only name we ever referred to him by. He was never told any other name. He was never told any other name. Wow. I never fired Joshua. That's not true. Where are you guys seeing this? Where are you seeing this? I'm looking at his Twitter right now. I never fired Joshua. That's not true. Joshua and I got in one single fight, and then we made up like the next day. I've worked with Joshua for over 6 fucking years, so if one fight was inevitable. Wow. Where are you guys seeing this? Where are you guys seeing this? I'm looking at the Queen's account. I don't see what you guys are seeing. Wow. He is fucking delusional. They're mad that I said I groom people. That was a joke. They have no sense of humor. Where are you guys seeing what you say that he's saying? I'm really confused because that's not the last name I'm talking about. Oh, is Justice in here? I blocked Justice a while ago. Wow. Well, that's not true. There is no way. No, 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 no. That is not true at all. I can't fucking even with this bullshit. I just okay, incognito, let me look at the Twitter real quick. Let me look at the Twitter. If he did, he's going right to the cops, I'll tell you what. Oh, you're talking about Adam. Adam says, Karlyn is going on an unhinged rant about how my chat attacked her on my show. Well, I'm actually showing precisely what happened. I'm showing what happened. No one's going on an unhinged rant. I'm literally showing what happened. Wow. All right, guys, let me just keep this playing so we can keep it going, and then we can figure out what's going on.
I use sometimes I use chocolate milk in my coffee. I mean, well, it's not dairy, but who cares? You know, whatever. Chocolate milk, vanilla milk is really good. I use a vanilla creamer. I love that stuff. Sometimes I have a black. It depends on my mood, honestly. Really, it's like the only time I really have sweets. I'm not a big sweets guy. Daniel Humphreys, what's good? Failed bread, how you doing, mate? Woo! Look at that smooth face. Oh, you haven't seen my my butter face, huh? Yeah. Shit, and I got rid of my hair too. I don't know if you noticed that. Let's see. Robert Shaw says, "What was your most remembered
You know why this stream
dream?"
is creating massive waves?
Question.
Because it shows exactly what they do.
My dreams,
it shows
really
exactly what
I
they
think
do.
I was abducted by aliens when I was younger, and as a result, I don't remember my dreams.
You don't
That's
have
actually
any
true.
dream that like pops to
I
mind.
don't. I do not remember my dreams. I really don't.
I have two very vivid dreams. And actually,
Boomer,
funny
I'm
enough, I
still
remember
unclear where you're
a
seeing
big
this.
part of my dream
Please let me
last
know
night. I
where
had
you're
this dream
seeing
that I
this.
found a grizzly bear, and I was in a tent across the street from my house, and I saw the bear in between me and the house, and I saw Nisha come out of the house, and I was like, "Get in the house, it's a bear!" And he like looked at her, and she ran back in, and he like went to run out.
I'm going on an unhinged rant. My God. My God. It's like they think that no one is capable of watching it back and deciding for themselves. It's like they think that no one is capable of watching this back. It's like they think that everyone is stupid. It's like they think that they can just tweet something out and people won't bother to look at the evidence for themselves.
At her and then turned to look at me and was like really angry at me, and I was like,
Is it like a spirit animal?
it's better me than her, man. And then
I'll keep going
kinda,
all
like,
night,
ran
you
away
little
pissed off.
bitches.
That was
I will
last
keep
night's
going
dream.
all
But no,
night.
my most remembered dream is I was standing in front of my. It wasn't my childhood house, but it was like when I was 4 to.
I cannot believe the Queen from England lied about doxing. He never knew. Oh. That fucking burns me. But it does show that he knows exactly what he's doing, and he is a liar and a grifter and a really garbage human being that I really, really, really regret ever getting involved with in my life. But I do think Twitter drove him to this. I cannot believe the evidence of his doxing him, of his doxing Joshua, is so fucking clear. It's so fucking clear. He had access to information that I never gave him. Because why would I? And to be quite frank, even if I had, he knows full well what Joshua goes by online. He doxed a friend of mine to get back at me in some sick, petty form of revenge. And he can lie all he wants. But I think that everyone in my locals who loves Joshua, who appreciate Joshua, who have had private fucking conversations with Joshua, I think every single person knows that the Queen from England is a fucking liar and should never be trusted at all. My God.
Like 4 to 9 maybe. I lived in this one house that was kind of near a mall. And I remember standing in front of the house and looking up in the sky and just flying up into the sky and then looking down at the house. And then I flew around the mall and then went back. That's the dream.
That's pretty rad.
Anyway, Durna says, I'm not European. My ancestors have been in North America for 400 years, nor am I white because I know who my ancestors were. Heritage equals culture.
Let's see. Thank you. Hang on. Oh, God. Thank you, Bunglebush. What a name. For the super chat. The left went crazy with groupthink. Same thing could happen on the right. The same thing already is happening on the right. The right can be just as hateful as the left. Sometimes the right is wrong. Yes, that is exactly correct. That is exactly correct. Average person, I filled out my taxes earlier. I'm going to finish them tomorrow. Just in under the wire. Just in under the wire. I cannot. Oh my God. This is why I don't look at their Twitters. Their Twitters are horrible little toxic places of hate in which they spin each other up constantly and try to make other people and try to make, not other people, try to make themselves feel better with how much they hate me, as though that's ever going to stop me from doing exactly what I want to do. I'm stronger than all these fucking people put together.
Cultural inheritance. Without it, people are moldable. Interesting. Yep. Okay. Thank you for that $10 super chat. Robert Shaw says, tell us how you really feel about critical race theory. Jokes. He said jokes. It was a joke.
I like him. He's on the nice list.
Robert Shaw's great. He's great. I mean, he is my most ardent super chatter, and he's got some jokes. I had to cut him off on some of the jokes, but he's batting like 98%. Zarek says, Karlyn make 2-minute video. Oh, Karlyn make 2-minute vids, air before streams /vids done. Okay, I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but okay. Sejong says, wow, Dr. K, that was an angry mustache man in the 1930s who found a lot of people who agreed and decided those who don't need to be purged. Now, see Sejong, they just
compared me to Hitler. They just compared me to Hitler.
Anyone from Twitter.
They literally just compared me to Hitler for blocking people that are harassing me.
It's just her own personal circle. You know what? I get it. So
we're all allowed to block people. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Voluntary association.
Yes, Jake. This is actually a thing. Yes, this whole little bullying horde led by Carrie Smith and Mike Harlow and attended to by the Queen from England in his desperate attempt to gain relevance, they tag my husband and Joshua for the sheer purpose of harassing me. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Also includes Josh Slocum, that disaffected podcast asshole. That's a whole other story for a whole other day.
says, Karlyn, the word you're looking for is grifters. Grifters.
In regards to what?
No idea. This was,
Okay.
I mean, we're deep in the super chats. Lakava said, with a $10 super chat, says we should not borrow more than $1 to pay defense contractors until we extract the American people's armaments. Besides, we are broke. I mean, I agree. We need to get those guns back, those helicopters back.
I agree. That was stupid.
I mean, and it turns out the $85 billion number was including a lot of the training that we added into the cost. Leftist Twitter is arguing that it's like $30 billion. And then other people, right? I mean, $30 billion. Oh, that makes it better. Like, even if it is 30 billion, like, but then they're arguing now that it could be up to $65 billion worth of equipment. As you said, I don't care. It's over there. It's ours. We paid for it. We taxpayer dollars went into those weapons that kill people that they're now armed with. That's on you, Biden. That's on you, Biden regime.
Leftist Twitter should probably be concerned about the fact that the Taliban is about to take over a seat on like the women's, like, you know, whatever.
That's nuts. I told you that. I told you that last week. I know. It's crazy. Robert Shaw says, "Rip NYC, the ever flooded city." Oh yeah, I saw that. That
was so when the subway was still running, and like
nuts.
That was crazy.
I was in New York when Sandy hit, and it was like flooded like crazy. Then that was pretty insane. Robert Shaw says, "You argue like a married couple." It's cool.
We're cool.
No, you want to know why? It's because we still are going to remain friends.
No,
you know, it's not like
clearly not.
There's absolutely no beef between me and Karlyn. Like
none.
This is the types of conversations that need to happen. Like
nope, not going to remain friends. And I'm going to be honest. Again, I'm going to emphasize because new people come in and out of the stream all the time. Had Adam just apologized to me for having me be attacked on his channel for 3.5 hours and then admitted that I was fucking right when I presented him clear and conclusive evidence that I was right, we'd have no problem. Adam can't control his chat. It is what it is. I would have preferred he handled the whole situation differently. My problem is what happened after this stream when Adam refused to look at evidence that I was right, never apologized for the way I was treated, and then went on to pretend that he was never presented with the evidence in the first place up to yesterday. Up to fucking yesterday. Or the day before. So, whatever. I gave him the benefit of the doubt for a long ass time. I was like, I don't want to do that to me. We're friends, whatever. No, we clearly weren't.
It could be frustrating sometimes, but
but like, I mean, we have a pre-existing relationship. I'm not going to have the same conversation with you as I'm going to have with someone with an anime icon on Twitter. It's a completely different relationship, you know?
Right. Yeah, no, of course. Mr. Paul R says, Dr. Karlyn is correct, Adam. She's like the Democrats. She's focused on the goal, not the down. I see that, and I get it. Like I haven't, that part of it eluded me before. You know, I see how important that is to be focused on winning the game, winning against this
obviously
race
not
theory.
Adam. Obviously,
and
you
right.
did not learn any lesson.
Jenny's with
obviously not.
Jenny's getting inky with it with a $10 super chat.
Shout out,
says,
Jenny's
calling
getting
it
inky with
anti-white
it.
gives critical race theory supporters the ability to say you're a supremacist. People not versed in critical race theory won't join your team if they think you are. Saying it's just racist takes that power away.
Exactly.
I know
Jenny
you like that one. I know you like that one.
I know who Jenny is.
Oh, okay, all right.
Jenny's on my channel. Yeah, Jenny's
all right,
on my channel.
right on. But I mean, that's a good point. See that, and that's her point. Eric Peter says, that's Russian. I don't. Okay. Let's see. There's a bunch of Russian stuff. I don't know what it says, and then says LOL #word and #censorship.
I'm so ready for this to be over. I'm so tired. I want to go to bed. I can't drink any more beer because I'll fall asleep.
So I can find out what you said. Maybe I shouldn't just post it. I'm gonna find out what you wrote here in Russian. I'm gonna come back to that another time. Let's see. Jenny's getting inky with it again. Says, and sometimes you have to cut your losses.
Everyone. We just entered into Easter. Happy Easter!
You have to fight the fight, not hold someone's hand.
That's exactly right.
You can't let people hold you back from your goal. if they don't get it.
Sorry.
I get that. I understand that.
Admiral,
I
this is
understand
a great fucking idea. Why didn't I think of this an hour ago?
And that's exactly it. And I'm sorry I keep interrupting you. I honestly just think you're done when I start to talk. So I'm sorry I keep talking over you. But no, Jenny is like absolutely right. Like, listen, I don't begrudge anyone wanting to learn about this stuff, but there are many teachers out there that might be better for you than I am. I have a very specific mission. I see my job in a very specific way, and some people are going to be aligned with that, and some aren't. If you have an open mind, you're willing to have a conversation, you're willing to learn, I'm willing to teach you, but I'm not willing to fight all the time.
Wesley says, Karlyn, have you considered you come across as a narcissist to 70% of the people and are actually the problem? I mean, that's...
I don't particularly care. Like, I don't care.
Okay. Dernas with a $10 super chat says, Dr. B, you said that you wanted to win. The strategy of extremists is to eliminate the center to normalize extremisms. The white identitarians are a product of status identitarian education. Deprogram them.
No, I'm not going to waste time deprogramming white identitarians. If you want to take on that responsibility, I'm sure they would welcome it.
Yeah, I feel like they have figured it out, and it is indoctrinating children because young human beings are very susceptible to being manipulated by others, and it is a shame. It is on parents that they need to be a part of their kids' lives. So that, I mean, look at what just happened with this crazy teacher that was teaching, to be against America and had a Mao and
why didn't anyone think of this sooner? We were all not doing our jobs.
What did he say? 180
days to create revolutionaries.
To create revolutionaries. It's like, that's what they're doing to the children. They're not trying to change people's minds. They know they're not changing my mind. They know they're not changing Karlyn's mind. They're going after the kids and going.
Where were all of you?
That's what they're doing. They're creating the next generation of their army.
I'm kidding. I'm just teasing.
And critical race theory is being taught in these schools alongside that. That guy probably taught critical race theory. It's like, I don't know for a fact. I'm just assuming. Because it's part of their weapon. It's in their their quiver of stuff they use. Robert Shaw says, I like Adam and Karlyn. I bet they have lovely skin. Okay, thank you. Yes, we're great. High five.
High five.
Oh, no, over here.
Wait.
Come on. Other hand. Other hand. Use the other hand.
I'm knitting.
Oh, you can't let go? All right, fine. She left me hanging.
I high five.
You left me hanging. You left me hanging.
Fine.
Well, you can't switch hands for a second? Or
oh my god. So hang on. I'm doing this hand. This it.
Flatten it. I don't know. Anyway.
It's opposites.
Chet says reptilian lives don't matter. Okay. Sandy says Robert Shaw says, Adam, feel like Robert Shaw thinks he's auditioning to be the second banana on the show. It's literally an emoji of a banana. Via telejob. I mean, it is hilarious. Robert Shaw does super. I say Robert Shaw. I said this the other day because someone else said this, and it's like nothing says. I say Robert Shaw more than anything else on my show. It is absolutely bonkers. Let's see here. Robert Shaw says sometimes I have racist thoughts, but I ignore them. Okay. And that's
thing to do. Yeah.
It's a good thing to.
That's a healthy thing to do.
Yeah. Trump Willis is my name. Larry Elder called it anti-white. So how is he racist?
And we've covered Larry Elder already on the stream. Doesn't understand what he's saying.
I do not believe that that's true. No.
Okay.
And
Jonathan says people of color are called race trainers.
Adam on Twitter tonight, Destiny Rose, you think Adam was just trying to protect me? Adam on Twitter tonight has been lying about the fact that he hid the chat from me. He's been lying. He's been telling people it didn't happen. It did happen, and now he's lying about it. So no, I do not believe that Adam had good intentions, and no, I do not believe he should have allowed anyone on his channel to be treated like that. I would never allow this on my channel. It would never happen. So no, I don't agree. No.
When they are anti-race traitors, I think you believe you meant to say when they are anti-critical race theory. Yep. The Buzz with a $10 super chat said critical race theory in theory can be used against anyone. In application, it's currently anti-white. It's not used to bludgeon a. So see the term it's anti-white, I feel is not accurate, right? Because this is what I've learned from today's episode, right? When you say it's anti-white, you are, and I got this from you, that deflection, right? That these people are trying to deflect literally everyone to look over and blame white people. It is working. It's doing that. It's making people focus on that. Oh, well, no, it's not. It's not. I'm gonna argue. I'm gonna fight with you and say that it's not anti-white. And it's like, look, all right. They are using it's not anti-white. It's just choosing to aim and blame people within the confines of critical race theory, which is all racism. I get it.
It's creating division, and that's
cool. It is creating division. I think they are. See, the thing is, it's like they're both true. It is anti-white. It is anti-black. It is. So in certain instances, like the Coca-Cola thing, like be less white, like, all right, that's pretty anti-white. But if you think about the whole picture of it, it's racist towards everyone. It's saying that, like, to bring up that I had those whiteness culture in the United States. Like, what is it? It's like doing your homework on time, showing up, working hard. Like, what is, this is like, that's assuming that non-white people can't do that. Like,
that's exactly right.
It's racist, right? In all forms. So, I feel like there needs to be a different way of saying it. It's critical race theory is racist, while and it's portraying white people as the bad guys, and that's racist, right?
Portraying white people as the most powerful guys. If we're talking about using their language, it's portraying white people as the holders of the power.
I think that might be true on paper, but if you look at literally all of the stuff that's come out of, like, I'm talking about like the influencers, the TikTok videos talking about the stuff, the stupid classes that I've seen, and I know you've seen more than me. I'm sure you have. You know, it's like they're still. It's not that they're saying that they are. Well, you said, is it the norm or are they better? I don't. You know, I feel like I've heard both.
What they say in the classes. So it really is a misnomer. They really don't often teach people that white people are superior. That doesn't happen all that often. Sometimes they try to get people to admit that they're oppressors because they're white people, but that is the exception. What normally happens in these classes, and again, I've watched thousands of hours of this stuff, is they say that white people are the norm. They are the default. Anything in our society, anything outside of white people are considered abnormal or not the default, and that's why they're oppressed. That's what they teach.
All right. Cano Pease says, critical race with a $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Critical race theory doesn't just say you are racist if you do or say racist stuff. It also says if you don't agree with us, what constitutes racism, then you are racist. That's the flaw of all anti-philosophies. Excuse me, like anti-racism, anti-fascism, etc. I mean, that's a even bigger picture, bringing up anti-fascism and all that stuff, because it really they do change the meanings of words and stuff and say if you don't agree with it, then you're racist. You are fascist. You're the problem. And it's like, it's more ways to divide, right?
Well, yeah, and the bigger point too is that people just got to stop buying into these definitions, because this is a mistake I see anti-CRT people make all the time, is they internalize the definitions that the right is or the left is giving them, and that's the fundamental flaw. Stop buying the definition, because they're just going to change it. If it becomes convenient to change it, they're going to change it to something else anyway.
Yeah. Mazo says, I love Dr. Karlyn. I don't have to hate to disagree. I like that. Tune in, drop out with a $25 super chat. So says, this is just anecdotal, but the anti-white narrative could be the reason I now see the stars and bars of the stars and stripes flying outside a house I pass every day on my way to work. Is that a specific? Oh, is that stars and bars? Is that
that's a flag?
The Confederate flag versus the stars and stripes. Okay, interesting that people are now switching to that. I don't know anything about that.
Because making critical race theory is making people more racist. It's not making it less racist, making people more racist.
And that's what they want.
That's what they want. They're winning. That's what they want.
Cranberry says, they use all we say to lie. Don't acquiesce to the left, as you were just saying. Exactly. Robert Shaw says, would you rather be taller or shorter? Taller.
Taller.
Taller. I mean, I'm actually happy with my height. But if I were to choose between being taller or shorter, I'd prefer to be taller.
I'm happy with my height. I feel like I'm a good height for a woman. I'm 5'6", so I'm like tall, but I'm not too tall.
It's the perfect height, I think.
Yeah.
For a woman.
I think so.
Yeah. Robert Shaw says, if Beanie Pond asked you to be on a show, would you? Oh, she already clarified that.
No.
And I don't think that's happening. Whatever's happening between you and the current producer.
No.
Always been the producer. Anyway, Sandra with a $20 super chat says, I like how Karlyn is simplifying the point. When most are trying to keep people confused and unaware, there are really no arguments. Racism is evil. All lives matter. Period.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yay.
All lives matter. Yeah, I agree. Jonathan says, Karlyn, you are correct. Critical theory attempt to make in group and an out group, but are really just anti-humanity.
Yes.
It's what all Marxist-based theories do.
Yes.
Right on. You see, Karlyn, you see how many people still are you have people that agree with you. I just want to point it out, because even though we had a lot of hate, I don't want to say hate, but just like disagreements, the opposite side that don't agree with it, that think you're wrong, like whatever, there's still people that appreciate.
Did you notice that Freudian slip? Even though we had a lot of hate. Oh, really? Oh, fascinating. Jake says, Adam did say he wasn't interested in the team up with Mike and Carrie. He just wants to move on with no hate. Then don't lie about me, Adam. Listen, man. If Adam just wanted to move on, and if Adam had come here in the chat and had said, you know what, dude? It got fucking out of hand. I didn't have moderators. Like, I should have done better by you. If he had just come in here and said, I'm sorry, you were ultimately proven correct, and I should have done better by you, I would be extraordinarily forgiving in this circumstance. Because Adam can't control what goes on in his chat. He cannot control what other people say. The only thing he can control is how he reacted. And how he reacted in this stream was Adam has been shown ample evidence that I was correct. He has never apologized. He never brought me on his show again. He never even asked me to go on his show again to say, Karlyn, you wrote this whole article about how you were right with everything you said on my stream, and I'd like you to come and walk my audience through it. He never said that. He ignored every piece of evidence that I gave him, denied it, wouldn't even look at it, and now tonight is lying on fucking Twitter. saying, I saw the chat. No, I didn't, because he hid it from me. So why do you need to lie, Adam? Why do you need to lie? This could have been easily solved with an apology and a mea culpa. Say, I could have done better, man. And I would say, yeah, you fucking could have. But no, we're pretending. We're playing pretend. He knew exactly what was happening and he did nothing.
Do you believe that now, at least?
I
It didn't feel like you did earlier.
Well, I believe it. It's just like I cannot adequately express how frustrating this entire experience has been to have given up so much to do this and then to be attacked by people on my own side because they're not listening. And it's incredibly frustrating. And it's just like it makes me want to throw my hands up in the air and say, if this many people are going to be this aggressive and this angry and be so incredibly close-minded to any perspective when they frankly haven't fully educated themselves on this, and I understand I spend more time on it than most, but like it's just like it makes the task here's what it is. This task is already virtually impossible. There are not enough people fighting back. We are losing badly. It's already virtually impossible. And then you add on it all of this, and it's just like, why do I even bother?
Yep. All right. There's a couple super chats I think you're really gonna like.
Okay.
Let's see, where was I? My goodness. Here we go. Rob Shaw says, okay, Bezos or Gates, who's better? Oh God, why would you do that
That's
to
an
us?
awful question, Bezos.
Bezos.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Gates is a mastermind supervillain.
he really is. Trump says, Trump Willis is my name, says, do you enjoy calling everyone racist that might have different views? Sounds like a lefty to me. That's not what she said, Trump.
Not what I said.
Trump Willis. I feel like it's very hard to you're very passionate, and a lot of times it happened during the show, like your emotions were steering the boat, I guess is the best way of doing it. But when you finally like laid it out and like got to it, you made a point and that was very clear, right? I mean, I understand the whole thing much better after this, and I think that not everyone did, because I think a lot of people are like Hydra was doing earlier. He was confusing you explaining what critical race theory was with what your viewpoints on life are, and there's a very strong definitive difference, because hey, everybody, if I feel like the core audience is still here right now, so it's like a lot of those people are probably gone, but she is very much against critical race theory. Right?
Honestly,
am I right, Karlyn?
Well, yeah, and that's honestly another thing that's been so frustrating about all this, because I've had so many people making these absurd videos saying I'm in favor of critical race theory. They're lying to people, and it's like, again, it's cutting off your nose to spite your face. Congratulations, you just handed the left a win.
Chet Chisholm says, Elon, don't you mean
All right,
Wario?
Destiny.
Goodbye. You remember SNL? He dressed up as Wario.
Yes.
Chilled to the core says, I agree your point, but you consistently display an arrogant, guarded stance towards those who disagree with you. You cannot succeed this way.
I'm doing just fine this way. So I mean,
it's just an opinion. Just an opinion. Ego says, Karlyn, don't say they're saying this is from you. Says, don't say critical race theory is anti-white. You're buying into their rhetoric. Also, Karlyn, fierce is a color most affected by critical race theory. I think she has made it clear that everyone is affected, and it's society as a whole.
A complete misquote, but okay.
Well, it wasn't actually quoting. It's one of those like technically summing up, whatever, paraphrasing. It doesn't matter.
Still wrong.
That's fine. Robert Shaw says Coke or Pepsi, which is better? Pepsi.
I
don't like soda at all.
I still drink Coke.
I don't drink. I haven't had
I like
soda
the new red cans
in so long. I drink 3 things, and that's it. I drink 3 things: coffee, water, and whiskey. That's it. I seriously, I don't have. That's all I drink.
It's a respectable position.
You know what I'm saying? Eric Peter says the doctor FBI agent.
Oh God, that was the other thing. I was like,
no, we have both had to deal with the FBI, and it's ridiculous.
No, Adam, with all this, like people started saying I was a Fed. I'm like, come on, man. Like of all the things.
Jonathan says the way to defeat Marxist-based theories to integrate/become united. We must start seeing each as the same. It's not about white or black. We are humans.
Yay. Yes.
I love that. Absolutely. Mark Robichaud says it's called Cast Castle, not Cast House. Wrong. Oh, sorry. Whatever. Chet says Scottish Canadian. Identitarian. God save and F the Queen. Okay. Robert Shaw says Adam's too busy making a family to live on Twitter. I'm not making a family yet. I'm
fake news.
I'm prepping basically. I'm building my area. I love my place. Mazo says Dr. K changed my perspective, not my mind. Okay, and same with me actually. I agree with that. My perspective has been changed, and I absolutely understand what she's saying, and she is right. You know what I mean? Like I agree with you. It is all racist. It is racist. Rob Shaw says critical race theory being racist is common sense, though.
Indeed it is.
Indeed it is. Elizabeth Beardsley, thank you for that super chat. Didn't say anything, but Sejong for the $10 super chat says Dr. K came on way too strong and way too emotional without any structured thought. It was total cloud of unstructured emotional ranting. It's like having an over emotional girlfriend who can't deal. I'm
gonna say that if I was a man, that comment wouldn't be made.
I mean,
I'm absolutely correct about that. If I was a man, that comment wouldn't have been made. But let's just remember that I have now since proved every single thing that I said in that unstructured emotional rant correct. Every single thing has been proven correct. So perhaps it wasn't an unstructured emotional rant, and perhaps the jackass who made that super chat and has sent in many similar super chats to that point, perhaps that jackass is just not intelligent enough to grapple with what's been discussed. That would be my assumption.
Emotional men, Karlyn, and they.
I don't think that comment would be made if I was a man. I'm sorry. Don't.
Okay. Well, I said it earlier. I was saying that you did get a little emotional, and you were letting.
I got emotional, but that's not what he's saying. He sent in many super chats, and I think
True, you're right. Sejong
I can make many comments about what I think of Sejong at the moment, but I won't. I don't want to be an overly emotional woman.
Deuce, thank you for that little tiny super sticker. The AS trader said, yes, mind change. She's right. They use what scares/divides. Example: Asian hate, failed narrative, disappeared. Adam, read Derek Bell, not just articles. I don't really have.
Don't read Derek Bell. Derek Bell's one of the principal architects of critical race theory. Don't read Derek Bell. Rot your brain.
But why would I want to? Yeah. So you said your mind's changed. She's right, but then you say read Derek Bell. Like, what is that? Why would that be the case? AS trader. To learn more about them, or
Well, I mean, listen, this is why I watch all these trainings, because if you listen to what they're saying this stuff out loud. It's just that a lot of times people aren't paying attention. They're putting it in their writings. They're saying it flat out. It's not a secret.
Scary world, clown world we live in. Robert Shaw says, in a Marxist society, machines do all the work. Yeah, and we're all pegs in the machine. Robert Shaw says, which is more important, length or thickness? I am not going to answer that. Although there's actually a study that just came out. It is actually length. Not
hey, Christian.
Okay.
Christian. Hey, good to see you, Christian. Did you know that Kieran doxed someone on Twitter the other day in a sick form of revenge against me? Just FYI, he doxed someone and now he's lying about it. He's lying about it. So I've got no beef with you, Christian. No beef at all. But when someone is doxing my friends in some sick form of revenge against me because he's a child and just fucking delusional, just FYI about who you're hanging out with, dude. No shade against you, Christian. I think you're great. But I also think you should know who you're hanging out with.
There you go.
I don't need no study to tell me my preference, Adam.
Anyway, moving on. Daniel says she's too scared to debate Rams Paul.
Oh, Rams Paul is not a good person, and I'm not going anywhere near that guy. No.
I don't even know who it is. Chet Chisholm with a couple super chats in a row, totaling $15. Thank you. I understand Karlyn's frustration, but I disagree with the method of dealing with it. I'm caught between COVID deniers and vax fascists, and I keep trying my best to educate and get others to work together. My goal is on par with Karlyn's. I'm in this to win, to make our community safe, protect our vulnerable, and see that we work together to get out of this mess. I don't block anyone out, even though I may not get through. I do keep trying, though. That's fine, Chet. She is on a significantly bigger platform than you are.
Christian says, I try to stay out of drama. It doesn't help or advance anything. I don't talk to anyone about anyone because you never know who will help you when you're in need. I think that's generally a good policy, Christian, and I sincerely hope that Kieran never becomes pissed at you and doxes one of your friends in a sick plot of revenge. I sincerely hope that never happens to you, because he pulled the wool over my eyes very, very, very effectively. But I wish you the best, and I do hope that you start creating more consistent content on your channel, because I think that people would love to see it. I don't think that people understand. And listen, if I had a smaller platform, I probably wouldn't be blocking people. But the fact of the matter is, I have over 80,000 people on Twitter. I have over 100,000 people on YouTube. At some point, you have to have a filtering mechanism if you're actually trying to make the platform useful. I fully respect that other people have different approaches. I'm a very goal-oriented person. My goal is to use the platform to the best advantages I can. And I have to manage it in a way to be able to do that. And my goal is not to appeal to the broadest possible audience. It's just not.
Man, we've been going for 3 hours.
I know, dude.
I could 2 3-hour episodes in a row.
Oh,
wow.
God. Almost done, guys. Almost done.
I love my life. I'm super grateful
20
for
minutes.
everything I have. It's amazing.
20 minutes.
I just was. I have you over here, so my camera's here. I have super chats over here, and then you're actually over here, so I'm looking at you talk over here. It's difficult to I like looking at people talking, so I'm trying to learn how to look at the camera and just listen and not look over here.
It's weird.
Difficult.
Yeah.
It is weird, right? Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Robert Wild says, Adam, did you see the part of the vid about the super gay raptor and said Ford work at that prison with the SS? No, I don't know what video you're talking about, but I did. Have you seen the super gay raptor?
I have not heard about this.
No, Ford made a super gay.
Oh, I did see this gold sparkle.
Yeah, that's because that's what all gay people are like, I guess.
I don't like gold sparkle. I'm not gonna
fantastic, Mr. Knox. Oh, you brought it back. I like it. I remember there was a hashtag Asian Lives Matter. Then BLM forced it to not be used or changed to stop Asian hate. It amazes me how quickly that went.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's how it
They
works.
just,
It went.
whatever's useful.
Well, you know, the day that they Stop Asian Hate campaign happened was the day that Derek Chauvin got sentenced.
Really? Same day?
Yeah, same day.
Wow.
Yep.
No Jab Crow says, if this question of
Why
whether,
didn't Adam want
Yassi's
you
were
guys to
anti-Semitic
see
is
this
avoided, then it
stream?
proves that Karlyn is putting whites against a separate standard.
Why didn't he want you guys to see it?
I
No,
don't know.
I disagree.
mean,
I fundamentally disagree.
I mean, but weren't they?
This is a backhanded way of asking a question you don't want to answer. I think I could be
I don't
wrong.
really understand why it's a trap. You know, like what is it? I don't really get it. You know, because
I was called a Jew 87,000 times in the weeks and that's a little bit of exaggeration, hyperbole. But no, this is like that's one of the main insults that they use.
Huh.
And that's true of the white identitarians and of the Groypers.
Robert said he posted it in Quartering's video. Yeah, I don't watch a lot of other people's videos. I tend to read more articles and stuff instead. You know, because like I have to sit and listen to the video, and I can't do other things. And when I read an article, I can read it really quickly and be like, now I have that knowledge instead of hearing their opinion on it, which alters my opinion on things, and I don't like doing that. So I don't tend to. I like the Quartering a lot, actually. I do catch some of the stuff.
3.5
covers
hours
some things
long.
that I don't talk
3.5
about.
hours.
And like Nerdrotic as well. I like his stuff because he also it's another version of the internet because you know different people talk about different things. I tend to talk about science and politics and I don't know, you know, things that happen, whatever it is. But everyone's different, so sometimes they'll do a video that I didn't. I wouldn't do myself, and I check them out for it. Mr. Knox, thank you for that super chat. You retracted it though. Ryan says, wrong, white people were oppressed in America. There were a bunch of Irish slaves that helped build the railroad, but they don't care about that, do they? You know, critical race theory.
Actually, no. This is not true. Actually, Italians and Irish have made a comeback. So there is like Google Italian.
It says work.
No, in the land of critical race theory, recently, both Italians and the Irish have made a comeback. Because in White Fragility on page 12, Robin DiAngelo actually says that Italians and Irish have assimilated to whiteness, so therefore they're white for our respective purposes. But in the recent weeks, I've seen democratic socialists talking about Italian X. They call Italians now white people of color. They talk about how Italians are marginalized. And last week, I think it was like in the New York Post or something, they did a ranking of like offensive college mascots, and Notre Dame's like Fighting Irish made the offensive college mascot list. So Irish and Italians are making a.
Has any Irish ever said that they're offended by that?
No, doesn't matter. That's not the point.
Yeah. Let's see here. Mr. Knox says, I cannot
was
talking about how they got rid of the Asian Lives Matter hashtag.
I want to go to bed so bad.
When it didn't suit their narrative anymore. Yep,
That's
exactly
right. I'm dying
says,
of boredom.
Karlyn is a left-wing grifter, plans
and
to destroy patriots, attempts
but
to
we're
stop
going
critical
to
race
the
theory.
end.
Don't worry, Karlyn. It's I right off the bat, I'm like, this is ridiculous. She supported Pete Buttigieg. She's clear.
Oh my God,
Karlyn, I know. I got this. She's clearly not on our side. Winston, you know that she was on that side, right? She has talked about it many times. I don't know if you know this. Both of us met doing a walkaway campaign. Granted, we had introduced each other.
We're going through the end, Tori. We're doing it. We're doing it.
But do you know how much she's doing against
critical race theory?
No. I don't want to hear it. No, I don't want to hear it, Karlyn. This is the things I have to do with. No. These people are. Who cares what this person thinks?
But this is the problem.
Do you care about this person? Are you giving?
I care that my ability to be effective is substantially
that has nothing to do with it because some random person on the internet.
It wasn't random people. There was a concerted around that. I know exactly how that person knows about that picture, and it's because blue check influencers used it to smear me and saying, "Look, she was a booted." Like he's parroting talking points from blue check influencers who were pissed that I wasn't using the anti-white language and wanted to smear me. And Cassandra Fairbanks being one of those influencers that came from Cassandra Fairbanks. Cassandra Fairbanks. You know the funniest thing about that whole incident, though, Adam, is so they lifted. You're gonna like.
I don't want to hear it. I don't even care. No, I don't.
You're going to like this. They lifted that picture from my Instagram, which was right next to a picture of me with Elizabeth Warren. So I don't know why they didn't use the picture of me with Elizabeth Warren. That's like way more offensive. They picked the Buttigieg one.
She's an Indian minority.
Like I was like, if they really want to piss people off, just post a picture of me with Elizabeth Warren. It's still my Instagram.
Let's see here. Josephine with the $10 super chat says, one thing I never hear, but I feel actually bad for both the woke and the white supremacists. Both were indoctrinated / brainwashed into believing ugly ideas either by school or family. What do you think? Yeah,
I agree.
I agree 100%. Yeah, it's your, they were taught. There was a viral video going on about this young father and his daughter, and he was
everyone who makes it to the end gets a free bingo square next week. Congratulations!
I love everybody. Like, it doesn't matter what your skin color is. Like, if you're nice to me, then you're nice. You know, remember what I'm talking about? It was such a cute video, and like the dad was like,
Adam
this
is now
what
doing
kids
exactly
are like.
the same
they
thing
are
on
taught
Twitter
to treat other people differently. This is how they really are. All kids are like this until
I'm gonna blue check on Twitter.
Taught that we're different.
Why would he get a fucking blue check? Whatever. I don't really care. If he wants a blue check, fine, whatever. And there's a clip on my channel. So if you look up like my name and white identitarian, there will be a clip of me talking to an actual like young, like 22-year-old white identitarian on my channel. And the reason I bring this up is I felt so bad for this kid because he had obviously been like brought into this ideology from like for nefarious purposes, and he's 22 years old and he just wants to be able to live his life. But he was also like the energy was so cold and so dead, and it was just really, really disturbing to see what people are creating out of this ideology. And to be really clear, this is all the left's fault. This is all the left's fault. but it's our responsibility what
Well,
we do with it.
Not all, because the white supremacists, I mean, are they left or are they?
Well, no, but
they
like, so,
exist.
well, remember we talked about like life is about balance, though. If you go to an extreme in one direction, it creates an extreme in the other direction. The left created the monster that they were afraid of. The left has created this problem.
Sandra says Biden may have early stages dementia, but he's still lucid enough to be an insidious evil puppet.
I don't think so, but okay. I think he has dementia.
I think he's got his moments. I think it's. I think two things can be true at the same time.
Oh, fine. I don't
You like my about that back?
Yeah, I don't care enough to argue.
Joe Biden's dentures says, if white pride is inherently bad, explain how insert literally any other group pride is acceptable. The cognitive dissonance is staggering.
Because white people have never been
Racist.
oppressed in any significant way in this country. Sorry.
Okay, in this country. Well, I don't know. Well, maybe, but because I mean, anyway, Mavis says speddies are the best meat. Fight me. What? I don't even know what that is. If you don't know
The burrito.
what a speddy is, come to Speddy Fest in Binghamton in October. Binghamton, New York, or Binghamton, England. I don't know what a speddy is.
Binghamton's way up there in New York. I have no idea.
I've been to Binghamton. Binghamton's really beautiful. I went downhill skateboarding a bunch of times up there. It's great. Lots of big hills. Elizabeth says, you are changing things. We are not in time of civil discourse. You may be bringing it back. I think you are changing things. You know, I think I'm changing things. And I think we're doing a great job.
We're trying.
Fake high five.
Wait, I can do it this way.
Yes.
Yes.
We did it. All right. Georgia says, Karlyn Borysenko video, late night reaction, proof that white power movement is attaching itself to anti-critical movement.
Yeah, watch that stream, man. Watch that stream. That'll show you everything I'm talking about.
I believe it. Failed Bread says the entire Afghan situation is super effed up. 20 years wasted. Oh, and nice hair. Not the first time I've seen you like this, but just commented this time. Thanks, Betty. I appreciate that. Good to see you in chat. This is one of my my homies that I game with sometimes. And yeah, thank you very much. And I agree completely. It is absolutely a wasted time and money spent. Mr. Knox says, my takeaway from this is Karlyn is crass. However, I don't see her as wrong. Critical race theory is racist towards everyone, not just white. This was a good stream, in my opinion.
I'm allowed to be crass.
Boom.
I'll
Karlyn,
take crass.
Proof. More and more people have said, hey, this is good. You know,
Good.
you are crass. You're a spicy individual. Me too sometimes.
I am who I am. Like, I'm not going to be inauthentic, you know?
I know,
I'd rather be crass than inauthentic every day.
I love that. Absolutely. I prefer authenticity all day long.
Yeah.
And that's what you guys get from me, you know? Rob Shaw says, I'm just a guy. Don't elevate me. All right, I won't. You will stay, Rob Shaw. They hate short people of color. MSNBC reports. Probably watch it, right?
Probably.
Mr. Paul R says, any chimpanzee can sit in a corner and push buttons.
Wow.
Dude, Mr. Paul R.
Oh, bird. Oh my God. I wouldn't even said that. You think I'm crass? I wouldn't have even said that.
Yeah, I read my super chats, baby.
I love it.
I have skipped some, but
I like Adam's stream being subversive. I like it.
Oh, I subtweeted her a lot back in the day, but I don't anymore. Now I just tweet and
I just feel bad for her, to be honest. I just feel bad.
Yeah, I don't. Not
no. You have a different relationship with her.
Not in the slightest. Anyway, this is
let's not go down this road.
I don't know how to say your name, but you super chatted me a bunch. I appreciate you. So with another $10 super chat says anti-white is specifically the harm of critical race theory. They're making Caucasians the bourgeoisie.
No.
People of Euro descent have been killed because of critical race theory, not of Afro descent. Karlyn is trivializing the anti-white sentiment.
And you're trivializing the fact that when you teach children they can't be successful unless the white man lets them be, that impacts them their entire lives.
Don't be so smug about it. Jeez. See, like that is the attitude that people are like, you know what? F you, Karlyn.
I don't care. So
I know,
hang on.
But maybe you should.
I just said, I just want to, I don't want to, this was one of the moments in this stream that really pissed me off. What I said, there was a super chat saying, Karlyn, critical race theory is obviously anti-white and oh my God. And I said, it is obviously also racist towards 8-year-old children who are 8-year-old black children who are told they can't be successful unless white people allow them to be. Adam told me I was being smug. No, I'm sorry. That's spitting facts. Racism against white people is not a worse thing than racism against black people. All racism is bad. All racism is equally bad. And I refuse to prioritize one form of racism over another. I've said it about 78,000 times in this stream. We'll say it once more.
A little bit.
No.
Because I mean, even to me, like, like, come on.
I don't care, Adam. Like, here's the thing.
Okay,
That person watched.
You don't care.
No, but here's the thing. That person watched an hour and a half of a completely like where we broke a conversation where we broke it down over and over and over and over and over again. And if they can't like even open their minds to consider it, then they are not a person that I'm trying to appeal to. I'm sorry.
Okay, I get it. Robert Shaw says, if Karlyn's a Fed, she can take me. Okay. Mr. Wolfgram says, there's a pic of a woman protesting and the sign she was holding said, abortion saves lives.
That's a pretty gross sign.
Oh my gosh,
I hate the abortion debate. I hate it because
it is. I don't want to talk about it. I'm not talking about it. We're not talking about that.
Okay.
Okay. Sejong says the problem is being emotional. being an emotional screaming mess in front of a total crowd of strangers. Imagine the look to people who just want to understand something.
We weren't in an emotional screaming match.
No, nobody started
We
screaming.
literally weren't.
Robert Shaw says, I'm a thick boy. Okay. By the way, his full name is Emperor Mark Robershaw Pepperoni Supreme. He changes his name often, but
that's quite a title.
Quesadilla says organic just means it comes from the ground. Gasoline fits the narrative or the definition of organic. Would you drink it? Ask Karlyn to look up organic in the old dictionary.
I like how a dictionary from the 90s is the old dictionary. It's like the olden times, the 90s.
The old ways.
I'll look it up.
Let's see. Sejong says, but you keep doing your own. You keep doing you, owning the patriarchy on stream. Okay, Sejong. Quesadilla says, launch all the quesadillas to the moon. I love this. So his name's David Casada. I don't know. I think it's Casada, but I accidentally called him Quesadilla the other day. And now I just call him Quesadilla. So
I like Quesadilla. It's a good nickname.
Pretty good. I love quesadillas. So Mr. Pollard says, and Dr. Karlyn, he hasn't watched They Live yet. Or is it They Live or They Live?
You haven't watched They Live yet?
No, I haven't. Oh my goodness. I'm too busy living my life.
Adam, this is a critical movie. You have to watch this movie. We'll do a movie night with your locals and watch They Live.
I will. My goodness.
Oh my God.
Sejong says the real way to stop critical race theory is to tell people how to stand up to it. Tell them it's not going to happen in their schools, and then it's going to be ignored.
Yeah, I do all that.
Yep, she does. Ryan says Sparkle only looks good on boats.
Sparkle does look good on boats.
Yeah, it does. Something about the water glinting off the water, or off the light glinting on the water. There we go. Rachel with a $5 super chat says, "I love you two together. This is all."
Yay.
Thank you very much. Fantastic Mr. Knox says, "Don't worry, I can be crass too. It's all good." Robert Shaw says, "That's an insult to chimps." Wait, what are you talking about? Who insulted chimps? Sejong said, "Stop insulting chimps. They're 4 times stronger than us. Yeah, they will f us up." My goodness.
You want to know what the definition of organic is?
Yeah. Go ahead. What is it?
Okay. 1, of or having to do with a bodily organ. 2, of or involving the basic makeup of a thing, inherent, inborn, constitutional. 3, made up of systemically interrelated parts or organized. 4,
I wanna read you guys a reply to one of my tweets that to the tweet I sent out announcing this stream. An Adam fan, of course, says, "I believe you supported Trump because you burned all your bridges within your liberal circle, and now you're doing it with conservatives. A fight of this type just looks bad. Ask yourself, did this video do anything useful? Or did it just feed a need for drama?" That person's going to get blocked because that person wants me to be bullied on the internet and not defend myself.
Some of the simple compounds of carbon as carbon dioxide are frequently classified as inorganic compounds, designating or of having branch of chemistry dealing with carbon compounds. 5, of having characteristics of or derived from living organisms. 6,
I was never
grown with
a
only animal or vegetable
conservative.
fertilizers as manure, bone meal, compost, etc. 7, law designating of the fundamental or constitutional state of law. And 8, producing or involving alteration of a structure of any organ. The big dictionary speaks.
Those are a lot of...
The olden dictionary of olden times.
Chet says dementia makes the mask slip so you see underneath. I mean, in that case, he's been suffering dementia for his entire political career. Sejong says, no way. Organic does not mean it comes from the ground. The gas does not come from the ground. It's heavily processed. It's literally refined. This is talking to the other person.
I like how you get paid for them having an argument.
I love it. That's great. But my favorite though is the fact that my chat will support each other. They will. I've been super chatted like, hey, it's this person's birthday. Like, let's wish him a happy birthday. And it's like, man,
awesome.
it's so cool. You know, I love it. Rob Shaw says gas comes from my backside. Look up the old term for gender. Oh no, we're not going to get into that right now.
No.
That's funny though. Sejong says no, that's sir farts a lot. And that's we got one more super chat. Page O with a $10 super chat says, quote, it's a jungle when war is made and you panic and
We made it.
your own poop at the enemy. Camera pulls back to reveal your true identity. It's a sheep in wolf's clothing, a smoking gun holding ape, end quote, from Rilo Kiley. I don't know what that's from. Okay. Thank you for that super chat. I don't know what that's from though. What's that from? Do you know?
I have no idea.
7
Robert Shaw says food gets processed by my
hours.
gut. Mine too. And every other human out there. All right. Thank you, everybody. My goodness. That was the longest show I've done in a long time. 3 hours and 23 minutes. Absolutely insane.
Breaking. Good show, Adam.
Insane. Yeah. Wow. Thank you for joining me, Karlyn. And of course, everyone, there's no hard feelings here, you know, and it's, oh my gosh, you guys are super chatting me like crazy. We got another one from the long letters guy person says, actually, I missed that part. I said earlier, I was late to the stream telling my kids they won't amount to anything. Doesn't kill them. All right. Xylox Dragon said, ha, and you thought it was the last super chat. And then finally we got Sejong says 37 until none. Roll for Commodores. All right, well, it's 22 until none. I don't know if you know about this. Commodore's Reserve is my newest coffee blend, and proceeds from the profits go to 22 until none. It is a nonprofit for veterans because 22 veterans a day.
Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it.
Something my brother has 22 until none on his arm.
Thank you.
And he told me about it, so I made a blend. And whenever you order a bag of Commodore's Reserve, you basically are giving a little bit to 22 until none. So you get some good coffee and some money goes to a good cause.
That's pretty awesome, Adam.
So I rolled the dice. Karlyn, would you like to participate?
18.
Okay, it is not 18,
Dang.
but I am watching the numbers coming in. Oh my gosh. This is for an actual bag of coffee, mind you, guys. This is actually for something to win. Good luck, guys. And this is from Sejong the Great. He is giving away a bag of Commodore's Reserve with a huge $37 super chat, which covers the shipping costs and everything. So and the YouTube cut as well.
Okay. Sejong has earned some points back for that donation. I will say that. That's a good deed. That's a good deed.
Indeed, right? American Billy's guessing so many.
Asshole.
You can't do that, dude. You can't just go 1 through 20.
He's still an asshole.
I will negate if you do guess them over and over again. And if you guys have won already, please don't guess anymore. I see a lot of people that have already won.
Yeah.
A bag of coffee.
I can't wait for the Twitter meltdown about this.
Double check that no one has guessed it before. Just want to make sure that I didn't see it.
I'm sure there's going to be some sort of retribution,
nope. Right,
but I
Neo,
don't give a
wait, how did you see it? I just took a screenshot, so I don't have to. Neomix, congratulations. It is 12. You are the winner. It is 12. You won a bag of Commodore's Reserve. Let me just write that down. Commodore's Reserve. Do me a favor, send me an email at thecriglershow@gmail.com and give me your information. And you won a bag of Commodore's Reserve. So thank you very much, Sejong, for supporting both my show and my coffee company, and most importantly, 22 Until None. Thank you very much. And congratulations, Neomix. All right. Robert Shaw says, it's me, Dio.
Oh,
okay.
God.
And then this, I don't want to say your name. How do you pronounce it? Can you at least tell me that?
Close.
You super chatted me a lot. It says,
so close.
only told you'll be great. You sound like you give no damn about white people. You said they don't have culture, and that them being. Wait, when did she say that though? That's I don't recall her saying that. So that is inaccurate.
He's reading the super chats. The super chats are on a different stream than the actual chat.
See, this
the
is
super chats are a different stream.
To take in certain
different
ways
screen.
That,
they're two different.
Reiterate
things.
your point of view.
So yes, he was reading the chat when he looked at me.
With her on some points,
because that's how StreamYard works.
But I've been paying attention to her the entire time.
StreamYard displays the chat.
My entire time of
he
knowing
hid it from
Karlyn,
me.
she
He
ever
could see it.
said anything along those lines. So
nope.
It says you sound like you give no F's about white people. You said they don't have culture and that them being killed matters less than minority kids' feelings. No, she.
This is why I don't try to appeal to everyone.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm doing this. You stay over there.
I'm about to finish a row. I'm good.
Robert Shaw says, my nan used to knit. I miss her. Oh, that's cute. Ryan says, slept through the show. What is my punishment? It should have been a bigger super chat. Okay. Quesadilla says, I identify as white flour with extra cheese. There you go. All right. Robert Shaw says, oorah, 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 a bunch of times. All right, guys, I am ending the show. Thank you guys so much for super chatting me all night long. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Stop super chatting me, please, so I can end it. Karlyn, go enjoy a beer and relax. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for dealing with the pressure that you obviously get when you're talking about this kind of stuff. I know that you've gotten it a lot. Oh, I said that wrong, Mr. Squiggles. That's fine. I say it how I want to say it. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I will see you guys next time. Good night.
We made it, guys. We made it. We made it. Now, I don't know if you heard me. I don't know how clear my audio is over the chat. But Emphasize says he's not looking in the direction you thought. He was reading super chats on a different screen than the actual chat is displayed in StreamYard, which is what Adam was using for this. The stream that he was watching me on is displayed right next to the chat. So if he says he's looking at me, he's seeing the chat. He was absolutely looking at the chat. 100%. That's how StreamYard works. Reagan says, conclusion, Karlyn was the authentic one and right on everything. I'm actually extremely impressed with how correct I was because I hadn't done all the research yet. I thought I knew what was going on, but I was dead on 100% with every single thing I said. Adam used Karlyn for money and was the only one with access to chat and encouraged bad behavior and is still a liar, is lying right now on Twitter. Boomher says Adam lied and the original stream was murdered and hacked to bits and pieces. See, I never almost dropped my wine glass. I never saw the like clip or whatever that he put up with this. So I don't know what happened, but what we watched was the original stream start to effing finish. Let me see. I think that's it. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. He knows the missing context here and makes people miss the point. Yes, indeed. Well, I want to congratulate everyone for making it to the end. We are coming up on 7 hours. This is the longest stream I have ever done by almost double. I think the longest stream I did before this was probably last Saturday's stream about Carrie. So I don't know what we're going to do next week for Sassy Saturday. You guys will have to give me something good to react to. Hopefully there's no Twitter drama between now and then. And I'm going to bounce. I'm impressed I only drank 2 beers. I don't know how you guys are doing. Well, thank you for hanging out with me. I will be live, I guess, today. Happy Easter, everyone. I will be live at 5 p.m. for F'd Up News per usual. And I will look forward to seeing you guys, I guess, a little later on today. But please, if you celebrate Easter, please have a wonderful Easter. I hope you have a great Easter dinner. I'm going to be sleeping in tomorrow. But I will be back at 5 p.m. on Sunday, per usual. Take care, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. We'll see you soon.